Indeed, talk
I
about
enjoy your
dinosaurs.
I enjoy your title for this one.
Oh, I haven't se oh, let me take a look. I didn't what
Well, it's a quote from the
The fucking word
yes,
limit
and the
sucks balls.
thumbnail. The thumbnail as well.
Oh, I don't even see the
Yes,
thumbnail. I it's so early for me. It doesn't even show the thumbnail. I
yes.
got
It's a
Mhm.
oh,
classic.
oh,
It's a
yes.
classic.
That was me during the whole film. I was just a gray box with a an ellipsis in it, staring at this
Little poop
screen.
emoji sometimes, where it's like stop working on Discord or whatever. That's me when watching the film. But a sad poop
I
emoji.
drew while I was watching this movie, um, no, never mind. It'll come up later. Oh, it was a very passive viewing experience, I think is
It
probably the kindest thing I could say about it.
isn't it crazy, like, how bad Jurassic Park as a series is?
Mm-hmm.
Jurassic Park, the original, is great, but, like, the series as a
Masterpiece.
whole is so awful. Like, it's unbelievably awful. I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
particularly
and
particularly when you watch it all back to back to back, which is what I've done, this week. It's like, god damn, it's so awful.
yeah, and
2
it's
and
so
3 are not
sad that
fine. They're not.
we are now in the like third, almost, like it goes generations, almost like the first trilogy, second trilogy. Now we're in the third trilogy, probably with the way this is gonna go. And it's just like, man, this is just doomed to do this forever.
Yes, Jurassic World Rebirth is going to make more than $300 million opening weekend, to the surprise of nobody. This film, by the way, I think it's safe to conclude it's definitely going to be the winner of the July showdown. Which I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's
It could
just,
also end up being like my least favorite of all of them as well.
Could be, could
Because
be.
as bad
um,
as I expect Superman and Fantastic Four to be, I don't think they're going to piss me off as much. Whereas this one really did.
I'm not confident of that. We'll see about
I felt
Superman.
too.
We'll see.
For me, I was too apathetic through most of this movie. It felt like it wasn't even a film. Like I was I don't know, like sometimes you could
Oh,
see past the illusion and you just sort of for a moment your brain is like, "Oh, these are just pixels flashing by on the screen and it means nothing." My brain had a few moments where I was kind of like that. I don't feel
it's
anything. I can't hate anymore. I don't
I
have the
Can't
passion to hate
hate.
this anymore.
It's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit like that. Whereas, with something like Superman, it's like, dude, we'll see. We'll
There are
see
Yeah,
whether,
unique ways in which both F4 and Superman could piss us off. You never know.
yes, and also that part of it is essentially that you're going to be dealing with different kinds of reactions to these movies. You may have seen it already. Those of you in chat. Jurassic Park seems to have been written off as being like worthwhile as art by a lot of people. What I mean by that is that there are a lot of people who seem to have the attitude, well, it's just the Dino movie. Like, that's what it is, and that's what people want to see. And as long as it's doing that, then that's fine. Like, a lot of people don't seem to recognize or remember that Jurassic Park is, like, actually a story that has something to say, and is meant to
well,
be,
yeah.
like, meaningful in any way,
When I
shape, or form.
when I think about Jurassic Park, a lot of things do come to mind. Obviously, the visuals and the film's construction and the characters and the dialogue and everything. Um, but one of the things that primarily comes to mind, maybe first of all, is that Jurassic Park One actually is trying to say something. It has thematics. It has a not so simplistic, um, like I guess, story that it wants to tell and what it wants to tell me as a person. It's about something, I suppose. But when it comes to these other movies, it really is like, oh, and like in a year from now, I'm gonna get confused as to whether or not a scene happened in Jurassic World, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, Jurassic World Dominion, or Jurassic World Rebirth. I know that I'm gonna look back and it'll kind of be like the Transformers movies where they just sort of blend together in my head and I
Did you
forget
see
which thing
Dominion?
happened in which one.
I kind of try to delineate them by the most retarded thing that happens in each, because it's quite a good way of like. So I know that Jurassic World is the one where they walk into a dinosaur enclosure to check if it's still there.
Yeah.
I know that
Yeah.
Fallen Kingdom is the one where the dinosaurs are released into the
Volcano.
world because a girl is a clone and she sympathizes with them because
Yep.
they're also clones. And I know that
Okay.
Dominion is the one with the giant fiery locusts that go around for
Yeah.
reasons that I could
Fire
still to this
Locust.
day can't really figure out. Um, and that's only one of them. I mean,
It
that's
was
an
part of the
incredibly
evil
ridiculous film.
that was part of the
Is
evil pharmaceutical companies tried to
Remember the name
take
of
over
that
the
company,
world
Rex?
or whatever.
Biosyn is the name
Biosyn.
of that company.
I
It's going to eat
I
all of
didn't
the crops
know
in the world that aren't
Biosyn.
made by
I
Biosyn.
didn't know that name before I'd seen that film, but I fucking couldn't take it when they said our company's called Biosyn. I was like, oh my god.
No, that's subtle. That's really subtle because it's short for synthetic. It's very subtle and clever, Mahler. You hate themes.
Well, they actually did lift that name because that is the name of Dodgson's company in the first Jurassic Park book. I think he works for Biosyn. It's the rival to InGen.
Ooh, I
So
can't
it's one of
remember.
the ideas that didn't really go into the first Jurassic Park movie, but they've been pilfering the 80% of that book that didn't go into that movie in all the years since. But they've been misusing it every single time they do it.
Try a
Yeah,
different
Quentin
company
Larson wrote the
name.
book.
Biosyn sucks.
Yeah, like Biodemon, maybe, or
Biosatan.
Biosatan,
Yeah.
Bio-Hitler Incorporated.
Bio-Hitler. We're trying to make a dinosaur Hitler. Why? To cure heart disease.
It's cure heart disease.
Oh.
Do you hire businessmen? Only the evilest.
Yeah, why not? Because with all that said, I recently watched Dominion, and I do apologize. We failed the world by having skipped that one because we would have absolutely done a breakdown of that horrendous movie. Probably is the worst out of the selection. Unbelievable.
I think so. Yeah. Fallen Kingdom though.
Yeah, I know.
Dominion,
It's
though.
crazy to say right in
It's
front of
between
Fallen
those
Kingdom.
two. It's
Um,
between those two.
Well, and it's like when I finished this film, I agree the notion that what the fuck was this film even about? Broadly like theme wise, but simultaneously I was like, oh, I do think this is more coherent than those two. So like,
So,
congratulations.
I think so because it's a simple plot.
Yeah, but we are at the dregs
Biosyn's
of
about like a global. It's a globe-trotting adventure to stop an evil locust plague from an evil corporation, and then all of our old friends meet up to have an adventure in Italy, which is a bit more. It's more Mission Impossibly globe-trotty. It almost doesn't feel like a dinosaur movie for a huge chunk of it. It
Well,
just
genuinely
feels like generic action
feels like
plot.
the franchise is radiated at this point in terms of the biology of the script, if you will, is like collapsing, and Dominion is one of the better examples of just watching this story where you're like, what are we doing? Why are we here? Why is there a plot line about a clone girl trying to escape the police or something? It's like, what happened to dinosaurs, man? What's going on? It's like locusts, fire locusts. Yeah, you like locusts.
Yeah, fire locusts. Wow, that movie's so bad, man.
And it's crazy because they introduce a whole bunch of like awesome, huge, from history dinosaurs, but they don't really get much interest, focus, description. They just keep saying it's like, oh, here he comes. Oh, we made it.
Can you guys believe seriously
Jurassic
that
World,
like
here he
the
comes.
three people initially chosen to make Star Wars the sequel trilogy was J.J. Abrams, Rian Johnson, and Colin Trevorrow? Isn't that insane?
I think I was about to say we dodged a bullet, but I didn't say it. So there you go.
Well, the thing is that The Rise of Skywalker is so bad that someone might genuinely entertain the idea like, well, he might have made something better. I mean, based on his work with Jurassic, how could anybody say that?
Yeah, no. I mean, there was the leaked script, wasn't there, which made it sound like it had at least a little bit more of interest than The Rise of Skywalker was. Had any in it even? I can believe that it might have been maybe more interesting than The Rise of Skywalker, maybe about a fraction of a percent more coherent, which is still a significant improvement for The Rise of Skywalker. But it's Jurassic World is not a good advert for your storytelling credentials.
No, and must be so obvious in that fact when it's like, as much as it makes money, it's just like, who the fuck talks about it once it's like a few years gone?
Talking about Jurassic Park, but they don't talk about any of the sequels, really.
No, and even the movies themselves, they keep talking about Jurassic Park, even when it doesn't make any sense anymore in universe. The people keep referencing the event of Jurassic Park, which, if anything, is a footnote in history of dinosaurs in this universe now. It doesn't matter, really. It was a controlled event, and they sorted it out.
Always new places, new original projects for dinosaurs, new crazy shenanigans, and the scale just keeps exploding. When you're at a point where dinosaurs are actually roaming around in like Italy, just like out in the open, You know,
I actually
Yeah,
don't
like-
understand it half the time because it's
I
like
don't either.
a handful of people died at Jurassic Park. It went wrong and then it got sorted out. Versus the whole world had a shit ton of them released and they've had to deal with it for many years. It's like, how does anyone care about Jurassic Park anymore? It's not even connected to those events, by the way. It didn't cause them. It didn't lead to them. There was a huge gap between Jurassic Park and The Lost World is like unconnected. Jurassic Park 3 is technically unconnected, and then Jurassic World is certainly unconnected. So like, there is only one reason they keep referencing Jurassic Park, and it's because that's what everyone thinks about.
Remember Jurassic Park, yeah.
Which is funny because each and every single one of these films, maybe actually, I'm not sure that this line does make it into Fallen Kingdom, but the rest of them have all got a line, usually right at the beginning. People are just bored of dinosaurs now. And it's like when I remember because I hated the first Jurassic World when it came out. It might
Yeah.
even have been the first review I wrote because I just started at uni. I think it's the first published review I wrote. And talking about like it feels like because there's the scene in the first Jurassic World when they're in the control room and there's the guy who's wearing the Jurassic Park t-shirt and that's
Yeah.
sort of around that period where they're doing the meta stuff. And I remember thinking this just feels like the writers are bitching about the script notes they got from Universal Studios. This feels very meta. But the more they double down on it, the more it seems like they do sort of genuinely believe that dinosaurs are boring. Nobody wants to see them. We have to create bigger, newer mutant dinosaurs. If that is the case, why is it that everyone does still reference the original Jurassic Park? Why is it that the Brachiosaurus scene you can rewatch no matter when in life you are, and it's so much more effective than any of the massive mutant dinosaurs they've given us in the Jurassic World films? Could it maybe
really
be
wanna
that
recreate it
we're
in this
not
movie.
bored of dinosaurs? And instead, what we're really bored of is having them shoved into shit stories with no plot or reason to exist. Because I think that might be closer to it.
That's the thing, though. How can they genuinely try to argue that people would get bored of actual real life dinosaurs when people aren't bored of like fake dinosaurs
Zoos.
In
terrible
movies?
movies?
Or just,
Yeah.
well, I mean,
movies.
just the existence
Well,
of
no,
real
course,
zoos.
You can go to zoos. People aren't bored of dogs. And there's like 100 million of them. Like that people aren't bored of dogs. They like seeing.
Oh yeah,
dogs
Fringy. Then
like,
how
all the
come
time.
over the thousands of years we've had them, we've created all kinds of strange mutant kinds of dogs? Huh?
Oh wow, shit. Yeah, I mean,
The
like
flying
I said,
dog,
it
for
really is
example.
just- the fact that people
Flying
watch these
dog.
movies and are satisfied with these movies just because there were dinosaurs in them proves the film's wrong.
Absolutely. And you know the worst part of all of this is we can talk about the film's point of view and even writing a world in which this is apparently true, but I hate how much it's infected everyone's minds. There are many people who repeat this as though it's true, even though every last piece of evidence points to the contrary. Like, yeah, people do find dinosaurs boring. It's like, what are you talking about? When did this happen? And where was the meeting? I was not a part of it.
People aren't bored of dogs and cats, and they've always been around, and they're everywhere. They're all
This is
over the place, and people aren't bored of cats and dogs. People will not become bored of dinosaurs in 30 years.
I have heard it said it's hard to be interesting like now because like as a Jurassic Park movie because they've done it so many times, and the '93 movie benefited from the fact that no one had seen it before, but nowadays you gotta do something crazy to get people's attention. It's just like
Oh
nope,
my god!
nope, you made
all
that
you
up.
gotta do is write a story. That's all you
Like
gotta do.
Alien or
Write a
something.
story. The
Well,
thing is,
you
it's
know,
not
even
true.
the
You don't even have to
retarded-
write a story.
You know that the two major mutant dinosaurs in this movie, let's just pretend for a second that they're real, that they did exist, and they looked like that. This movie does the same.
Yep.
Like, it's so stupid to me that people keep repeating this when most of the public, no offense, there's no reason that they should know, but they know about maybe like 0.5% of the dinosaurs that existed. Maybe. Probably not even that. So you can just keep
Dinosaurs.
showing new ones. You'll be fine
Yeah.
if you're really going to make this argument. You don't need mutations.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
think
that
about-
an increasing number of dinosaurs are found basically every year, like a number of dinosaur species.
When we do our super chat catch-ups and we get our extinct animal of the day,
Oh, yeah,
it's very
of course.
often a
Yeah, it
critter
doesn't
that
have to be
we've
a
never heard about
dinosaur.
before,
It's-
and we're like, "Oh shit, that's a cool guy! Look at that!"
And yeah, like all of this, I don't know why. It's like you wanna just follow along with the notion, even though people are gonna go see the dinosaur movie anyway. And a lot of the main sequences in this, the T-Rex gets his signature main scene. He probably gets the most focus because even Retardosaurus doesn't get that much time. And like, I don't get it. If this is true, like they're banking on the hype that is the T-Rex. Like, yeah, much like a theme park would, over and over again, because humans cycle. And like, I don't know, how many would you guys be interested to see a T-Rex just the one time? Be like, well, that's that then. Tick that off the list. Bye. No need to see that again. Which obviously, yeah, proven wrong by the fact that you'll be interested in seeing a Jurassic Park movie just for the T-Rex hunting humans scenes.
Real.
And there is one
Like
in
they're
every
fake.
single movie.
Yep, of course there is. That's a little bit lame as well, isn't it? Like, well, you gotta have a T-Rex. That's like the most popular dinosaur. It's like, dude, there's so many dinosaurs.
It's funny how-
Why is
Well,
it
they
always
make
gotta be
them the
T-Rex?
heroes of the movies as well, because the
Yeah.
earlier world films, not only the T-Rex but the raptors as well. That blue
Oh
creature,
god,
I'm
blue.
so
Yeah.
glad I'm never gonna have to see again. But like they understand, and yeah, sure, they are the two most menacing dinosaurs from the
Blue's dead,
original film,
though.
which is why they were
Blue's
chosen.
dead.
But they're still everyone's most immediately recognized dinosaur for a reason, and people aren't bored of seeing them, evidently.
Wait, Blue's
Blue
not
is
dead.
dead.
What?
Yeah, he is. Oh, she. Yeah, she is.
I thought.
If
Wait,
this
in
film's events
Dominion-
can be believed, if this film's events are canon,
Unless Blue's
then-
hiding on the equator.
Yeah, that's Blue. Yeah,
Well, got all the
Chris
way
Pratt
from
Traveled
Chris Pratt
blue
would've
to the
taken her
equator, yeah.
to Yeah,
Ah,
he called in the pilot lady from
Thank you,
Dominion
Chris.
and is like, "I need you to transport one last dinosaur."
Look,
Well,
one
one and a half.
last job.
He takes
Yeah.
Blue across the Grey Havens. It's like the end of Return of the King.
yeah, into
There's
the undying lands.
I really
of
think
Jurassic
the
World,
the
man.
key aspect of all this, by the way, you don't even need to argue about all these things back and forth about the interest in dinosaurs. It's literally just how the films are created. You watch the original again, and you see how Spielberg films it, how it's written, how it all is edited together, where the select choices for the music exist, all with meaning, and then you just compare with how they do everything these days. We'll get to it. But possibly one of the most sickening choices in all of this for me, and you know everyone can have their own picks for this, but there's just a scene where a guy is explaining that he's not quite like Scarlett Johansson in the sense that he's never been under fire before. It would be crazy to be in a situation where bullets are flying at you. And she said something back like, well, you know, it's never too late.
There's still
And
time.
In the
Yeah.
background, they're playing the fucking Jurassic theme. It's just going da 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 da, and I was like, "What the fuck is this doing here?" They're just
It's
chatting
the
about.
gunfire theme.
She's like
It makes no
ex-spec
sense.
ops. What are you doing? It actually feels like they were like, we need a track for this moment, and they just hit random, and it landed on the Jurassic World, like the actual Jurassic Park theme. It comes up in a lot of new version slop, but that's shocking to me that the person who would have scored this would have made that mistake.
And it's consistent. I mean, even the original Jurassic World film pissed me off with the music choices, but at least it did sort of still just about understand what each theme was there to evoke. It just
Yeah.
the unfortunate thing was that what the film gave it to evoke was absolute dog shit. So that you get the Brachiosaurus track from the original, which is of course like building to Wanda, and then you see Wanda, which in the original film is the Brachiosaurs and then the herd of them. Jurassic World has that music playing as some kids walk through a CGI interior of a fake amusement park, being talked to about like not leaving their bedroom, and then a kid opens the doors as the music swells, and it's just, well, that's not real. That's just buildings, and you've made them, and they look shit, and I don't like this. This is what the film is going to be: superficial splendor as opposed to the original thing. But fuck it, the music sort of understood what its job was, whereas this movie, no, like you say, it's just there without any bearing
It's
at all on
remember
what's actually
Jurassic
happening.
Park motif. Yeah.
Ugh. But even then, you didn't even wait for the first dinosaur, or rather, you skipped it. You went to what was the logic? It couldn't be any logic there. It had to be they just filled in and someone put it in and then nobody caught it or something. I don't know. Why the hell was it in that scene? So anyway, like, we can talk about what happened in this story, I suppose, but
It does have a discord. It does like this has I would say this film's story is it's one of those movies that has like a story technically, I guess. You know? Like I guess things did happen. It did have
there's
a story.
something of a spine. It's pretty simple, but there's so much wackiness surrounding it, and then there's a whole B plot that's essentially superfluous, like a vestigial limb. I don't know why it's there. It must have been to tick like some kind of like family box. You know, you gotta have kids in a Jurassic movie.
Well, it reminds me quite a lot of Jurassic Park 3 in the sense that the story through line is pretty simplistic. You go to Island to find a thing, you have to survive Island and get off at the other side of Island, and that's it. And then the only way to really elevate that is, oh, there's a kind of a family arc, so we have that. But the actual thing, I mean, you begin, the ending of Jurassic Park 3 is so perfunctory. It's just like you go through woods. Oh, raptors want their eggs. Give the raptors eggs. We can talk to them now. Fine. Walk onto beach. U.S. Marines.
Yeah.
End. But the family stuff is there to make it seem like there's a bit more of a story than they actually had. And having watched all the Jurassic World films recently now, it's like, it does make
Unfortunately.
Jurassic Park 3 look a lot better. This one is like structurally the same, still has the family thing, but it doesn't have anything like the same sort of dynamism in the characters. So it's just, it's a road movie. It's almost like it's apologizing for the existence of Dominion. This is like the third movie they should have made instead kind of feeling. And
Yeah,
probably
they
yes,
go
because
to
it
an
is better.
island,
But
yeah, that kind of that blueprint. It does feel more Jurassic Parky, I guess, whatever that even means at this point, where you have what 7 movies now or whatever. But yeah, I think I get what you're saying. It felt better in that sense instead of globetrotting to Malta to the underground dinosaur fight pit, you know, kind of.
That Dominion, man. Just, wow, what a
That's
movie.
so
Because, upon rewatches them, right, I still kind of hate The Lost World and 3 as sequels to the first one. The first one is just, like we said, masterpiece. So watching something like those come after them is like, for a lot of reasons. But those two are just head and shoulders ahead of the next generation, which sink significantly.
They belong to old bad,
Yes.
which is a different kind of bad to new bad. We've talked about this before. If it was like new bad, 2015 was the year. Like, that was such a bad year for a lot
Media.
of like legacy franchises. Well, The Force Awakens, Terminator Genesis, Jurassic World, Halo 5. Like, this is all 2015.
Yeah, and so, World is awful. Fallen Kingdom is possibly one of the worst movies ever written. It's remarkably awful, and then Dominion actually manages to surpass Fallen Kingdom. Because at least, I think one could argue Fallen Kingdom, you can see how its flaws got there with incompetence, but Dominion, some of the choices in there, you're just like, what were you thinking? Who the hell thought this would work? And of course you'd be like, oh, we made $1 billion. It's like, yeah, you always do. I don't care.
Well, hell, even Fallen Kingdoms has occasionally interesting shots show up.
Yeah.
That's that.
J.A. Bayona
like,
directed it, who is, as far as I can tell, a better director has a better eye than Trevorrow.
And this time we got Gareth Edwards,
who is not reassuring as a creator at this point.
I think I'm still a bit bitter about the creator. I think that film like annoys me in a very specific way. And he made that. For those of you who didn't watch it, because most of you didn't, and that's okay because it's pretty bad. It was essentially being presented as like, look, it's a kind of like a big budget original science fiction movie. We don't get a lot of those right now. And it's like, oh, that could be cool. And then I watched it, and it was pretty miserable. We talked about it on Cap's stream, and it's just like, yeah, when you go through that movie just beat by beat by beat, it's like, dude, basically nothing works. It's so bad. And I think coming off of that, it's like, okay, I shouldn't expect any. That was like your original idea that you wanted to do, and it was awful. So like, what does that mean when you then become part of a series that has only made bad films except for the first one? Like, yeah, all right.
yeah, I remember being slightly perplexed by all that. It's an original idea sci-fi thing, because there aren't really any ideas in it, and when they are,
exactly.
there aren't any original ideas in it. It seemed like the one thing the creator that Gareth Edwards sort of envisioned for it was like the one striking visual is the giant space station thing hovering over scenery, which is just an idea that Rogue One had already done. So it was like, well, that worked with the Death Star, so we can do it again. It looks cool.
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's just and I mean, and at this point, because he was the director of Rogue One, it's like, yeah, but Tony Gilroy did some rewrites on Rogue One.
Yeah.
So, and Rogue One is like not good. Taken in its totality, unfortunately.
Wasn't that the because there were 2 interviews? Like Gilroy said that the film was basically a corpse before he went in, and then I think they asked Gareth Edwards, and he said no. Like, Gilroy did some good work, but I'm proud of what we did too. I don't
Yeah,
think I
but the
believe
thing
that
is
was, but
that
yeah.
well, I mean, much like with How to Train Your Dragon, the remake, you know, when you've got, I guess, two creators who are involved in a project, and then you see what those two creators do on their own, and one of them makes something way better than the other. You know, it's just like you
Yeah.
gotta
One
wonder.
of you,
Makes
one
you
of you's
wonder.
the anchor. Interesting.
So probably worth doing a little bit of a foundation, like a history of the world, because it's going to get real confusing in terms of what they've decided to do, right? So they created the original park
Well,
in the original
Mahler,
film.
would you say that like what Kevin Feige said? Would you about the MCU? Would you say that the old Jurassic Park movies are more like homework than they are actually watching films to prepare?
I don't even know what I want to go with as a response to it. I just, like it's you know what, it truly is homework in many different ways, but the way I'm sort of aiming at is just how I was going to say, what franchise would this be compared to? And it might be maybe the MCU. It's not quite there, but it would be getting toward there. Kind of like Star Wars will probably end up there with the next set of sequels 2.
John
But
Wick,
just
maybe.
there are so many established world building things to allow their prior stories to take place that they've forgotten what most of them are now. So it's just spaghetti code in a sense, but for the world, because
I gotcha.
they build the original island, original park, done and dusted, film over, and then even rewatching The Lost World, it's kind of funny. The exposition right at the beginning of, no, there was another one with another thing on there that was all meant for this. It's all great, but it's kind of, you know, there's a problem because plot requires Ian Malcolm goes over there and we need to get, what was it, photos to prove dinosaurs exist to get the public interested in trying to help us protect them from other interests or something like that. And so they go there, things happen, la la la. Jurassic Park 3 go back to Nublar rather than Sauna. So that doesn't really interrupt anything. It's where you get to world that things start getting really weird, because it's established, like everything's shut down, but then they opened up Jurassic World in 2005. It ran for 10 years and then blew up in that film, as you saw. Very, very well written. Everyone loved it. In Fallen Kingdom, they go back to Nublar again because there's a volcano that's about to go off and wipe out all the dinosaurs, so they think they should rescue them. Only they were tricked. They're not rescuing them. They're actually capturing them, ready to sell, which still rescues them, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a dinosaur, I'd take my chance.
I mean, they would have had to go. Yeah, they were supposed to go to a sanctuary, but in actuality, they're being sold to crazy gangsters all around the world, and it's going to be, oh my god, what's going to happen? And by the end, that clone girl releases all of them into the wild, which there's so many things we could talk about how that would never fucking. It wouldn't go the way that the films say it does. However, the next film says there are dinosaurs not only having been released from there that are all over the world, but like the DNA structure and code has been given on the black market to basically all countries that have an interest in it, and everyone is now creating their own dinosaurs, and they're just fucking everywhere. It's like a ubiquitous worldwide phenomenon, to the point where people, as we mentioned, are running like dog fights but with dinosaurs.
It is. It's quite funny to think that like 2 proves human cloning is a thing, and 3 proves people would rather clone dinosaurs than humans because nobody else is going to clone a human. It's
Exactly.
just everyone has just been making dinosaurs now.
Well,
and then but you have to forget that exists for this film to function as well, because we'll get to that. But like this plot kind of requires that people do not currently have the genetic code of all these dinosaurs.
This is why I'm bringing this up, because they establish that, but they also start to like run back on their own lore, because the clone girl is a clone of the woman who apparently, when she was her age, who she is in the. This is so difficult to say. She was running Site B on Isla Sorna, and she cracked human cloning in 2000. Was it 7 or earlier?
2007.
It would have been
Yeah,
earlier, right?
something like
Because she had to
that.
crack
It
it before
was-
she creates the clone.
Yeah, because when they
I mean,
play
mid-
some of the
2000s.
videos of her in like
Isn't
the
that
80s
nuts?
and stuff,
In
she
this-
was working on it.
In this universe, they've cracked human cloning in the 2000s. It's just
Well, yeah, they
Maybe it
about a
was
decade
because
before
of,
Jurassic World takes place.
Well, and Henry
I
Wu says
guess-
he couldn't get access to, like, she died and rip, you know, don't know how she did all that. And it's just like, what do you mean? She knew she was gonna die well before she did. She created a clone of herself, and she didn't leave behind any information, research, nothing. Just
Yeah, they have to capture her so
Whoops.
that Wu can get all the knowledge.
A dinosaur ate her homework, is what happened.
Damn it. Well, so it's like all of that is a thing, and then if you watch Dominion's ending and then this film's opening, it is hilarious. Dominion ends with it's so wonderful and happy that each individual dinosaur type is now living in synchronicity with some almost earthly analog, be it like, you know, a
Pterodactyls and the
brachiosaurus.
geese.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, look
The
at them.
Triceratops and the elephants.
And it's only peaceful and it's only wonderful, and they're like, there we are. We live together in harmony forever. The dinosaurs are free and happy, and everyone is happy. Happy, happy, happy.
I can't believe it's like, have you never you know better. You know that.
better.
Have you never ever heard of an invasive species before? No way. No way you've never heard of an invasive species.
Oh, come on. A T-Rex
before.
wouldn't change the ecology of an
Some
area.
of them would probably be okay.
No, dude, camels are like herbivores and they're like not good in Australia in terms of what they do to our ecosystem. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're a herbivore or a carnivore. If you're an introduced species in an ecosystem that can't account for you, it causes problems. Plain and simple. Like, that's it, you know?
And that's
I can't believe
without accounting for like trying to put this in continuity with Jurassic Park 3, which has a line at the beginning where like if velociraptors hadn't been nuked by an asteroid, they would have emerged as the dominant species of life on this planet, not humans. But now they're all over the fucking place and no one's killing them. So what, are we going to be replaced? Great replacement theory, but for velociraptors is what's
You're gonna get us.
I think it does come down to as simple as like if we show a shot of like a triceratops just walking alongside like a bunch of elephants, it's like, oh yeah, that's nice because they're not fighting. That's how you know that a species isn't causing any problems. It's not fighting. Rabbits have never caused any problems ever anywhere in the world.
Well, even though
Like,
we consider fighting and the food chain to be a part of nature, like it's a perfectly functional part of it. It has to exist that way.
Well, yeah, right. Like you're meant to, you know, it's the whole idea of like, ah, man, when you know, like a crocodile grabs like a zebra, it's like, ah, man, you know, but that's nature. That's what happens, you know. Whereas in this case, it's like, well, no, we just want to show, because it would be really awkward to show like a triceratops stomping on like a herd of gazelle. You know, it would be really
well,
weird.
Stringy, remember
gobbling up a bunch of birds.
in Dominion, in the Italian valley where all the dinosaurs are, in the Biosyn Valley, they say that deer are all over the place as a mezzanine species for the predators to munch on. So
Makes
I guess
sense.
it works
But
the other way too.
Some of the films don't even want to deal with as well is you do realize like the dinosaurs that we have found, many of them live at very different times. Like they're not all, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
there's more
was from
time
the
between-
Cretaceous, but like the Triceratops was from the Jurassic period, I think. Like for
See,
instance,
Yeah, I think
There's a
there's more time
degree-
between the T-Rex and the Triceratops than there is between the Triceratops and us. I think I heard something along those
Between the-
lines.
Yeah.
Just to show.
Yeah, between the
I
two.
don't
how
mind that
fast,
so much though, in the
Reporter.
sense that like that's sort of baked into just like how the original film
Oh, wait,
functions
no,
as well.
sorry. I
And like
think
the
it's
partial
Stegosaurus.
explanation, Stegosaurus was a while away
Yeah.
from, most of
Yeah.
it, the predators we see. But like that's all baked into the original, and it's sort of partially explained by the fact that these are not genuine. Obviously, they have been remade using various bits of amphibian and reptile DNA and stuff like that. Not broaching that question for how they can live in this particular oxygenated atmosphere and all the rest of that stuff doesn't bump me, so long as the film doesn't raise it in a way that bumps me, which the original film didn't do. The book did sort of explain, but it, like the Stegosaurus in the book has asthma basically because it struggles to breathe in the atmosphere. But that's fine. I can live with that. It's when a film hypothetically comes along and says, "Oh yeah, by the way, they're all dead now because they can't breathe."
Well, that's where
when
I
it
was
starts
going,
to
of
bump me,
course.
because that's not how it's ever going to be working before.
We have the happily ever after, and then this film rolls up and just says they're all dead. It's like, wow,
That's
clean
right.
slate. And of course, it's the
Really?
simplest solution. You want to get, we got to go to Ireland to get dinosaur materials, and it's like, well, they're all over the planet now. And it's like, no, they're not. They're all dead.
Not. I got him. Yeah.
Which is insanity. In the world that they've created, they've already established that there would be at least a 5-year span where all dinosaurs were all over the earth and they were all fine. You can't say they cannot survive in our environment other than the equator,
have to-
but simultaneously they can live happily for 5 years. Like,
If you
what?
need them to go to an island, then just say that the particular dinosaur that we need, they have only been observed here at this location, and it's protected by whatever, whatever. So you have to go in
Yeah, there are
covertly,
ways
and that'll be like that,
around
like
it.
boom, like that just fixes it. It
But
solves
even
it.
still, there's loads of genetic modification going on all over the Earth now, thanks to all the DNA having been spread to all the companies. So they would just design creatures that are, immune genetically to whatever thing is wiping them out.
But
Create
why
their
would they
own
do that if
parks.
nobody cares about dinosaurs
Well, so that's
anymore?
the
And
other-
yet they also
yeah.
still really care about them because they're really expensive and we keep making them for some reason.
Desperately trying to maintain that. But moreover, right, we'll get to that sort of statement because there's still the prologue for this film. And as it begins, it's like 17 years ago on Isle St. Hubert, I think they say. So it's like Site C, I guess, at this point, for an easier way to refer to it. They've been conducting research experiments, we'll find out, that is all about trying to create attractions through gene mixing and stuff to get to a point where they create a more interesting dinosaur because the public, they're gosh darn getting bored of these dinos. They've made a couple of mistakes here, timeline-wise, as far as I'm concerned. If it was 17 years ago that the facility gets destroyed and all the creatures escape, that means it would be 2008 when that happened. And the Jurassic World Park opened in 2005. So the D-Rex, I don't know if you guys want to estimate, but how long it would have taken for that to have been planned, coded, and then created. Yeah, along with the, he's called the Distortus Rex, I think, but plenty of good nicknames for him. In any case, he would have taken a while to create and to mature. So that means that they would have come up with this Site C project of building things that the public are more interested in within, what, a year of the main park opening? You tell me the public lost interest in dinosaurs after 1 year?
I don't think they're telling you that. I think that they didn't remember when Jurassic World opened.
Well, I'm being generous too, because I think it would have taken longer than that to get the D-Rex to that size and to get the facility fully running with all of those different experiments and stuff. But whatever,
because that's probably version like 87 that they were testing out.
You don't decide something like the Site C program and build it the next day. It takes fucking ages to get all of that up and running. So just nonsense.
Wait, it's not an InGen. Was it an InGen facility?
It's a facility that's supposed to have come right after Jurassic World, so it would
among the original ones.
I'm pretty sure you see the InGen like on a helicopter. That's
and they say it's like part of the original park or a science facility for the original park.
Well, but that
which means it's dual purpose because like the purpose of the Site B in the originals was this is the place where you create and make the dinosaurs and let them go around. So that's Site B. Site C then is the one where they do roughly the same thing, but they create new dinosaurs. Although in Jurassic World, I think the implication is that the Indominus Rex is made in the
presumably
park
would have
already open.
But that's the problem. Jurassic World doesn't know this film exists, so it didn't have. There was no Site C. There was no Isle St. Hubert. That's a whole made up bullshit. Which is why I was getting a little confused too, because I was like, if it's 2008. That's really early for the Jurassic World sort of stuff. And it's like, so is it a part of the Jurassic Park stuff? And it's like, well, it can't be. Because how could it have been functioning in 2008? Well past Jurassic Park was more than shut down like ages ago. Even all the Lost World stuff happening. And it's just like, this can't... You guys are fucked up because like there was just no mention of any of this in the Lost World when that whole film was about how we need to preserve the animals that are currently existing on Site B. It's like, so what about the Site C ones that they admit they abandoned for tax reasons or to avoid telling the bank that they were... Remember that line where it's like, why did you abandon these creatures? And he's like, well, what do you want to do? Tell the bank that your millions of dollar projects are dying? Or something. It was some weird line. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, he said he can write it off as R&D rather than admitting that it's been like
so why did they do that with Site B? Why did they do that with... Like, it's just, what the fuck are you talking about? And... Yeah, so...
And it's the implication then that they own the entire island, because it's 5 deaths of the islands, aren't they, in the Lost World? So now we've got 3 out of 5,
and they're just going to keep making more.
Same chain.
And I'll be honest with you, like, if they wanted to invent all this to get themselves to genetically engineered monstrosity dinosaurs, like, you didn't really go that far with that. There was 2.
No.
And they seem to be kind of potentially normal-ish.
You could easily have convinced, maybe not the D-Rex, but you could have convinced anybody that the Mutodon, which is supposed to be a Velociraptor comboed with a pteranodon, I think. That's what the guys who were chasing them in like the supermarket are. They're mutant dinosaur, horrible inventions and stuff, and it's just like I think any normal audience goer could have assumed they were just real dinosaurs.
Believe it was real.
How
Yeah.
many dinosaurs there are, and
Yeah.
given that there's maybe only a handful of them that everybody's basically heard of, right? T-Rex, Stegosaurus.
Also,
It's
Triceratops,
better to assume that they are like actual real, because
Pterodactyl.
like if you don't assume that they are real dinosaurs, if you do go in assuming, well, this is obviously an evil hybrid that InGen has created, then the obvious question is, so I'm sorry, what the fuck? Raptors? You gave raptors wings? The worst of the animals you already had.
Why are we
worse?
Why are
would
we
you
out here
do
making
this?
hydralisks? What is going on?
well, and
Why are you making the torment nexus?
it's so weird too because it's just like you only had those two, and they're barely in the movie. Those two examples, because even the Spinosaurus that turn up, they say there's like a difference with them in terms of how they're operating, but I don't think there's no evidence and nothing shown in terms of them genetically being different. They could just entering the water is something that Spinosaurus can do anyway. So so in grand total, the whole movie is filled with normal dinosaurs on this horrifying genetically engineered dinosaur monster planet, the island that blah 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 blah, and it's just like you didn't really take advantage of that story wise when you have a CG budget that exceeds fucking God
Yeah,
at this
just-
point.
Feels like the reason
Just
why is
really
just
lean
'cause
into it.
They weren't
Previous
interested in doing
movies-
that.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I just say they weren't interested in doing that, except for maybe one or two, because they kind of recognize it's like, well, people kind of want to see real dinosaurs. It's like, oh, do they? I thought you guys were trying to argue that people got bored of them, but
Yeah.
they don't. People still want to see the real ones.
I mean, I wouldn't be
real one.
opposed to a movie that really leans super heavy into the mutant dinosaurs.
can
if
do
the
it.
premise was maybe a
You can do it.
horror
Absolutely,
themed
you can do it.
version that is based around all like the failed lab experiments of them not necessarily trying to create mutant dinosaurs, but because of all the genetics testing that they have
Everything
to
that
do.
went wrong. This is like the
for-
bin
Well,
island.
there's even a story to be
Kind
made
of,
about
yeah.
why, like, the lead architect of these dinosaurs was particularly fascinated with certain attributes in the dinosaurs, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can do
make
something
it-
about why all of them have something in common, and the more that they figure out about the person who was in charge of this, the better they'll be able to figure out how to counter the strategies that are employed by these dinosaurs.
The thing is that
For
you
instance-
wouldn't
You could have
even
made
need
an alien-esque
that
kind of
far.
movie where they're trapped in an old abandoned laboratory that barely has any power left, while this freaky fucking scary ass mutant dinosaur that's still there in a tank gets out
And maybe it's just
and is
one. It's
chasing
just
them
one
around. It's just
dinosaur.
one. Yeah, it's just one. It's like an alien-esque kind of premise where people are trapped in this facility with this spooky ass, essentially alien monster, and it's set in the Jurassic Park universe,
man,
or
you
whatever
could-
that means now.
See, I would
Like, that
accept
could
that
be
story in
neat.
a different franchise. I don't want to even accede
get
to the
that.
premise that we need them.
I
And
would-
also,
yeah,
you don't
I
need
would
it. Given
agree.
that Jurassic Park 3, when they come across the Spinosaurus, for example, already has an intrigue element that they do absolutely nothing with. There is a line saying, I don't remember that being on InGen's list. It makes me wonder what else they were doing here. Which is basically all the information you need to get a pretty interesting story where you can
Yeah.
introduce new species in a way that's also slightly conspiratorial. InGen was experimenting with other types of dinosaur that they didn't release to the public. Why is that? Well, maybe they're bigger and more dangerous than the ones we already had. Keep them real, but you still have the ability to introduce them in that sort of nefarious way. We don't even need fucking mutant flying velociraptors. There are already flying fucking dinosaurs. God damn it, use those.
No, yeah, and none of this would matter anyway because the people who are making these things don't know how to do tension, don't know how to do intrigue. It doesn't matter what you're using, fucking crazy mutated engineered monsters or not. It doesn't change anything. And that's the disaster we're watching. By the way, really like lack of any kind of creativity. It's like we're combining a Pteranodon with a Velociraptor. It's like, what do you name it? Velocidon or Tyrannoraptor? It's like, no, Mutadon. I was like, well,
What do you call the next mutant?
I was
going
to say, why would you put you don't want to put
name,
mutant in the title because yeah, they're all mutant. Whatever.
Especially if you want it to be like an attraction. Come see the Mutadon. The obviously like they're all artificial technically, but this
Yeah,
one
yeah,
is like extra artificial. This is one that we just sort of cobbled together, and it's like, oh, the mystique isn't really there if you just kind of made it, and it's a human creation. Like there'd obviously be an appeal in the quote unquote real deals, the dinosaurs that really existed.
It's a name that belongs in the Monsterverse. It's not a name that belongs
Megalodon.
in Jurassic Park. It should live
Yeah.
next to Mothra. It
supposed
should
to-
not live next to a Tyrannosaurus. Which is like one of the most frustrating things with all of these is the way that it has been like consistently and more like aggressively trying to court retarded MonsterVerse fans. Is that I hate those movies too. I don't like people who unironically enjoy them. I don't want them in Jurassic Park.
talking
Stop
about-
doing it. Keep them over there.
Godzilla and Kong and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's actually funny to reference that, because that franchise has proven this conversation is fucking over with the whole, people just want a movie about dinosaurs. Can you guys shut up? Like, why do you need story? It's just like, Godzilla -1 killed this. It's over. Okay? We can stop talking about it now. It's like, the film had the monster stuff and it also had real human conflict and substance. Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
It was way
like,
better.
The whole argument of like, no, that's the reason why we like King of the Monsters, because it doesn't have human stuff, not remembering seemingly that the majority of the film is the boring, lame human
The vast
stuff.
majority.
Well,
of it
like
is
they're
human
borderline gonna argue at this point, because their brains are mush, that it's good to have shit human conflict or shitty human characters that no one cares about or are stupid, because that's how you do those sorts of movies. And you're just like, you've overdosed on the slop to the point where you're like addicted.
Yeah, now you crave the slop. The slop
So
is
weird.
a part of your life now.
Like, if you think like how many of the best movies in cinematic history basically do not work with shit human characters, because the monster alone actually isn't enough to carry them. Jaws does not work with shit human characters. Jurassic Park doesn't work with shit human characters. The monsters alone, they are kind of like popcorn or a McDonald's meal. Like, maybe kids will be satisfied with them once, but you will forget them 5 minutes later. If you actually want to turn these things into meaningful movies, the monsters aren't enough. They should be there as the object of like your wonder, and then of the object of your terror. But that has to be expressed through your human characters. Humans are the ones who are your stand-ins. They have emotions, they have feelings, and they have the story more than the monsters do.
We just went through this with Until Dawn. That just came out,
Yeah.
and no one gives a shit. No one
Yeah.
talks about it. No one
I don't even
remembers
think
it.
people know it
just
exists.
Came out.
Like, if you said to the average person who knows Until Dawn exists as a game, it's like, do you know they made a movie for that? I'd probably be like, really? Like, yeah, it came out.
Yeah, it was in theaters and everything.
Yeah, you can't really say much else about it. It existed, I think, and we'll get another one probably. It's gonna be great.
Speaking of great, someone made a logo here. Someone sent me this. They sent a logo for Bio Hitler. They made a logo for the company.
Just drew this while listening.
I think the "We Are Nice" company
That's a good
logo
touch.
motto is really good. We are
For the future. Aw.
It's good.
Bio Hitler. Yeah, there's a lot of great things that'll come from that. I'm sure it won't go catastrophically wrong.
If you turned the tree upside down, though, he'd have the moustache.
Oh, and that's
It would
symbolic
actually be
too,
Bio
right?
Hitler.
Like inverting nature or something. There's a lot of potential with Bio Hitler. Anyway, so we're joining up with this facility at Site C, and of course it's like, well, how is this going to go wrong? It's that moment in the movie, and it's a part of the formula for all of these films. How does the facility just get destroyed through incompetence? And some people make the mistake of assuming that this is just in all of them as like it's stupid. Just rewatch the first one, man. They had to work to get all of these things to calamitously happen at the same time. Mistakes being made that were well introduced and understood, and then having too many events at once that cause too many different problems, and then surprises based on the intelligence of the animals or something that just outplays a lot of human activity. And I will say, there's different degrees of fuckery in all of them. As Platoon mentioned, one of the most notable just moments of wow in Jurassic World is they believe the Indominus Rex has left its holding facility, and so they walk into it. They're like, there's a good chance it's gone. Let's go check, which is the most bizarre decision anyone could ever make. And of course, the fat guy opens up the door to free it. There is often a fat loser in all of these sorts of films. And, we're entering the facility, and it seems to be pretty well operated. Everyone's moving around according to their jobs, and you're sort of sitting... I know, Nedry, right? Like, he made the archetype, but Nedry's a hell of a lot smarter than all these fucking new generation fat guys.
He was a master hacker guy. He was responsible for all this stuff happening on the island for the most part.
And he's part of a multifaceted explanation for why the park fails. as well.
there's
Like, it's
lots
not
of
just that he's a
reasons.
fat loser. It's a so Nedry. Well, the great problem, one of the great problems Jurassic Park has is that John Hammond, who likes to say spared no expense, spares all the expense on his staff. So he has like an understaffed facility run by people he doesn't pay enough. And then because they're not paid enough, they obviously have different interests. Nedry gets in with Dodgen offers him money. So like Nedry has the motive to do it. He has the means to do it because he is a brilliant computer guy. He's able to hack the entire system, but the entire thing falls because John Hammond's personal fault is he doesn't value humans enough. And like it works perfectly. Every explanation you need is right there. And then because the park is over reliant on automated systems, once that system goes down, they have no way of regaining control over it. Everything they had was an illusion. That's the line that comes out in the film several times. Like, it's not just fat loser does stuff. It's
Well, and to undo the
embedded
damage
character.
Nedry does to the system, there's a pretty intuitive solution to it that's like a last resort, which is we reboot the entire thing. But doing that will turn everything off temporarily. It's like, ooh.
And they treat that with quite a bit of solemnity when they actually do it. Hold on to your butts, and they have to do everything, and
Yeah,
it's like serious. Yeah.
Well, there's
It's
that,
full
and
of
then there's the
tension.
storm, and then there's the running a sort of introductory mode with all these different people that you're trying to get approval on in the park
And
at the
you've got
same time.
that those people are going to make choices that you can't account for anyway, like getting out of the vehicles because they personally want to go see what's happening around the park, and
Well,
there's
the
something
park's
you just
already
didn't
failed.
account for.
So like Nedry does the thing which really sets off like the cascade failure, but the park has already failed before you even get there. You get all the little pieces of information which build up together to show you how it's failed. You get the fact that Hammond is careless about his stuff. You get the fact that the velociraptors are there and they are obviously not controllable animals. You get little things like there's one dock and it's constantly in bad weather. Ships can't stay there very long.
Yeah.
It's in a storm system. People can't get there very long. You can barely arrive there via helicopter. Then you get the genetic engineer stuff saying, well, yeah, we have complete control over nature. We've made it so they can't breed, but they are breeding because you've made them with bits of reptile and amphibian DNA that changes sex. It's like there's no one single failure point. So it's not even just that Nedry crashes the park
Well,
with
and
a motive. It's that he just ends a long process of failure.
when the lawyer arrives, right, and he's like, we're being sued by the guy who died, like the family of the guy who died in the opening scene. Because it's just things are already going very wrong, but John is desperately trying to push it toward launch as fast as possible. The film works really hard to have all of this put together. Meanwhile, it's like, so okay, what is the newest generation, the newest version of this story being told over and over again? What's their take on this? And as said, everything's functioning seemingly well and normal. Everyone's in their correct outfits, and the whole place seems very sterile. They're moving through a door to get to a clean room that then leads to another room that's probably where the D-Rex is stored. And I assume everyone all over Earth who knows anything about stories, when they saw this guy approach the door, and he's like, oh dear, I can't use my hand currently because there is a Snickers bar in it. He very cleverly places the opened part of the wrapper, the bar itself. I need to explain this in great detail because it's very cleverly put together. Puts it into his mouth, and so then that releases his hand free in order to approach the door. So with this in mind, like, that's a pretty genius solution. Only the wrapper, it floats away and lands on the floor. Very Final Destination-y in the way that it's filmed. I was like,
Kind of.
why in the world would it matter that there's a Snickers wrapper unless it's going to be incredibly important? That's just how films work. And you're like charging up a sigh, you're readying it in case. But, on he continues, goes into the clean room, and just before the door closes to set that up, the wrapper gets sucked into the room, and you're like, okay, where you go with this film? What could the wrapper possibly do? Like, you really...
What could it do? It's a wrapper.
And I will say, that's the fun part of Final Destination films, I would say, and I look forward to us checking out the new one for a recording at some point. But when they show you a bunch of puzzle pieces, and you're like, what do you think we're going to have happen? You're like, I don't know. What are you going to do? It's going to be some wacky
It's a little bit
nonsense.
unpredictable because sometimes the things that they show are relevant, but sometimes it's all the red herring and it's something that's just like completely unrelated that gets them.
Like Death is trolling the audience. He's like, yeah? You think it's this? Do you think it's it? No.
He's cheeky. He's being a little cheeky fella.
So the clean room completes its cycle, the doors open, and they're heading out, and then starts to close, and we get a really close shot of the door closing, and there's a a suction vent at the bottom of the door, and the wrapper sucks right into it, and immediately the vent sparks, and like a little fire starts to set up, and the thing is just fully damaged, and it creates an error. The doors cannot close. We cut over to like a computer screen, and it says that there's a significant error is happening. Now I don't know. I just assume everybody, like I said, on Earth was just about to sort of kill themselves with this sort of thing. This is the first like significant thing to happen in the movie.
It's like the first scene, basically. It's just the start, and
And-
already we're there.
Here we are. It's say it's remarkable is no, we're not. I guess we're not quite there, because like a lot of people would say, like, what would that do though? Jamming the door on the clean room doesn't really change much of anything, does it? I mean, that's not even the door for the D-Rex's,
'Cause it's-
pen or whatever have you. So why
Yeah,
would
'cause
that do anything?
It's a vent. It's like a sucky vent inside of the bottom of the sliding door, which is a
You'd think it would be
bizarre place to
designed
have that.
to suck things up that are not supposed to be there, right?
Like,
Maybe
well, like in
rubbish
the
of some
door,
kind.
it's-
I don't know. No, it is a really weird. It's a vent that is on the
'Cause it's
edge of a
it's a
door
sucky
closing.
vent.
Yeah.
on the bottom of it's on the bottom of the inside of the sliding door. It's just a vent that sucks things into it,
Weird as fuck.
but it cannot handle a thing being sucked into it.
No, it breaks
It
immediately.
is the architect of its own destruction. This door,
Mhm.
this hubristic door, this fool, this absolute buffoon door. It's one of the dumbest doors in fiction.
Well, and so, because this is written just by geniuses, so it having been sucked up damages that door, which damages the locking system on the clean room, which is processed on the computer as a containment failure, which activates a protocol, which causes security disabled to just show up, which in turn causes a system error, which then prompts a reboot that causes a system-wide shutdown of all security.
So we're off to a pretty good start.
I brought this
I
up.
did almost just turn it off at that point. I
It's
was like, what?
amazing.
Just-
Like, what? I guess that gets the job
it's-
done quick. Like,
Well, I mean, yeah.
I know it's basically the first significant thing we talked about in terms of the movie's plot, and it might be the stupidest thing that happens in the whole film. It's going to be tough to
It
beat that
is.
one.
I think it is. I think it is the stupidest thing that happens in
This
the whole
is
film.
this is we give up.
Yeah.
Yep.
They've given up with the first scene. They couldn't figure out a reason
The
why.
attitude seems to be you don't give a fuck about that. I mean, it's not like the first Jurassic Park makes a big point about the dominoes toppling over, chaos theory and whatnot. It's not like that's kind of a
I actually
focus.
think that some retarded writer, producer, director, whoever would actually say,
Well,
like, this is kind of chaos theory, though, isn't it? It's like, no.
Well, so that's a bit of an awkward thing to deal with because the screenwriter of this film is a screenwriter for the original Jurassic Park.
He
Yeah,
just
but-
wanted a paycheck.
He also did.
Well, of course, he's done
Three,
a lot of
didn't
bad things. He's done a lot of bad things. That's kind of the problem. Is it's like it's a lot of people feel compelled to point out. It's like, well, remember, Jurassic Park is based on a book by Michael Crichton. It's like,
Well, when you got
Yeah.
Spielberg directing,
Yeah.
you just have to assume
Spielberg
that
directing-
influences.
I think Crichton also did the screenplay along with David, what's his name? So it's like you had someone who knew what they were
Yeah.
doing do the screenplay, and someone who knew what they were doing write the book, and someone
Well,
who knew what they were
because-
doing direct the movie.
you look at his later filmography. It's the latest films that he's written for. Jurassic World: Rebirth. Co-wrote with many people Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, The Mummy,
No.
2017. Yeah, it's like, ooh, yeah, and
Oh,
also
no.
he wrote Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's like, yeah,
We got a Ridley
so,
Scott situation on our hands, maybe.
it's a little bit of that
Mm.
because I mean he wrote the original Spider-Man. He wrote co-wrote Mission Impossible, the original. It's like, yeah, I mean, you go back Jurassic Park, obviously. It's like, yeah. It's what we were talking about with it was the guy, the cinematographer for the How to Train Your Dragon remake. It's like, dude, you were worked on good movies, like movies that looked good. What
Yeah.
You had it
happened?
on, you blew it.
A little bit.
Well, yeah.
But, I mean, nevertheless, but this is insane.
They're all
And it's been a little bit
panicking and
crazy seeing people It's been a little bit crazy seeing people defend this.
Yeah, no,
It's
because
people have
I
defended
said it was retarded as like a huge, the whole movie's based on it, and someone in open bar like chat or super chat, I can't remember, said yeah, that's like an over exaggeration. No, it's not. It's like it happens and then it's moved on from. Like, no, it's the whole fucking movie. It doesn't happen without this Snickers wrapper. All of it.
It is integral,
Yeah.
and
mean,
this is
so-
how they chose to do it.
It is the reason all the dinosaurs on the island are free. It is the reason. I mean, I think people might be confusing it as just the reason the Distorter's Rex escapes, but it's not just that. It is the reason that entire island is the way that it is, and that is the island on which the film is set. So, no, it is. It's an incredibly important little Snickers wrapper. It's a big kill count for product placement as well. Because like the last time I saw product
Oh,
placement kill
yeah.
someone was Madam Web, and that was the Pepsi sign, and that was just one person.
Oh, it's the
And he was
Skittles.
the bad
The
guy.
Skittles
He was the
in
bad guy.
in
Oh, yes,
Shazam 2
in
are always the one
Shazam.
that comes because they say the fucking motto. They say she says taste the rainbow in it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've just wiped that entire film from my memory. I don't even remember the
I don't
scene.
blame you.
So it gets
But
out,
yeah,
eats some
someone had it out for
people,
Snickers.
whatever. I think some lady like runs past saying the D-Rex has escaped or something. It's just like you see, it's just that simple. The Snickers bar did the thing, and then they opened the doors to the most horrifying creature they have captured there. What a great system, just excellent. You would think if there was a security breach, there would be a lockdown rather than a lock up. Nope, that
That's
doesn't.
what always happens.
Lock open. I don't know.
Oh, like there's some security-tism that's happening. Obviously, we're not gonna open all of the doors, fucking cabin in the woods style.
You'd
We're-
think, yeah,
We're
there'd be
gonna
some kind
close
of
everything.
immense set of protocols in order to cause all doors to open. You'd have to have like hyper approval.
Even Ironheart got this right.
Man. So, yeah, back to present day, because that calamity happened. It was good that they showed it. They couldn't have just said something went wrong at the facility. They had to show us the Snickers wrapper, which in retrospect, maybe they... You know what would have been... They probably would have been better off if they just said there was a system error, and that was it. We just based it on nothing, rather than the Snickers wrapper.
Don't have the scene. Just have in the briefing for the mission, someone asks, "How did the dinosaurs get out on the island anyway? How did they get loose out there? How come they're not tucked
That's the
away in their
problem.
little?"
This is why
Ah.
you're not. This is why you're not a professional filmmaker. You got to
That's true.
establish the orc Rex. You got to show them early so that people anticipate, so that
Yeah.
they know we're gonna see him again.
But you
Yeah,
could
you're
have done
right,
it in
you're
a
right.
thematically relevant. What you could have done is you could have had a man die of a heart attack and fall on his
From the
keyboard, and that
Snickers.
opens
Oh my
the doors.
god, yes!
He eats a Snickers and dies of diabetes, and then he hits the he leans over and hits the button.
Diabetes
And then
gets
the
him
evil
back.
corporation says,
no,
"Now we
you-
have to
you
cure
got-
heart
you-
disease."
You got to do it like in The Simpsons, where when Homer's gonna blow up Springfield, and then he gets shot by Flanders, and then he falls on the paddle,
The
and
tug.
then he just starts and then he falls down again, and he doesn't land on the button, and then the tongue just pokes out and pushes the button. Oh, you stupid son of a! It's look right, that's like
That's
in
a
the
late game
that's a
one, yeah.
2000s episode of The Simpsons. Yeah, that's right. It was still funny. It was still funny. God damn it. Anyway. Did you like the text in this part?
I really
it's, like,
did.
trying to catch you up with everything that's happened. It's like, wow, you guys weren't confident, because a lot of the stuff you say here is said in the subsequent scenes.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's all just wrong. So, present day, and they say it's been 32 years since dinosaurs returned. Which is like, not really. Because in 93, when the park opens and a handful of people see some dinosaurs, and then it gets shut down through crazy accidents, not really. You could say it's the return in the sense that they've been resurrected, but that should be longer than 32 if you're going to go with that.
Well, before then,
Yeah.
exactly. And if you want to talk about the public first thing, it's like, well, the Lost World, but that was just the one T-Rex that got out.
Yeah, so it's like really it should be 2005, the opening of Jurassic
Yeah.
World. That should probably be where you take it from, but whatever. Says the modern climate and disease have taken their toll and public interest has waned. In just one sentence, they
up.
establish absolute bullshit.
Yeah, because if there's anything that makes the dinosaur less interesting, it's that I have easy access to it potentially. I suppose, and I could go out and get one, and they're available, and I could have a pet, and that just, just obviously the nonsense of people would stop caring about dinosaurs when you're selling a movie in the real world based around dinosaurs, and also zoos are a thing that exist, and that's
Well,
just
not only that, but isn't the end of Jurassic World Dominion that they turned Biosyn Valley into a massive dinosaur preserve?
they
So
do,
they
but they
they,
died.
they have well, did they? But surely that is
Uh,
there because it's climate controlled and everything. Like they
Yeah,
created
but
the
global
perfect place.
cooling.
Oh, global cooling got them, or warming, or one of
Yeah, global
those.
cooling got them. Yeah,
The glaciers
it's a
melted
real
and they all
shame.
drowned.
Yeah,
think of it as putting an ice cube in a microwave
China
with
and
a
India let us
dinosaur.
down, man.
That's what happened. Yeah, and then it says most surviving species now only thrive in a tropical band around the equator. Human travel there is expressly forbidden. So, as retcons go, that's pretty fucking jarring compared to the last movie.
Well, yeah, considering that the ending of Jurassic World Dominion is, look, the dinosaurs are living in harmony, and then it's like, lol, they're dead. They're all dead.
Well,
'Cause Jimmy
there's
Buffett's
that, but
my
like we
favorite
said, there's also
tropical
the
band.
black market stuff. You can't get away with this storytelling-wise. It's not possible. The whole idea is that everyone has access to these creatures now, and that was supposed to be your interesting next angle for a storyline. And then you're just like, no, we're going back. We prefer it when it's controlled into the islands. It's like, yeah, I understand that, but it's a bit late.
That's not how sequels work. That's not how storytelling
Why
works.
didn't they just
You have
make
to-
a prequel based on
I don't
this
see why they
bonus
didn't
fucking
make a
island?
prequel. I wonder if their logic is, well, we don't do prequels in like Jurassic as a series.
Maybe,
They're all sequels. So that's what we do. It's all got to be like set concurrently with, you know, essentially the year that the film comes out.
to help us.
Even though you would think that, if you introduce dinosaurs into the world and they're out in the open, you've essentially created an environment to where you can tell all kinds of different stories about that and how people deal with
Yeah,
it.
of course.
To help us understand visually what has happened to dinosaurs over time, there's a Parasaurolophus. It's the one with the.
Parasaurolophus?
That's the one, yeah. Is a painting of it, like a herd of them, and it's being painted over in white. Like boring. Moving on. Dinosaurs aren't cool anymore. And there's an ad
True.
for.
However, I will say I am with the film in that painting brick white is a tragedy, and if you do it, you should be killed. But yeah.
There has got to be a white brick building that you could be presented with rags that you would be okay with.
Maybe.
There is. Are you okay with white bricks that are white themselves? That aren't painted white, they just are white because those exist.
Like in the
Not all bricks are red.
I know not all bricks are red, but
racist.
Some of them are white.
I guess you could make they would be slightly better, I think, because part of the issue
Why?
with painting bricks white. I'll explain to you. So
Yeah, okay.
one of the issues with painting brick is that oftentimes if you use too much paint or it's not a fine enough paint, it ruins the texture. It makes it flat and gloopy, and it doesn't fill in the texture of the brick itself. So that would be better. And also,
But
a
you
lot of
have
the
it-
times
the
and also
fact
you
that you're
paint over
saying it
the
like that, though, because I can understand the argument against the painting, because I know what you mean when you say the texture. But it seems like the fact that you're saying it would be better if they're white kind of implies that it's still not good
it would
enough.
be it's terrible. I think it looks awful. And part of the reason for that as
So-
well is that when you paint brick, you also paint the mortar between the bricks. So it's all of
you know
it is
what?
white. as
That's
well.
okay. We can move on from the painting to just like the problem you seem to have with the existence of bricks that are white, like in general.
Less of an issue with bricks being white, though I still don't like them generally. Mostly it is you take a house or you take a building that has bricks that are normally a brick color, which predominantly is not going to be the same color. They will be different kinds of a particular shade that complement each other, and those will be offset with the color of the mortar in between the bricks that is used. And then you take paint and you spray it or you roll the paint over it, which creates almost
hold on.
always an ugly building.
I'm okay with moving past the painting. I'm just saying the bricks themselves that are just white. They are white. Not painted white. They're just white.
I thought he was
You do-
rolling the paint over the mural and everything on this brick building.
Okay. Look at that nice sleight of hand that we got going on there.
Wait, No, they have the roller. They're rolling paint over it.
Nah, whatever. That's
Rags is saying he doesn't like
nice.
the color of the bricks, maybe sometimes, but it's mainly the culture of the bricks you hate. It's not necessarily
Part
the
of it.
color.
Part of it is that, but I'm quite opposed to white bricks, particularly when it is just people painting over bricks that were a brick color before.
Like, I just want to again the progression is like, yes, bricks being painted white. That's pretty lame. White
Yeah, it
bricks.
sucks. I hate it.
Like, oh yeah, but some bricks can just be white without being painted. Oh yeah, that would be better. And then
It would be
yeah,
better.
But then, like, you had a problem with white bricks. It's like, I thought we were talking about bricks getting
kind of.
painted white.
Yeah, I can have a problem with both. I have a problem with both.
You made it seem
One is
as if it
slightly
was
better than the
absurd that we
other.
were even talking about the notion that a brick could be white. Not that
No, I
they
just
were
thought about it
painted
for a
white,
second,
just
and
that
I've
they
never-
could be white.
No, it's fine. You could do that. I don't like it.
You
I
can
don't think they
do
look good.
it. It is legal.
It's legal. It's not moral or ethical, but you can do it.
How you doing, Platoon?
I'm good. I'm just trying to imagine. I think there must be a white brick. I'm generally with you on the white bricks. They're dirty, easy. They're just expensive. It's an inefficient.
See, these
usage
are
on
better
them.
arguments against white bricks.
I have no problem with white.
I ain't done with the arguments. All right, I ain't done. We can keep going. For instance, when it rains and all of the water hits the ground and it kicks up the dirt and it splashes, it means like the bottom foot of that white brick house, your ugly white brick house, looks even worse now because it shows all of the dirt that's going to track onto it. Whenever you mow, whenever you mulch stuff up, whenever it rains and it gets all dirty, your house looks like shit. Even more shit than it did before.
Yeah, a long time to make that argument. It only came after Platoon said.
We weren't done. Just to be clear, we weren't done. I've got these in the barrel because I hate these buildings.
All of this
right?
strange confusion about whether we're talking about bricks that are painted white or bricks that are just made white. And
It's
the confusion about
bricks
which one
can
we're
be
talking
made
about.
white.
Centuries of
This
white
was
brick
never in
arguments.
contention.
What do you? It's not about whether or not they could. You acknowledged the bricks could just be white without being painted, and you said that they were better, with the implication that they're still not great. And then when we went back to the topic of white bricks that are just white, you feigned confusion about whether or not that was something that had even been raised. And if we were just talking about them being painted.
thought about it for a second because I don't recall ever seeing that. But then I was like, yeah, you can just do that. That's something you can do. There was no confusion.
Why would you?
I can turn an apple in my head, Fringy. I can imagine a white brick.
I know you can, but you made it seem as if that had never even been brought up, like in the conversation at all, that there is such a thing as a brick that is just white. Not whether it's hypothetically possible. Not what? Yeah, I did bring it up, and then you.
It's hypothetical to me because I don't recall ever seeing one. But then you bring it up, and I'm like, yeah, that's a thing that could exist.
Is it more just like a specific argument against transracial bricks? Is what we're talking about? Like bricks should be proud of whatever color they were born as.
It's that
the
issue is that whenever people do this, it always looks ugly.
We did talk about whether or not they were painted. That's fine, but you made it seem like that's all we were talking about. When I said it more than a few times, the idea of a brick that is just white that isn't painted.
I understand the concept of a white brick that is constructed that way. I don't like it.
That's okay. You don't have to like it. All I'm saying is you made it seem as if that hadn't even been brought up in the conversation when it absolutely had. That's it.
You brought it up. We're talking about you bringing it up.
You made it seem like it hadn't been brought up at all. You were like, I thought we were talking about bricks being painted white, when even I made it clear like more than once.
Because originally the conversation was started by the person rolling over the side of the brick building with a mural on it.
But I tried to move it on to just the idea of a brick being... There's no confusion.
And then I accepted that, and then I factored that into comparing it between the painted bricks. I've accepted fully the idea of the naturally white, quote-unquote, naturally white bricks, and I am opposed to them staunchly.
That's okay. That's fine. It was just you being a little bit sneaky in the conversation.
I wasn't being sneaky. I've addressed everything you've brought up.
Okay. Anyway, they were painting over the dinosaurs, which was a little bit rude of them, I will say.
Agreed. I think we can all agree that I think more places should have murals and art on the sides of buildings. I generally like seeing those. I think they give a lot of character to the area. I am pro that thing.
As I said, I believe it was meant to be symbolic of, you know what, the
you
world's
think so?
moving on.
You think that's what he was getting at, Mr. Edwards?
Oh yeah, he's a genius with that sort of thing. I'd
It
say
was.
there's
This is a
even
bird in the cage. This is a bird in the cage moment. I feel.
I don't even know. Well, because at least the bird in the kid. That's like this
Well,
one
no,
feels
you're saying
insistent
it's bad,
because they
you're
know
right.
it's bullshit. At least with the bird in the cage thing, it's like, yeah, she does want to be free of that planet, you know, blah 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 blah.
Well,
But
I might. I guess now that I think about it, I might say that this is slightly better than Bird in the Cage because the bird in the cage existing just doesn't really make any sense at all in that
that's
world.
well,
Whereas
but
here,
this doesn't make
it
any
makes
sense
sense
either.
that if people.
No,
Well,
it
I guess
doesn't.
no, let me finish. In the sense that if we establish that public interest has waned, which is nonsense, we obviously agree on that, it's nonsense. But if the text is being truthful, then they would paint over it to do something else with the wall. So I guess that makes a logical amount of sense within the context of the movie.
Yeah, but I mean, couldn't one just say the same thing? If the movie's telling us in this world that they use birds in cages, then that visual makes sense.
I think I think I know what you're saying. I feel like it's more which is more believable, that people lose interest in dinosaurs or that Wayland Yutani uses canaries?
I mean,
We're just jumping from one great debate to another, aren't we, here in this Jurassic Park movie?
But what I'm trying to say is that, like, they are insisting with this, like, they keep saying it over and over again. They've lost it, lost it, lost it. It's like, no, they haven't. Stop saying that. It's stupid. It is not natural, and you're having to fight against it all the time.
Force a square peg into a round hole. It's not going to work.
At least the bird in the
they're
cage thing,
still
that's
not done
one
talking
visual
about it,
that's a
too.
part of something that can be perfectly fine as an arc for a character. It's just done so poorly, you know, like so awkwardly. Meanwhile, this is a poor idea done poorly.
He is a bird in a cage, whereas dinosaurs are not unpopular, as evidenced by the success of this terrible movie.
Yeah.
I guess there is a meta component to this one that does give it a little bit of extra juice.
So
Juice.
you also see an ad for T-Rex Tuesdays at the zoo, and I'm guessing that's going to get whited out as well. But I just find it funny because this is all the results of like trying to transition from the end of Dominion, where it's gone worldwide, or well, the end of Fallen Kingdom, to be fair, where it's gone worldwide, and they're like, see, this is what it used to be like. You would have T-Rex Tuesdays at the zoo. Where I was, first of all, nitpick-wise, just be like, why would it be just Tuesday? Or maybe something
Maybe
special.
they got a
up,
special
It's
deal
alliterative.
for
maybe special deal,
Tuesday's
sure, we'll
often
give them that.
Tuesday.
But
marketing.
if that were
Like a-
long enough running, that it was like a fully functional thing that you go and see the T-Rex on Tuesday in New York Zoo, how did they died? It's like, yeah, they just died. You're like, right. But they
Dang,
survived long
how
enough for that to...
unfortunate.
It's just so fucking dumb. Like, this is
There's
what I mean
another,
about, like, the film's constantly having to fight itself on its own retcon, because it's like, yeah, this is the case, but, well, wait, no, not anymore. You're like,
I think
okay.
the more frustrating retcon for me, though, is that the entire point of the original Jurassic Park movie, and to a lesser extent the others, and even to a degree the original Jurassic World movie, isn't that like this can work as an idea, but it doesn't because accidents. It's that this can never work. Like this will never be functional. You will never have the degree of control required to establish a zoo for dinosaurs. You can't do it. So the idea that they did do it, and it was in fucking major metropolitan areas, and they just had T-Rexes in
That
zoos.
shit is...
And the only reason it didn't work is because they got asthma and died. That's fucking retarded.
Well, yeah,
you basically just obviated the entire point of the movie.
The two major startups of a controlled island, environment for these projects were absolute catastrophes. However, when it spread across the entire globe, being run by anybody, anywhere, for any reason, it was mostly fine until they just died from climate.
Lesson, and it's a highly regulated field. All right, they learned their lesson.
But yeah, you're right. It's totally...
They did not spare their expense.
It's not the nature breaking free in ways that man couldn't understand the control of, because it doesn't respect its creation or its how it came to be, sort of. Instead, it's just, yeah, they just died.
They respected their creation so hard at this point, they stopped caring about it. They settled into apathy.
So anyway, a Brachiosaurus broke out of its enclosure as like I think it's the last living dinosaur in New York or something, and
They
it
said
just
it's like the last one in North America. Yeah, the
yeah
last
yeah
living
it's
brachiosaur in North America.
kind of a huge deal, and it wandered out onto the road and just fell down and started to die.
I think they tranquilized it.
Dinosaurs break out of their enclosures in the middle of cities, and you had T-Rex Tuesdays. How?
Well-
no.
What I was most struck by is a lot of people, again, would see this like, oh, this is a really good sort of representation of how the world's moved on. There is a Brachiosaurus right there in the middle of New York, and people are just like, ugh, get out of the way. And it's like, look how
Yeah,
bored they've
because
become with
when
dinosaurs.
When a cat gets onto like a field in a sports game, everybody's like, whatever. It's a cat. And people are, oh, look at the cat.
Well,
Look at
so
him go.
on one hand,
Yeah, it's not like
of
that's not the
course,
most exciting thing about a soccer game. True.
yeah, on one hand, the people would be just amazed by this enormous. It's like a living skyscraper, as I've often found a way to describe these to try and get
huge.
people to understand. Seeing something like that in front of you, especially just when you completely unexpected as well. But then on the other, people who are like trying to get past it, it's like, well, yeah, they probably have responsibilities. You know, and it's like, holy shit, that is a Brachiosaurus that is just laying there on the street, but I have to go to the hospital because my kid's about to be bored, or I have to go to this really important meeting to close a deal that's been worked on for 5 years. You know what I mean? It's just like, nah, they just hate dinosaurs now. You're like, oh, okay. Keep on pushing that film for as long as you can, I suppose. You wrote it in black and white text, and you still having all these references like, no, they just don't care. No, they just don't care. There's about, I want to say 7 explicit references to how the public do not care about
There's a
dinosaurs
bunch,
anymore.
yeah.
They just keep
They're
doing it.
trying to brute force that during this opening sequence. This first like 15 minutes, they really want you to know. Nobody cares, man.
Nobody cares, man. No, absolutely not. And yeah, our POV character for this scene is I'm just going to call him Evilman. He is our, and whether or not you want to, we'll add references onto that. That's more of a commentary on what the film thinks of him. He is Evilman. And he's like, gee, get out of the road. I'm gonna, he's gonna miss his meeting, but it's okay because the person he is trying to meet ends up in the back of his car. It's Scarlett Johansson. There she is. She is.
Oh my goodness.
Zora.
What are we calling her for this episode? Are we
I mean, you just call her Zora. I thought
Scarlett
it was kind of a
Johansson
funny
or
name.
character name or
Black Widow.
You can go
or-
between
That's
any of
fine,
them. I think people will know who you're talking
I was
about.
curious. I was curious if you had a particular.
I do not. I mean, I'm probably going to go with Zora or Scarlett Johansson, I think. But yeah, he had to discuss the mission. So he says my company's developing a new medication, and they have certain needs. And they say you are untroubled by possible legal or ethical implications. Which I was for a second like, okay, so Scarlett Johansson's going to be playing someone who does anything she can for money. It's like that sounds like it could be interesting if we play into that.
Yeah.
Like it feels a little off type for her,
That's what I think would be interesting. Like she's actually kind of playing the femme fatale, but actually kind of like maybe buried deep. There's that shred of humanity, but she's like all business. She wants to get paid, and she doesn't care who gets in her way. She's getting the job done.
Well, and who doesn't enjoy the archetype of a mercenary who says, I don't care what I'm moving, just make the deal, I will do it, and I will get the money, and that's that. And then over the course of the adventure, discovers more and more about the thing, and is like, oh, maybe I'll change my mind.
Yeah, or they'll do anything, but they're like, no women and children, that kind of attitude.
Something
anything
like
but
that.
that.
And so she says, you've called me in, and I'm Spec Ops, so it's got to be covert, and I'm guessing it's info theft. I'm sorry, but I do retrieval and extractions, not heists. I was already
What
just
is a
like,
heist if
fucking
not
hell.
Retrieval and extraction.
Retrieval and
That is literally what it
extractions,
is.
not heists.
Well, there's
All right.
this as a statement, but I was already just like, why don't you ask him what the job is, you dumb fuck? Like, instead of being like, I refuse to do a job that you might have for me. You're like, okay, do you want to hear what job I have for you? It's like, yes, actually, I think I do. So he says it's dinosaurs, and he says they may be through with us, but we're not through with them. I don't even know what to make of that.
I don't even.
No, it just makes
I
no
don't.
sense.
The dinosaurs just. the the dinosaurs who watch their version of the movie, they say the interest in humanity has waned at the beginning of the film.
We've moved to the equator to avoid them.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's that. And she says they're only left in the no-go zones, and they're called that for good reason. You go there, you die, which is another great line, by the way. I was so into the movie already. I was like, yes.
Yeah, so that's what no-go zones
hell.
mean in the dinosaur
Oh
world.
my
Okay,
God.
And so,
awesome. This is good. I like
he
it.
says, yeah, and that's where you come in. And she says, no thanks, and leaves. So I was like, oh, we're doing the refuse the call, I guess, sort of shit. But, what will be what changes her mind? Is it going to be that it's going to change humanity forever in a really positive way? Is it going to be part of the nature of the mission is going to be super safe? Or is it going to be she's part of a big enough team that she has nothing to worry about in terms of legal dangers or, genuine just... The one thing I was thinking to myself is, well, since she didn't even ask how much she'd be paid, it wouldn't be money. Like, that's the point of this. She's refusing outright. She's not even interested in hearing anymore. And so, he has to chase her down and says, did you know that 1 in 5 people will die of heart disease? Like, that's just how it works. And she says, touching, not my field. Like, okay. And then he says, well, we have deep pockets. And she says, how deep? He's like, 10 million. And she's like, oh, okay, then, let's go.
So, by the way, this line here, he says 10 with 6 zeros on it. And then she asks, does that include the 1 and the 10? And the first thought that came to my mind would be, well, no, because then he would have said 1 and 7 zeros. But carry on. All right.
All of it's horrible, just writing wise. It's already so bad. It's like, oh god, because why did you have Evilman appeal to the health of humanity, and then hero of the story who's refusing the call at first say, I don't give a fuck about that, and then he says,
Because
okay, buddy. It's like...
This is the beginning of the film. She has to undergo her incredible arc. I
am working with a bit more information to criticize this. What I'm getting at is that this isn't in line with either of their characters, this series of dialogue, with how they're going to be portrayed in the rest of the film. And then, of course, what a stupid mercenary. She's absolutely willing to do crazy jobs for X amount of money, but she won't hear out what money they're offering. Okay. Why?
She ended up having such a successful career when this is the way that she tends to do things.
And like, wouldn't it be better if Evilman never appeals to the health and safety of humanity? Because now it just makes me think like, oh, he thought that would be a meaningful reason to take the job, even though he's supposed to be the one that we're not supposed to like at all for his values.
The conventional way of doing it is he's like, we will pay you $10 million. And she says, not for all the money in the world, but I do that. And he says, look, this is actually, it's not just the money. This is the moral appeal. And she is swayed by the moral appeal. And then the big twist at the end is that he wasn't doing it for a moral reason. He lied to her about it. He secretly wanted to go and do this stuff for his own nefarious reasons. That's the normal way this kind of thing plays out.
Was Burke, right? Burke is the archetype.
Yes. I think it's not spoiling anything to say that is not what happens, I don't think, but, I guess we'll get there.
It's that shit we get, almost all of this is just badly copied homework. You didn't understand why they did certain things with other characters that you're copying, and you've not copied enough, so now you've got holes everywhere. She says, after the 10 million offer, what's the catch? Which I was like, the catch is you're going to an island filled with creatures that could kill you that's highly illegal. That's the catch. Is it not? I don't know why what additional catch do you need? And he says, in response to her saying, what's the catch? He says, well, it's very illegal. It's like, yeah, she said that already. What's happening? Why is everything written so shit? And she's like, okay, well then let's just not tell anyone. And he says, yeah, well, there's one more person we're gonna have to tell who's in our team, and he doesn't even know it yet.
He's a civilian, he says. I gotta bring a civilian with us.
But he's a civilian who's coming with them anyway. I know he's part of the company, but I mean, like, I don't know why he's coming is basically a part of this, other than the fact that they want more character conflict. Why in the world would he go with them? The
reason is that we're not qualified to identify or describe the animals we're after, right?
I'm talking about Evilman. Why is Evilman going with them?
Oh, Evilman going? Oh, he's going because...
we need a villain.
Yeah.
It's insanity. This amount of money getting shelled out to get this team to do the job, why the fuck would you go with them? You'd be like, do the job. You get the money. You could do the half now, half when it's done. Or you could just be like, no, you get it when it's done. That's the deal. Why is he
He's
going
seen these
with?
movies before. He's going with because he knows that they will have a fit of moral fervor and try and betray him. So he needs to do the cliche villain thing of pulling a gun on them and then not using it.
Ah, I love that twist. That's always fun.
That was a really good twist.
So we cut over to getting the next member of our team, and we're introduced to a museum with like a video playing as an animation. It says the Neo-Jurassic Age has proved lethal to dinosaurs, though some have survived in oxygen-rich areas on the equator, which, as far as I'm aware, is not where oxygen is the richest on the planet. Not that it matters. It's down the line of problems this film is facing, along with all of the retcons they've said, so it may as well just move on.
Again, this is redundant information.
Yeah, the next
we
time
already
they've
have
established this again. Well, they're about to tell us again that no one cares about dinosaurs. It's like, I know, you keep saying it.
It's also like they've gone to oxygen. They've gone in search of oxygen. Jurassic World: The Search for Oxygen is what we're watching, and then but the oxygen is apparently, even though it isn't, thickest around the equator. But the equator goes around the entire world. It's quite big.
It's pretty big.
It circumnavigates the planet, and they haven't gone all over the equator because we can't be doing that for this movie. So there's actually just one really specific island that has all of the oxygen on it, and the rest of the planet
That's all the oxygen. Man, we should go there and bottle it. So yeah, it's the museum is maintained by Henry Loomis, is research man, is probably what I'm going to call him because it's just easier for my brain. And what do you think it references out of all the movies you've seen in the trailer? It's got the when dinosaurs roamed the earth and the skeleton from Jurassic Park, not Jurassic World, which is way more likely to be referenced at this point in this universe. However, this universe is having to deal with the reality of our world, which is that only people only care about Jurassic Park. I'm not even sure people remember Jurassic World's fucking plotline. And it's kind of crazy because that is 10 years old now. You know, when Jurassic Park was 10 years old, it was crazy fucking, like, remembered and considered. I mean, it still is, you know what I mean? It's like, it's 10 years since Jurassic World. No one gives a fuck. Not to say that I'm surprised, because I think it's a really bad movie, but, you know, even by this world that they're creating, they're not bothering to make Jurassic World special. They're just resorting back to Jurassic Park. They always do. And
Which is the really frustrating thing when you're then told by someone, like, why are you complaining about the Jurassic World? Like, it's a Jurassic World film. Of course it's bad. They're all bad. Why did you expect it to be good? It's like, well, why do you think it was made to begin with?
To be bad.
It didn't come from nothing.
So he says, this is Zora Bennett, our mission specialist. And then he goes, what mission? And Evilman's like, uh-oh, like, I misspoke by introducing her as a mission specialist. Or again, just like, why is every line crap? You could have a good one here and there, right? Just one?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Possible, can't be done. Can't be done.
So
it is one of those like really, really rare movies, although they are becoming increasingly common. You could delete the dialogue track from this film, and
it would be better.
You would lose. It would be better, yeah, because you could figure everything they're doing out, and then you could headcanon in interesting conversations. You don't need the dialogue.
What's that thing where you?
But then how else would we know about Scarlett Johansson's partner who died in the last mission?
Wow,
and the
you've spoiled one of the best scenes, the best character scenes. I learned so much in that one. The Rebel Moon scene, so good. So there's this horrible line of exposition, and the only way I can capture it is just read it word for word in the way that Evilman reads it, because obviously Zora, being Scarlett Johansson, she's not really aware of the context of all of this. So he says, Dr. Loomis has been advising Parkogenics Pharmaceuticals over the last 6 months on paleocoronary health. We're developing a new drug, dioxin, derived from the largest dinosaur species on record. The computer modeling suggests it could forestall coronary disease by 2 decades, thinking of what that could do for the world, but also what it could do for what it would have meant for your mother. So sorry for your loss. It is bizarre. I heard this. I was like, what? I just got flashbanged with like a whole paragraph of bullshit. What the hell? They needed to tell us who he is, what he does for the company, why he's important, and then how that work is reflected in this mission that they're about to have to go on, how that leads to those health breakthroughs, and then how that breakthrough would have helped Scarlett Johansson's mother. She's like, what? Don't you think you should break this up a bit? It's like, no, we want to move. We want to get to
They
the
probably
fucking
think it's
dinosaurs.
incredibly efficient, is what they would call it. That's
Mhm.
not what I would call it, because it's like, and it already spells so many problems. It's like, okay, so we're gonna soon learn that the biggest dinosaurs, they had really big hearts, and
Mm.
so big hearts is good.
Good
Like
for
they were very
studying
kind?
heart
Heart
stuff.
disease.
Yeah.
And so, but then like all these dinosaurs were made by man, so you have the complete genomic record.
Mhm.
They were cloned to begin with, so you
Mhm.
could have just made some and solved
You-
this problem.
Yeah,
But-
even if you don't have all the details of their hearts and blood on record anyway, it's like you can just make more. You've been doing it for decades now. Everyone has, so just go right ahead. Do that.
That's why you have to explain why they need to go get these specific dinosaurs apart from their big. Oh, the genetic whatever, or there's a wild mutation that's occurred that we have found that's of interest, and you got to find these particular ones.
I don't even.
Well, even
something.
sometimes like well, we know these dinosaurs existed, but like InGen deleted all records of them. InGen didn't want these going public, so they've hidden them from us, so we don't have their records. So we have
secret
no choice but
lab.
to go and find them because we can't recreate them. There's some kind of blocker that establishes
That's the problem,
we do
though.
actually need to travel.
They're worldwide. There's companies everywhere that would have all kinds of records thanks to Dominion and Fallen Kingdom. It's just too late. You can't put it back in the box. You're fucked. The kind of convoluted story you'd have to write to make sure that there's no possible data or replicatable, even creatable dinosaurs now on record. It's just insanity. Come up with a different plot line. That's your answer, basically. Because this is not going to work. Besides, what research are you doing with these giant dinosaur hearts that's going to like solve heart disease as though it's like cancer? Whereas heart disease obviously comes in through a lot of different potential issues that we know the causes of and the solutions to, but unfortunately humanity is not fantastic on that front. You know what I mean? Like oh, we're going to develop a thing that's going to do. It's very pop sci-fi in that way of just, I don't know, we just need this and it'll do that. Can you leave us alone? You're like,
That's about as simple as that's how simple it is, really, isn't it?
Pretty
It's
much.
like there's the whale brain goo in the second Avatar movie that will cure human aging.
Oh,
It's sort of
God,
that level
yeah.
of
Give you
utter bullshit.
immortality. Yeah, that's
Oh
right.
my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Immortality juice from the whale brains.
They do really
Mortality.
like them sort of MacGuffin goo, don't they? They really do. They enjoy it.
Yeah,
It's like, wow, it's so convenient.
people
The,
really like their goo.
on the front of it
And it
being
has
so
to
much you
be
can do with
goo
it.
because like you can't like the solution can't be well, you know, they have big hearts which cure heart disease, so we can give you dinosaur hearts because they're quite big and you'd need to sort of pull them behind you in a trailer. So I don't think that's what they're going for. It has to be goo. That's what they're after.
they need the goo. I liked it as well when they said these samples, they must be derived from a true colossus as opposed to like a fake one, I guess. Would want any of that fake colossus shit. You got to get them big dinos, and it makes you think like, what about ones that
Yeah,
are
not like
pretty
that
big?
brontosaurus we
I mean,
saw
I was about to
5
say there's a
seconds ago.
brontosaurus outside. He's pretty fucking big, dude. Like, pretty fucking big. I know that the Titanosaurus is the biggest, but yeah, he's pretty
For
big.
humans, we don't have hearts that are that big. Surely brontosaurus will do in
You'd
terms
think,
of R&D.
but they didn't even bother to have a throwaway line for that. Like, oh no, he spent too much time in our environment and it ruined his heart goo. We can't be doing that. Otherwise known as blood, by the way. So yeah, he
Heart goo
says
is sort of bloody.
seagoing, land-based, and avian. The bigger they were, the bigger their coronary muscles, and they lived the longest. Mosasaurus, Titanosaurus, and Quetzalcoatlus. They're the
Which is
three.
already fucked because the Quetzalcoatlus is smaller than most of the land dinosaurs because it's a flying
Well, I was-
dinosaur.
But it
so if
flies.
it's just a size thing, you don't need the flying one. I don't
Dude,
want
it
to
is-
do
Yeah, why the flying
sea,
one?
It's
earth, and
so
fire.
video game. There's absolutely no fucking reason for this other than like, well, yeah,
I
but that's
thought big
interesting,
hearts.
isn't it? It's interesting though. It's the flying one, the sea one, and the land one. Those are the three Pokemon types of dinosaurs. It's like, what are you talking about? What? They're like, hey, shut up. This is cool. It makes sense. It's easy to follow. Gotta get the fly one and the land one and the yeah. So yeah, this is just everything's horrible right now in terms of beginning this story. And it's like, can you at least let us get to the dinosaur stuff? You know, like I could imagine the writer saying that. It's like, you've made it way more complicated than you ever needed to. when you got dinosaurs worldwide, you can create basically any story you want anywhere. Put any dinosaurs wherever you want. But instead they went with this. And I don't understand exactly why, other than incompetence, you know? Yeah, so a drug that would prevent heart disease would be the biggest medical breakthrough of the century. That's what Evilman says. And then Scarlett Johansson's like, and it would be worth billions. And then he's like, well, like, yeah, trillions
He
maybe
says
even.
trillions, yeah.
But I sort of like, was this the riot trying to be like, yeah, see, it's about the money. It's like, well, yeah, it would be for, like, the company would have to do all the R&D, so it would be for profit. You know, you can do the evil corporation thing, but, like, hang on. It's not, you know, best of luck trying to do this in your fucking backyard or your garage or something, because, yeah, it's going to have to be produced. And he's obviously spearheading all of this, and they're setting
Williams
down...
is working there, they could, but...
They're putting all the money down, too. And it's weird because these guys nickel and dime the shit out of their... any given job giver, but simultaneously being like, yeah, you're doing this for the money, aren't you, evil? But it's like, you're doing it for the money. What do you mean? She said it's not her problem about the heart disease thing. Remember? This is what I mean about, like, hang on, writer, you didn't... This wasn't her a second ago. It's the way Drinker put it. She plays, like, 3 different characters in this film at different times. It's really lame they didn't settle on... preferably, for me, would have been the more edgy one, the one that really only cares about the money. Would have been a bit more fun.
Their thinking is like, oh, well, no, it is the same character because regardless of the changing motive, she's generally playing kind of like a sort of snarky, sarcastic, you know, character. It's
generic
like,
every protagonist man.
I'd say that she's maybe slightly less generic every protagonist man than Chris Pratt's like character in the Jurassic World series. But it would only be
better,
only
though,
slightly.
I think he's better.
I think he's better.
He's sort of got an established set of wants. He likes animals. He is a bit of a... he has a personality.
There is something of a contradiction though in like his fundamental motives that feels like it goes unrecognized.
Well, yeah, they needed to address the fact that he was facilitating with great assistance a park that he considers immoral. They needed to get to that, and they never really did. I think it gets brought up as like part of the problem for good old Heels' character, but no one fucking likes her anyways. It doesn't matter. With him, it would have been a way more interesting conversation. The problem here, though, is as far as I'm concerned, Scarlett Johansson's character, they're like desperate to tell her she only cares about the money, and then just instantly flips by the time you hit the next scene on like, no, this is a good cause.
Obviously, they want to do the arc, right? They want to do the arc from I only care about me to, you know what, maybe it's good to occasionally be somewhat altruistic. But it's like they don't realize, oh wait, you need to like spread that out across like the movie.
I genuinely, like, that probably was the idea, but when you start getting more and more references for it, the whole like I do this just for the money stuff is mostly dropped. It's only referenced as like a joke, but when the movie continues. Remember when they're like, oh yeah, we could do this and save the world, blah blah. She's like, yeah, but I don't get much money in that scenario.
Even though they do, like, she has to only be doing it for the money, because why would she do this? Why would
there's that opening scene for her. It's very explicit, definitive. I will not do it to help people. I will do it for lots of zeros. It's like, right, okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that even though it's like it's an element that's dropped, all of her actions would have to indicate that she's doing it for the money. You know?
Well,
of course she is.
She does go... This is what I mean. Like, we flip her, but she is going to flip back eventually. Remember when loads of people have died and the mission's almost over, and then she's just like, look, we need the money. We need the money. That's what I mean. It's like, oh, we're doing that again. Okay, cool.
We need money!
Yes, they need blood and tissue samples from living subjects, and she's like, we're taking them while they're alive? And Science Man says hemoglobin oxidizes almost immediately after death. Which I thought was a funny line, because it's like, yeah, almost. Meaning you could kill them and take the blood sample. That's very much possible without it oxidizing, because as long as you do it quick enough. But the other alternative would be to obviously sedate them. And then it'd be like, right, so before we set up to leave, make sure everybody is trained and ready to use sedating, you know, weaponry, right? And you can figure out whether or not you're going to take live fire sort of stuff, which I would very much recommend. But surely as part of this mission... Considering you're going to an island full of dinosaurs, you're going to need everyone equipped and ready to deal with them, is kind of where I was going with that. Them saying they need it from live specimens is not too much of a problem to overcome because you can effectively kill a dinosaur with all of the different things they've established across all these movies about. Remember that thing they shot Blue with? The like just nukes. Well, they actually shot Blue with a real actual gun at one point. I don't even want to reference Fallen Kingdom.
Pistol.
Point being, they had toxins that can just nuke a dinosaur straight away into sleep mode. So bring them is kind of where I'm going with that. It's probably the best thing to do. And yeah, they say, "Come on, Dr. Loomis, you're coming with us." And then he says, "What? Me? You're super rich. Why don't you just send an army?" He says, "The fewer people that know about this, the better," which I think is acceptable for a hack writer. But of course, I'd be like, "Well, wait, this is a complicated and dangerous mission, and you're already bringing plenty of people on that can spread the secret, so to speak."
We're not
but
in the company
ultimately,
to begin with.
yeah, but really, if you have more men, they don't need to know it's got anything to do with the heart shit. You can compartmentalize all the information.
Just samples. Just getting some samples.
You don't even
here.
necessarily have to say that. You just be like, "We're going there for X reason. You don't need to concern yourself with it." You know what I mean? Like, just shut the fuck up. This is you're being paid lots of money to keep this secret. It's just standard sort of thing. The amount of people you're taking anyway, you may as well take your own company's men as opposed to people you don't even know or trust. But sure, we'll just remember, like he says, we can't really afford to take anyone extra, but then simultaneously is happy to take Mahershala Ali
Here's
and all of his
$10
men.
million for you.
Yeah, I don't really get that, but okay, it's just to make sure we can't have any more people because the team is already enough. There's way too much for Gareth Edwards to handle in terms of characters, so we'll just stick with these fellas. Anyway, Dr. Man doesn't really want to come, and so how are they going to convince him? And they say, "Hey, you ever see a dinosaur in the wild? Not in a theme park or around town. I mean in its natural habitat. Because until you've done that, you're just a guy who visits zoos." And I don't know about you guys, but I got a full sense of... So the original draft just had, "You've never seen a dinosaur other than in bones, it's time to see them for real." And then they remembered, oh wait, they've been around the
They're all
world
over
now
the
for
place.
like forever. Yeah, we can't really say that. So what do we do? It's like, well, you've never seen one
Natural habitat.
in like a jungle. So
But you could easily have done that, and if he's that
something.
interested, he would have done it. It's because what counts as a natural habitat? These are unnatural creatures. The islands they're going to are no more a natural habitat than anywhere outside of the city he's currently in is a natural habitat. But if it looks more naturalistic, he could have just walked out of the city and gone to the local woods and seen a dinosaur in natural habitat.
yeah, I didn't really buy this because he would have been. He said he went to Jurassic World as a kid, so that means he's been seeing the shit out of dinosaurs in all kinds of environments, doing all kinds of crazy shit. The idea that's
He
like,
said,
yeah, well,
until my interest waned, I was an avid park goer.
sure was. So yeah, he's just like, wow, what a great argument. I will go to. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, makes sense to me. Because he's like, well, to be fair, he doesn't just say yeah. He like agrees at the end of the scene, but something between then and there, he says, "We sold
It's
a
a funny
dozen.
joke.
We sold a dozen tickets last week. 5 years ago, you have to wait in line for hours, but nobody cares about these animals anymore. They deserve better." That was a really weird thing to have him say there and then, because that has nothing to do with his motivation to go to the island.
Yeah, it's like there's a sliver of how he needs money, or he needs something to invigorate interest in the park or in his museum.
what
But
if
I
you
don't
had
know
him
how
say, like,
this mission would do that.
if this technology works, then it should be known that dinosaurs are the ones that saved humanity, and that would do wonders for their like the way humans think of them or something. And that I think is important. Like, he could have said something like that. No, he just says, "Kind of sucks that no one cares about dinosaurs anymore, so I will go." Huh? Those two things aren't connected, but sure. But you liked the Altoid joke, did you?
It was a really good one. To be in my defense, it was really good, and I think one of the things that make it so funny, it's the excellent comedic timing and the sound effects.
Well,
It was
they,
awful.
Yeah. They bring it back, though.
It was like all the humor. They do bring it back, right? Yeah, when they see the
That's how funny it
Bigosauruses, yeah.
was. They were like, we gotta go again.
They knew they had a real banger on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know, something's up here. They hate Snickers, but they really like Altoids. Something's going on.
Well, I've seen people
What's going
point
on
out
here?
there's a lot of product placement in this. And it's like, yeah, I guess,
Yeah, a lot of Dr. Peppers and
expensive
stuff in the
movie. You got to get
convenience
all of it
store.
in. Yeah, there's like
And I
that.
think it seems appropriate when you're in the convenience store to have all of the brands and stuff.
It's a good excuse.
Yeah, that's a good excuse. Like, but it's the specific ones that are kind of just like that just sort of pop up that are always like, eh.
Lots of
And you
people
can always get away
snacking in
with
this
it.
movie on assorted products, which is, it's whatever. I wouldn't care if the movie was really good, obviously.
Yeah, I wouldn't care if it was good either. I mean, sometimes a good product placement is really just if it's well disguised and executed well, it's just immersion as far as I'm concerned. A real brand in this, in this world makes it feel real potentially.
Yeah, like
It's like
the
Blade Runner when you see
advertising,
the
but
big
yeah,
like
Blade Runner,
Atari and
exactly.
Sony things on the wall. You're like, yeah, because it's cyberpunk. Yeah.
Anyway, we meet Mahershala Ali, who is the captain of the ship they're going to be using for the mission, and he's a good friend of Zora's. His name is Duncan Kincaid. Probably out for Kincaid. He's one of the more tolerable
Duncan
characters.
Kincaid is a good name.
She just describes him as he's the best at moving people and things in and out of places where they shouldn't be. And they do a little back and forth where they're like, "Oh, the mission can't. It's not going to happen. Can't work. It's not for me. It's not going to take." And then Scarlett Johansson's like, "Just double the money, and then maybe he'll work with us." And the guy's like, "Wow, you guys planned this. So fine, yes, okay, double the money." And they all agree, like, "Ha ha ha." I was just like, "Wait, what are you guys going to do if you just said no to that?" Because that's fucking crazy,
Triple
right?
the money.
10 million and then double.
Presumably, like if he
That's
just said
almost
no,
20 million.
I mean, they could have said no and should have said no because, like, he's an expert at getting people
Find
in and
someone
out of
else.
places. The only thing that he does to get them in and out of a place is crash a boat, which
Yeah,
anyone
he
can
only
do.
he just goes there. Do you remember, by the way, very specifically about his fucking talents? He says we're just gonna basically go like beeline for the island, and the guy's like, "Oh, whoa, like what about government patrols and stuff?" And he's just like, "Yeah, there aren't many. We'll be fine." Like, oh,
But
He says
the
there's
argument
not
is
many.
that they don't need them because you'd have to be an idiot to go there. So it's a government-controlled zone, which is why nobody's gone there.
It's
But
the
also nobody's
Kenobi.
gone
It's
there
the
because
Kenobi
it's
thing,
dangerous
yeah.
to go there.
It's
What?
the Kenobi thing. Our base doesn't have like shields because people would be too crazy to ever attack us anyway. So we don't have to have a reason
But
for why they would be crazy in the first
that
place.
is the full extent of his expertise. We will just go there because we can. It's like, oh, thank goodness we hired you. Like, who else could have pulled this job off? Holy shit. But anyway, like I said, I would have found it more interesting if he had just said, "No, actually, nah, we agreed on 10 million. I'll find someone else. Like, this is bullshit." But no, he just says, "Yeah, double the money. Cool." To the point where I'm just like, would you just triple it? Quadruple it? If I were there, I might be wondering. It was fucking easy to get that much.
Maybe the evil guy in the movie is just really that committed to curing heart disease because he's a dick.
I thought you were going to say he's so committed to evil, he wants more people to have more money to do evil things with.
Also that, I mean, that could be it too.
He's like, you better
the
use this for
horseshoe
evil.
theory of evilness has wrapped back down to charity. So
yeah, because he said we're going to go up toward Barbados to avoid government patrols, and then when they get there, they're like, "There's hardly any anyway because no one's that stupid." It's just nonsense.
But even if they, why are there no government patrols around Barbados specifically? It's an surely if
No
there
one would
are
be
them,
crazy
they're
enough to go to
surrounding the
Barbados.
island.
all right, no one would be insane and mad enough to go to Barbados.
Well, probably not since all the dinosaurs ate all the tourists that one time. I guess not.
Like, it's sorry. There's no point even. Obviously, there would be patrols. Obviously,
They told us that was the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like all the dinosaurs are dead. All the governments are protecting them in this area, and that is now the case. There's patrols everywhere, and you're like, okay. And then like, actually, there isn't. You're like, stop doing that.
I wonder if it's just because like when they're making the film, it's like we don't want to set piece against like other humans. That's not what people are here for. It's only interesting if there's a dinosaur. So like, let's not bother with that and have them encounter people. We'll just have them encounter a dinosaur.
That would have been his way, or the film's way of showing his expertise and why he's a part of this. Like, yep, there are patrols, but we know their routes. We know the openings in their line. Plus, my boat is extra special. It has a little do thing on it that blocks radar. So this is why I am so valuable, and here is why you need me on the team. Instead, it's just I could sort of drive a boat, kind of.
Badly.
Can't even.
I don't. I feel like I feel like I could do a better job, and I don't want to come across as seeming like prideful, but I feel after what I've seen, I could do a better job than he
Rags,
did.
you
That's
consider
crazy.
that when people are in stressful situations, they become completely irrational. And so you don't know. This
No,
is
I haven't considered
storytelling
that, but I know
magic.
that
Here
Hollywood
Rags
writers
goes
consider
again.
that
Oh,
all
just
the
because
time.
I wouldn't do that in this scenario. That doesn't make it a flaw. He can be a retarded clown. That's you just let him
I don't think
be.
you meant, I don't think you're meant to. I don't think you're meant to perceive him that way. But
What?
you know,
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Also, when
It's some media literacy, Mahler.
when I said he, you have
Yeah.
no idea which character I was referring to. That's the magic of this
well,
movie.
that's right. There are a few
It's the
different
magic of the
characters
writing.
that
That's right. Yeah.
satisfy the criteria of clown in this film.
So, yeah.
I'm seeing double here. 4 crusty. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No, that's fair. The other thing I wanted to mention about the whole patrols are totally there, but also totally not there. We also get established, like, in about, I want to say 10 minutes from now, that apparently 50,000 potential boats filled with families going on vacations are also in this area.
Yeah, that's another
It-
bit of info. Which you know, I feel like it would contribute to there being a lot more patrols.
You'd
if that's
think.
Like,
You'd also if there isn't any patrols and there's that many just civilians wandering around, wouldn't governments actually be interested in actually kidnapping the dinosaurs at this point, or doing whatever the plot lines in the other fucking films have been? You know what I mean?
The interest in dinosaurs has
basically-
waned.
well, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because this film is yet another instance of evil corporation wants dinosaurs. It's like the reliable strategy they go for with every single film, and it's present in this one. Yet they still don't feel like they need to explain. They don't feel like they need to account for no government caring about that when it's only ever caused problems every single time, and every single time something's gone wrong related to dinosaurs in this universe, it's basically in one way, shape, or form corporate espionage in one way or another.
I
Even
got
in the
the
first film.
Actually, it does happen at like the end of the book. The Costa Rican government basically nukes the entire island because dinosaurs keep getting off and eating babies there. Like it's right next to a pretty heavily populated country. Governments would care because these animals cause massive destruction wherever they go.
Crazy.
I
Yeah, I
got
mean, of
the
course yeah, of course they would care.
Do you like I got this with Dominion a whole bunch, and I got this with this to a lesser degree, but the idea of, well, the pharmaceutical bio corporation, they have to be like a cartoonishly evil, super mad group of people. Like you just have to do all the businessmen with the group and all their interests, that it has to be evil. You can't even have like a realistically non-ethical company, I guess, where they're like greedy and they take risks, but they're not like super evil, and that's just the plot every single time. Uh, Contagion, that movie, I don't recall there being evil companies or anything in that movie. It was just like here's a thing that happens in the world. How does everybody sort of react to it, and how do people deal with the problem? That being a viral outbreak.
I mean,
And
we'll
I thought
get
that was
there. I don't think there is an evil corporation in this movie, but the movie thinks
Yeah.
there is one, which is
well,
the
it,
important thing.
well, it portrays the businessman guy oftentimes as being like clearly the evil villain man with the gun and the way that he talks.
By
and
extension,
We'll go
that is
over
the
it.
corporation.
Yeah,
By
when
extension, that's the thing.
yeah,
we get to each of
But, like,
his
when-
scenes, because like I don't think the movie does a good job of making him evil corporation man.
no, it doesn't. He could be he but
Yeah,
you get
again,
what, but you could
Burke
sense what his
is-
role was supposed to be. Yeah, Burke and
Burke is
Aliens
brilliant, like the
obviously,
way
like,
that
the
they
go-to.
build him up, especially being that
Yeah.
he's like the one guy we think is kind of trustworthy in the beginning of the film, all the way to the end where everybody is basically working together to win the day except for him, and he's like the actual villain of the film to an extent, right? Like it's weaved really well. How his language changes over time, all of his investments, and then how everything slots into making sense in terms of what his ulterior motives were. Even him being there is like, and all the things he said to Ripley at the beginning of the film, they can get recontextualized in terms of what his goals are. We don't do that anymore. We just do, nah, he's evil. Like, is he? Okay, yes.
No, evil businessman is evil.
Um,
His business.
we got another character to add to our team. Introducing
Yes.
Bobby Atwater. You guys all remember him, Bobby Atwater, don't you? Bobby, yes.
I just
They
remember it
call him
being
that
really funny
because
because
he
like
dies at water.
he dies at water, and it's his only character trait. What is he? He's at
is at
water.
water.
He's on the sea.
Um,
You mean the Rebel Moon guy?
Rebel
Yeah.
Moon Man, here he is.
Oh
So
fuck, really? I didn't even.
Yeah,
Which one?
He's the bad guy.
he's
in
the
Rebel
bad man
Moon.
who
Oh,
is the bone cane thing. He fights her twice with lightsabers
He gets
as
fucked
well.
by tentacles as well, which
Yes,
is just
that.
because of course he does.
Yeah, so they introduce him, and I consider this important because there is barely anything for this man in the film. So it's just like I want to work with the writer, creators, whatever, on what I was supposed to think. So first shot you see him, he's playing with a bunch of kids, like happily, entertaining with them, messing around, and then it's like, oh, here he is, he's our security man, and then he makes a joke about how
he's gonna be our Chris Prattian character potentially. The kids kinda like him. He's a cool guy. He's obviously very handsome and rugged, and he has that look to him. And all right.
And he says,
Cool.
I don't think we can do this job. We're gonna have to maybe, and then she says, no, we did that already. And he goes, oh, okay. Like clearly already in sync with them as a friend, and they want to portray that he's a pretty chill and cool guy, and he's gonna be security. So I was like, all right, hopefully we can have at least someone who's somewhat I was about to say have someone incompetent, as though that's an upgrade.
This movie's version of incompetence would be a competent character.
Yeah. So wonderful stuff. Who knows what'll happen with him?
No clue. I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, and then so as a result of being with this team, we get 2 extra characters. Our last 2 for the ship crew anyway. Leclerc and Nina, which I'm sure everyone knew the names of these characters 100%.
I did, because I just as soon as I saw them, it was like Dead Person 1, Dead Person 2, and Dead Person 3 have just joined the crew.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah, when you start to realize that none of these people have really gotten any characterization whatsoever. The first one surprised me. Atwater. I was like, oh, okay, I guess he's done. I didn't expect that to happen, but it's not like a thrilling surprise or subversion. It's just like, okay, he's gone now.
It's just when you're watching these films, particularly when this series has been so bad. The reality is, in the first Jurassic Park movie, you're not really in any position to know really who's going to make it. It's there's a degree to which you can make assumptions, but you don't really truly know.
So you can guess the kids will probably make it.
Yeah, kids normally
they're
will.
basically safe.
But they do a good
That's why we
spread
have
for the
so
other
much respect.
characters.
Yeah,
That's the
That's
thing.
why we have so much respect for when they kill kids. Like when Evil Lurks, when we were watching that, and the kid gets fucking mauled by the dog. I'm like, oh shit, props.
More
that you
kid
were
killing
willing to do that.
would make things better. There's lots of movies that would be improved by it. But like Jurassic Park, it gives you obviously seemingly the most competent person dies. Muldoon, who is he is the hunter guy. He is the one who knows everything about these animals. He dies. So that's kind of there to tell you that basically no one is safe. You might have in the back of your mind that some people are probably going to be safe. But by killing a good mix of people, like fat nerd guy dies, lawyer dies, most competent man on island dies, Samuel L. Jackson dies. It's like anyone could die, so you are invested in. Also, the fact that they are all characters before they die really helps, which doesn't happen in this movie at all.
I guess. Yeah,
hey, one of them speaks French, kind of.
The point in this case is that it's pretty easy, right? Right at the beginning, it's like Zor is 100% safe, obviously. The scientist man is obviously safe. And it'd be like, what about Mahershala Ali? It's like, well, if we already recognize that we have Evilman, who's definitely going to get eaten by a big bad dinosaur right at the end, as well as the 3 people of the crew, it's like, oh, you're here just
the nameless
to die.
people.
And then we have a whole bunch of other characters we're about to get introduced to, where 3 out of 4 of them are obviously safe, and the longer the film goes on, you realize the 4th one is also safe. Then it's like, oh, well, then it means you've only got one character that you're meant to really like, or who is in a position to die, and you're like, oh, so Mahershala Ali's character is doomed, right?
I would say that's strong logic, along with there's a whole bunch of dialogue references where they're clearly setting up that he's going to die.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's literally the McBain thing of like, yeah, well, it's not exactly that, but any character who ever looks at a photo of their family, it's like, man, you just signed your death warrant.
Well, how about a person who says, "I refuse to die in the jungle"?
Yeah, that's one where it's like, feels like you. I mean, anybody who's got any unresolved problems, it's like, well, that can lend credibility to in much the same way that, you know, like in the McBain one, you know, the boat called Live Forever, right? It's like, yeah, if you set up that a character's got everything going well for him, then you can have that happen. But also, if
That's
there's a
because I
character
was
who's got
pretty
some
sure.
unresolved trauma,
I thought Mahershala Ali was not going to die because this is the kind of film that if he was going to die, he would have had the scene on the boat saying, "This is my last mission. After this, I'm going to retire. I'm going to go and enjoy my life."
that's
And
right.
that's
Yeah.
I
it.
actually
Like,
think
one
he's-
mission from retirement, and then you know
Well,
he's
he's
dead.
the
I
character.
feel like even Gareth Edwards knows to not do that, but has his own like versions of everything being shit. Because that is the meme, the one day from retirement or whatever the fuck. Like everyone knows
2
that.
days from retirement. Yeah.
Well, a week even. There's all different versions. I'm just saying that like that's one that everyone knows not to do anymore unless you're doing a parody.
Pretty much.
But like, what's the
He
new
would have either
version?
made
And it's
it all
just
the
like,
way
well,
through.
there's all these different like tells, and he has plenty of them in the film. And
But
they
then
they do work
this
to
is a
make
movie
him
that
the most
begins with a
likable.
Snickers bar destroying an entire park. So like, I don't know how much above parody it considers itself.
I don't think he would have. He probably thought that was
I
pretty
think
cool.
he thinks he's done a pretty good job. I
Yeah.
would say. I do believe that. I think he's pretty pleased with himself with this movie.
Well, it's made a fuckload of cash already, so I guess he has.
Sure did. Yeah, so anyway, you know, we need some more exposition for how this mission's gonna go, and he says the good news is the Mosasaur was tagged in captivity, and InGen continued to track it after its escape, and we've bought their data, so we have all of that when they entered Chapter 11, so we can track it. I was like, well, wait, if they had the Mosasaur tracked ever since 2015, how the hell has it been free this whole time, killing people? Did they never deal with it?
Yeah, you figure that somebody would be like, "Dude, you got to get rid of that thing." Like you're telling me
It would
that
be
there's just this
relatively
crazy
simple
base-
too. Just track it and
Of course.
shoot it. That's it.
Yeah, drop a
Yeah.
death charge on
Well,
it.
and the thing is, they're like, "Oh, but it's big." It's like, yeah, whales were big.
German
and, like,
U-boats are big, and we dealt with them.
We dealt
Let's
with
like,
them.
come on.
But again, it's just like you can't
Right.
just establish they can track it wherever they want, whatever they whatever, it's fine.
And you know what it would be though if they had something where a submarine goes after it, just through inexplicable bullshit, the
Yeah.
submarine would get destroyed.
You know what it would be? It would be
like,
a rogue AI on the submarine would crash it and simulate them crashing themselves.
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Yes.
That would make a pretty awesome movie, I'd say.
Maybe
They'd
it's
be like,
supposed to be
"Oh,
like this is an evil company bought the tracking data and it didn't share the tracking data with anyone who might want to stop it because some evil guy somewhere in a business suit said, there's an opportunity in this, and so he just let it kill people because evil corporation business. Although why you would buy the tracking data and not buy the heart data, I don't know.
So then, for some reason, they bring this back up. When I was like, "Don't go anywhere near it." Seriously, Scarlett Johansson's like, "Why didn't they survive anywhere else?" I was like, "Oh god." And the dialogue is so funny. At first, he says, "Well, the air is different. The solar radiation, it's different. The insects, the vegetation, everything, it's different." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" It's like, this is the best you can do. It's different. And then he says, "Well, the equator kind of mimics the climate of 60 million years ago because it's warmer and richer with oxygen." That is the most we're getting on that. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised they even bothered to bring the subject back up. It's like, guys, just stay away. It's stupid as fuck, and you've already said that, you know, that's the way it is, moving on, sort of shit. Anyway, they say there's an abandoned complex, and it went down from an accident, and it is by no means a controlled environment, which prompts Mr. Atwater to say he has neurotoxins, and they act within seconds. So, you know, there's me thinking like, oh, well then, won't be any problem, will there? Everyone should probably be ready and willing to use them, not just one guy. I hope that the one guy who knows how to use them, nothing happens to him, and that nothing happens to all of their ammo supplies either. That would be silly. Bad. I think we're fine.
So then they nicked it from the Lost World, right? Because they have the same neurotoxin device thing, but only Eddie uses it and he dies and he doesn't get to use it ever, so it never actually functions. It's just sort of a recycled plot beat.
I don't like being reminded about Eddie.
Yeah. Wow. You've told people right about Eddie and the trauma.
Oh, I must have. It's borderline a meme, I think. I mentioned it many times on Open Bar. I must have mentioned it on EFAP. Rags, you know what I'm talking about when I say Eddie, right?
Yeah, from Jurassic Park 2.
Yeah. No, I mean like in
Just-
terms of a meme for me, or just because you've seen the movie, or
I don't think I do know the
no way.
trauma.
well, okay. I
Alright.
mean, I don't mind doing it quickly after. So just appreciating the artwork here, beautiful.
This is very good. I like how Bio Hitler's dinosaurs just all have the mustache. That's how you can tell it's theirs.
Beautiful. So, yeah. So the trauma, so to speak, is just the Lost World was that 97 that came out?
Yes, I think.
Thereabouts.
So, obviously, I didn't watch Jurassic Park the day it came out because I would have been maybe a handful of days or months old. But I've always known it like
Real fan would
forever,
know.
sort of thing, because I would have been shown it pretty early. And The Lost World is quite an exciting film to watch because it's the next one. And oh boy, am I ready to repeat, the experiences with new stuff that I got out of Jurassic Park. And even as a youngin', I was like, I don't think I like this movie that much. But there were many elements of it that are pretty cringe, like the gymnastics defeating the Velociraptor,
Ooh.
or countless idiots making countless idiotic decisions throughout, and like everything being retconny and nonsense, but obviously to a much lesser degree than where we're at right now. In any case, Eddie is a character who's just casually introduced as a guy who's going to be helping out with the mission, hired presumably by Hammond and InGen and whatever have you. You don't get much on him. He is played by Richard. Is it Schiff? No, what's the guy? He's the guy who played Odin in Ragnarok. I think it's Richard Schiff. And perfectly normal performance, doing everything he needs to do.
I thought you said that, and I thought you meant Anthony Hopkins, and I'm like, oh, right, other Odin in Ragnarok.
Yeah, the other Odin. The most notable aspects of him, right? The first significant decision he has to make is when Julianne Moore's pissed off a bunch of Stegosaurus and they're running around, and Ian Malcolm tells Eddie to shoot them, and he hesitates and says they're just protecting their kid. Like, he feels guilty about the idea of shooting them when it was them that disturbed all of them in the first place, like, because she's fucking around. And then there's a scene where they see all the hunters have come in and they're capturing, with any means necessary, all the dinosaurs. And our team of heroes is shown to be very sad watching it happen because the dinosaurs are getting quite abused in the process. And they deliberately have a shot of him showing that too. And then he's organized all of their tech and their communications, make sure everything is working for him throughout the film. And he even organizes this little perch he's created from it's like a controlled thing that puts you high enough that no dinosaurs should be able to get you, is the idea
High
for it.
hide, right?
Yeah. But the idiot team have taken a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex in order to try and help its leg is broken, and they didn't anticipate that the T-Rexes might be pissed off with doing that. And so while they're trying to heal it, the T-Rexes arrive outside of their big camper van thing, and they very cleverly decide if we put their baby outside and then they take it away, that'll make them like us and we'll be fine. When, of course, if you're watching it, you should have the conclusion of the baby being with us right now might be the only reason we're still alive. As soon as we don't have it and they have it, why wouldn't they just kill us? They are animals and they often get hungry, and they often, maybe this time, they have a reason to fucking hate us too. But anyway, they give the kid away, and then lo and behold, the T-Rexes start booting them off the cliff that they're near. And things are getting pretty bad. But then the T-Rexes miraculously just disappear. So they're in this awful situation where half the whole caravan thing is off the cliff, desperately trying to climb up it. They've not really got many options. And so Eddie arrives because he's come down from his little hide. And there's nothing about this that I don't find confusing as to like a storytelling point of view. It is quite a protracted sequence. Eddie puts in immense effort to simultaneously prevent the caravan from falling fully off the cliff while simultaneously hooking a rope for them to be able to climb up alongside, while recognizing dinosaurs are in the area and he can hear them getting closer and closer, but he's still, and it's raining like crazy, it's like a storm, so his car is slipping, he can't walk and run properly, and the tools he needs to do to save them are all like difficult to set up. But the way the scene goes, for anybody, because you guys know, you've probably seen this, it's just long of him putting in maximum effort to do everything he can to save these people who put themselves in this retarded situation. And all he's done throughout the whole movie is care about like innocent life and desperately try to make the situation better. And all it comes down to is the rope is set, they're climbing it up, and he's putting reverse on the car to drag the whole caravan back up. And it's working somewhat, right? Like, and they're nearly saved. Unfortunately, the two T-Rexes arrive. He recognizes this, and instead of trying to run away, he continues to hit reverse on the car, and then the top of it gets ripped open, and the two T-Rexes start to crush the car that he's still in, and he desperately reaches for his rifle, which gets caught on like a netting that's, you know, just part of the car or whatever, so he can't get it, and basically is screaming while realizing he's probably going to die, but gets his foot such that he's still pushing on reverse to make sure they have as much chance as possible. And then the scene ends with him getting snatched up by one of the T-Rexes, flipped like a fucking ragdoll, and then grabbed on both sides and torn in half, and then they both eat him. It is, to be fair, there's competition for this. I mean, Fringy has spoken about this a couple times, but it is possibly the most baffling decision I've ever seen in like a movie to make a ridiculously heroic character have a particularly gruesome and cruel death for no reason, and to have barely any recognition.
That's the big thing as well, is the lack of acknowledgement. I think it takes about 5-6 minutes of other plot stuff that the film feels is more important before it's even mentioned that Eddie died, and that's
Because
it.
it's when
That's all
because
we
they
get.
get saved by the hunter guy and
Bad guys,
his retarded
basically.
Avengers, and then
Yeah.
like one of them says T-Rexes don't eat when they've already fed, and then he gets pissed off because he's referring to Eddie, and it's like that's the one. Like I understand, I think what they were going for, they deliberately made it heroic in order for the death to be impactful, in order, in theory, for that to have an important character moment in like the reflection after the fact, but. There is so much stuff they need to do, they just move on from it really quickly. It's just like one character gets mildly pissed off and then everyone walks off. Great.
So
well done.
the thing is tone is complicated. It is, in terms of like, for instance, there are plenty of instances where a character will essentially die in order to save other people, and sometimes it's not, you know, it can even be gnarly, like it can be a pretty grim one, and it will still be played. But the problem in this case is it's just like in the midst of him being a hero, it's just like, oh, there he goes, gets ripped in half. And then like the set piece has a little bit of time to sort of end, even though there was absolutely a moment there where they could have had acknowledgement of what happened, and then just sort of moving past it, getting that one line and then moving on. I know that because Mola mentioned that, you know, it's like there's competition. The one that I always bring up is Gordon in 2012, of a character just doing nothing but making the right choices. He's the only reason that the heroes survive. And as far as I remember, his like problems with the main character were like fairly warranted throughout the movie. And then at the end of the film, it's like, well, we got to get rid of Gordon. How are we going to do that? Oh, when they're climbing into the boat, like the Ark, to escape, he gets caught in some gears and gets fucking crushed and ground to a pulp. And then that's it for him. He doesn't really get mentioned anymore. John Cusack gets his family back, and they just don't care that Gordon, the hero who actually was the most instrumental in saving all of their lives, got smushed. It's really annoying when a film. I remember the other one that annoyed me. You remember in Poseidon, the elevator shaft?
The remake of the Poseidon Adventure?
The 2000s Poseidon movie where the boat gets flipped upside down. You remember that movie?
Okay, then yes. I never saw it. I've only seen the original.
There's one in that movie that's really annoying as well. There's like a guy who works on the boat who helps the heroes like get in, you know, find a way to escape, and they get in an elevator shaft, and the elevator's gonna fall down basically. And the guy is clinging on to this old man. I think the old man, his main storyline is that he kind of wants to die, but then over the course of the movie, he wants to live. And even though he's the one who helped them get in there, they start yelling like, "Kick him off! You got to kick him off!" And then he gets kicked off, gets impaled on a bunch of stuff at the bottom of the shaft, and then crushed and exploded. And they just don't really talk about it ever again. It's like, dude, like that guy saved your lives.
I think that the most baffling one to me though is still it's the what's her name, the assistant woman in Jurassic World, because like she's With those
Oh,
instances
yeah.
where you've taken the time to
Ah,
build up a character, the writer's idea is almost inevitably this will be dramatic because we built the character up. Now you can say, yeah, you don't reflect on it enough, you don't do the character justice by not reflecting on it enough, but there is a dramatic idea there in the sense that you've built somebody up to kill them sacrificially. Whereas the one in Jurassic World is just gratuitous. This woman who's just like not even a person and is just wandering around the park and hasn't really done that much wrong. And then she gets like a fucking 10-minute death sequence
That
of
is
being
the
gang mobbed
quintessential
by flying
referenced
things and eaten
one.
by a mosasaur. It's absurd.
Well, the thing is, I would argue there is one in basically every Jurassic film, and this film doesn't fail that pattern either. The only one that gets away with it in terms of doing it properly, as far as I'm concerned, is the original. And it would be the lawyer. He gets a pretty gruesome death, but the thing is, narratively, he caused his own death, and it was a result of him abandoning people that he was obligated to care for. Any
Well, he
adult.
abandoned the kids particularly. So
Yeah,
it's not
and
even
they're
just like he
explicit
ran away
about
to put
that.
people in trouble.
And then he hides, and then he unfortunately through circumstances his hiding place is revealed. And then when he gets killed, you sort of feel like there's a bit of karma there. There's an understanding, and it's like, yeah, I'm not saying he should die, but like at the same time you understand why that happened. Lost World, you have Eddie, which, as you said, it's not that I can't imagine what they were possibly going to go for, but the way that the pieces work, it creates a really fucking awful experience of, a complete misunderstanding or misappreciation of like everything that he did. And I think I really have to emphasize what made it worse for me was just watching how long it happens over. And as much as you mentioned that for the babysitter, the Eddie sequence, like we see meticulously every action he takes to save them, and going from what is solving like pragmatically some problems that may or may not seem to have easier or harder solutions, but all the way up to two T-Rexes, two man-eaters right next to you, destroying the vehicle you're in, preventing you from escaping, and you continue to do the thing that would put your life in danger but save all the people elsewhere. And yeah, like it's so awkward, the line of, hey, you're talking about a man who just died. That's Eddie. He did what he did, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, Ian Malcolm at that point doesn't even know what happened. Like he knew he threw the rope, but he has no idea what happened with like the T-Rexes and stuff. And I guess what I'm saying is like that's another problem with the whole sequence is he doesn't get to think of like Boromir, right? That's a pretty rough death. It's brutal. It's pretty gruesome, and it's horrifying that he has to watch them get taken. So as far as he knows, he may have failed in his like task there. But the way we're trying to say this is like the movie itself recognizes every aspect of it and gives Boromir what he needs before he's dead to like complete his story, and the whole world appreciates like what he did, and in the sense that more people get to find out what Boromir did. But as we mentioned, that line, I would have thought it was a fucking reshoot in The Lost World, because it seems so randomly placed after so much exposition of what's going to be happening in the rest of the film, and then Eddie is never mentioned again, despite him being like so ridiculously important. It's because it was just for the sequence. Jurassic Park 3, the dad who was with the kid at the beginning where everything went wrong, we find out that like his leg got broken or something. He was trapped in the tree. He was able to let the kid go, but he either was hanging on a tree while he got eaten alive by a dinosaur, or he starved to death. It's one of those two.
That's the more comparable one, isn't it? The guy with the mustache who gets set as a trap by the raptors is kind of like, I think, from what I remember, that's the most on-screen gratuitous death.
Or maybe on screen, but like surely what I'm getting at is like the dad, all he did was save the kid after trying to go on a vacation, and they the way they described it is like that is rough, man. Like to have just been strung up on a tree and gradually eaten. What the hell? Like, why would you even want to make that the story? And then we've been over the Jurassic World one. That one is shared throughout the world. It's such a ridiculous scene that I don't know if there's ever been anyone on record who's explained that, the director or the writer. It's like, why the fuck did you do that?
Why did she get punished so hard when she didn't do anything wrong?
And she's just screaming throughout it, and she get like they add drowning in the middle of it. It's just like, I feel okay.
Like, it's kind of being emphasized something as like perspective. What you decide to show is relevant. Like I can't remember his name, in Independence Day, like I'm back, and it explodes. It's like, well, you could decide to put the camera in there when it explodes and have it be like in Final Destination where all the flesh is getting cooked off, but you wouldn't do that. You cut away from the explosion.
That would be just bizarre,
because you don't want to see a character making a heroic sacrifice and then seeing their flesh getting burnt off. You make choices about what you choose to show, and a lot of the time, when a character has a heroic sacrifice, that involves an explosion, you cut away from the explosion. Like, you show it from a distance.
Yeah,
You
from a
don't show
distance,
like
yeah.
their arms and legs getting blown off. It's like you make a choice about what you decide to show. And in the case of, the Eddie one, you show him getting like, like terrified and horrified of the dinosaurs coming to get him, and then getting flipped up and then ripped in half. It's like, you chose to do that. You could have had him die in that moment. You could have had it happen, but you didn't have to show it that way. You didn't have to have the scene afterward have them show a callous disregard. I mean, hell, it's like in that 2012 one, right? There's like the oligarch guy who's kind of like a bad guy throughout the movie. He gets like the heroic send off of like
Yeah,
jumping off
he
to throw
does.
his son onto the boat and then falling in slow motion. There's a big difference between that and Gordon, like, oh, there he goes, getting sucked into the gears and all the blood goes everywhere. And that's just kind of it. It's like, yeah. And he didn't even get to do anything. He just was a victim of circumstance. It's like, wow, that's just rude.
Well, and think of the countless bizarre deaths that they don't seem to take an issue with in Fallen Kingdom, where Chris Pratt and Heels release all the dinosaurs gradually one by one, and loads of civilians just get eaten.
Yeah,
and the film is like,
right.
yeah, well, they were there to buy them. It's like,
It's a
okay.
persistent problem. Well, what about the because didn't
deserving of
didn't
death.
Owen release the he released the dinosaurs, the two chongos in the underground fight club place, right?
That he
released
was
those,
chasing
didn't
the
he?
guy who did that, I think.
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, okay. See, that would be an but yes, I guess that is the film's logic, because it's okay to release them. They're all bad guys, so it's okay for them to get eaten by dinosaurs.
A lot of indulgence in that sector, and then yeah, we'll get to it. There's I believe I've seen people refer to it. This film is filled with Eddie deaths. I would say there's one that wins in that category overall. I don't know if you
I
guys
agree
would
with you on that one.
have the same sort of pick, but yeah, it's just this incredibly strange thing that happens in most of the Jurassic films, where they don't seem to understand how and why you should have a character die or how it should be portrayed.
Are they? I mean, I'm trying to think now. Maybe they're not like in these writers' imaginations. They're not Eddie deaths. They're Nedry deaths, because like he has a horrible one that everyone remembers in the first film. And like more so than the lawyer, I'd say that's kind of like, if you were to name a particularly graphic death in the first film, it's probably Nedry. Although the camera cuts away from it, obviously, but you get the poison, you get the strong implication, and maybe they seem to think there's a mandate to recreate something like that. And Eddie was the first attempt at that, maybe.
That's why I was aiming. The reason I picked the lawyer before Nedry is because there's a bit more cruelty there, because he was just terrified and ran away, and as a result, he gets horribly eaten. Nedry, basically through many decisions, caused his own death. Like, you can
so many others.
And you could be like, did the lawyer cause his own death? It's like, to an extent, not quite. I wouldn't say there's a direct cause and effect there that's completely fair that he could ever have anticipated. But Nedry, like he makes several mistakes, and then there's a lot of the whole like slipping and the storm coming fucking up his vision or whatever. I could totally agree with you though that I think that they probably think they're creating those deaths. Though there's some, especially in this film, where I'd be like, okay, Evilman, I totally understand their delusions on that one, but some of the crew, like, man, what did you think, that they were evil? I was like, I don't think so. I don't even think that Gareth Edwards would think that. But we'll get there. So in reference to them having a gun, Mr. Atwater, he realizes that Research Man's taking issue with it, and he says, "Oh, is it a crime to kill a dinosaur?" And he says, "No, it's a sin." A biosin, if you will.
It's a biosin.
Oh.
And so
there we go.
Atwater says, well, what if it's us or them? And the guy says, well, then we put ourselves in a place where we don't belong. The answer to the question being, it's like, well, it was our fault if it was us or them, because the only scenario in which that happens is if we're somewhere we shouldn't be, which I don't understand as a point, because it's like, you mean what we're doing?
But you're choosing to go there.
You're trying to like cure heart disease.
It's such a fucking weird thing to say.
Belonged 65 million years ago. The dinosaurs, the whole point is they don't belong anywhere in the modern world.
No.
This doctor guy is presented as the movie's intelligent guy who doesn't rate intelligence and its moral conscience. And he's an idiot. Like, he just comes up with these completely false dichotomies in order to get what the movie considers a moral message across to be, which is that if you kill an animal, it's because you are at fault, because humans are bad. And you're intruding on the animal's natural space. you made these animals. All of these animals were created. None of them should
Well,
be where they are.
a lot of these arguments would come after the first question, which is, Doctor, why did you agree to come? If you think this, like, you're going to be encountering dinosaurs directly, and there will be times where you will be in danger, and we will have to choose between shooting it or letting you die. Do you understand this?
Yeah, but only 12. They only sold 12 tickets last week or
This is what I'm
whatever. As he
It's
said,
such a
you
weird
know?
thing to have him say. And then, of course, it's like, okay, fine. Maybe I agree. Maybe if ever we have to choose between killing a dinosaur and killing a human in this particular context, it's because we went to a place we probably shouldn't have. But what do we say when we are there? What's, that's already happened, so now what? You saying that we should just die because we shouldn't have been in the first place? And then, of course, you bring in the, why are we here again? It's like, oh, is it some selfish thing or loads of money? It's like, well, you want to argue on Evilman's side, but isn't the whole angle here we're going to save 20% of the population going forward? Is that not worth a dead dinosaur of you? I don't know. We have that conversation?
No, because humans suck. We can't be having that. Humans, they rape the planet and kill themselves because they're too intelligent or something.
Because they're
That's
too
his argument.
intelligent.
It's a shame though, because the idea of the reluctant conservationist that's a part of the group and how that could potentially clash with some of the people who are much more like money oriented or business oriented could be a neat dynamic, especially if you want to have Zora be the character who kind of changes from that over time to be more sympathetic to them.
Sure.
That could be interesting, but
mean,
none of that's in the film. None of that
Remember,
ever
like, all
pops
of this
up.
DNA is from Jurassic Park. It always fucking is, other than other films they're copying. But Ian Malcolm, right, providing a huge counter-argument to the fundamental idea of Jurassic Park and offering a philosophical view of why this is all like a flawed, horrifying experiment. They've got... It's like the researcher man is trying to opt into this perspective when it doesn't match the character's actions up to this point at all, first of all. And then secondly, it's like, you don't develop this any further. I'm not even saying you can't have an interesting conversation about this. They just refuse to.
Well, he's because he has nothing interesting to say. Whereas, like, so Ian Malcolm is the ironic commentator. It's a pretty well established dramatic trope, but he was kind of Michael Crichton's self-insert character to a degree, and that's why he plays like a bigger role in the books, but a big role in the movies as well, as the one who is able to give this meta lesson about effectively what the theme of the movie is. He knows what the problem is before the problem presents itself. That character, they want one of those, but they have nothing to say. I mean, these people are brain dead, and so they've created an ironic commentator who ironically can't commentate. He's just a buffoon. He's there to be sort of Ryan cynical and make some sort of preachy moral point because those are in a Jurassic Park movie, and we need one of those. But
And who else would do it,
done that
right?
in more interesting ways.
Like, it's got to be him, because it's not going to be any of the others. And you're like, oh, okay.
No,
Because we mega indulge in this kind of a movie, we also have to have that character that's like, actually, we shouldn't do that. It's like when Disney has the anti-capitalist messages in their movies, and you just like, shut the fuck up, Disney.
So, they explain how they're going to do this. They have little darts that are fired from a rifle that self-eject once they've drawn the blood, and you have to shoot it within 10 meters of the target to breach the hide of any given animals. And they show when prepping this, he says, like, it self-ejects and does it. It shoots up and then comes right back down and he grabs it, which, with how motion works, is fine on the boat, right? Because it would have the speed and it would work and everything. But isn't it supposed to throw out a parachute?
It didn't that time, though.
Didn't that
and
time.
If it did, then it would have gone way behind him.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't have been able to grab it at that point if it had done the parachute. So I thought that was really odd. And his demonstration is the only time where it doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
All of the ejections in this movie are like hyper convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one.
Yeah, and so Zora, with explaining it, is like, it would be retarded for you to be using this gun. Let me do it. And she explains all the different reasons why it's going to be difficult for him to be making the shot when she's more experienced. He's not. We're going to remember this because she does some stupid shit with that gun. So then we get
I made a point of how the doctorman, or sorry, yeah, the museum man, he says, like, kind of enthusiastically, "Don't worry, I'll be the one to take the shot." And then he goes up to the front of the boat because Zora takes him up there, and she's like, "Oh yeah, well, you might be nervous and you could get some water in your eye." And then he's like, "Oh yeah, you'd better take the shot." And it was very cringe.
I just
how very easily he was convinced out of seemingly enthusiastically wanting to be the one to shoot.
See, for me, I thought it was a mistake to have him be the one to want to shoot anyway. I would have thought he'd be like,
Because it comes out of
a bit.
nowhere.
Yeah, like why is that what we're doing? And then of course he'd be like, well, of course she's like the leading spec ops person, so you probably give the rifle to her, I guess. Yeah, that makes the most sense. If your character wise, she's the most efficient with it, or maybe Mahershala Ali, but not research man who knows how the injector works. But you wouldn't have thought he'd be like enthusiastic about shooting the dinosaurs with the rifle. It doesn't really line up to me, but all right.
It's because it's a really clumsy attempt at doing what they really want to do, which is basically stealing the entire scene from Jaws. Like they need to have the fish out of water character, which is him, and they need to have the experienced person on the boat tied to the front of the boat on basically the same plank as fucking Quint was tied to at the beginning of Jaws. They wanted the same sort of dynamic in order that the scene could play out in a similar way, but way less interesting, and it looks cheaper despite being much more expensive. And so they just, as often happens in this movie, they will just have a character say whatever they need to contrive whatever scene they want to happen. The character doesn't exist to them. It is just, what are we striving for? Okay, that person says this to achieve it, as opposed to, what would this character actually say, think, or do in this situation?
So yeah, then we get the amazing character scene that we'd mentioned. To run through it, it's I heard about Booker. I'm so sorry. He didn't deserve that. This work breaks you eventually. This is Mahershala to Zora, and she's like, well, that's why I'm here, to get the money to not have to do this job anymore. Then she says, did it work out with Amelia? And he basically just like, no. And then she says, we're pathetic. Let's stay alive and get rich. Then he says, rich is nice, but we also have to do something that matters. Scene.
Wow.
I
Riveting stuff.
love this scene. I love this scene.
It's so
This
good.
gives us so much good characterization for, our protagonist, and it's really good. This is a really good one.
So, yeah, like
Well, it's full of a lot of setups.
In case
right?
the words
A
were
lot
too
of setups that we
complicated
lean into.
for a lot of people, she's sad that people she cares about have died on missions, and she almost wants to stop doing this work, which is like, oh, so she cares about the people she works with, and she wants the money to retire. Like conflicting motivations, you see, because they're going to play into decisions she's going to have to make. Wow. And then he's like a family man, because he mentions he has a son, and he has the picture of his son, and he says that whenever he looks at Amelia and she looks at him, they think of their son. He really likes his son, wants to get back to his son. It would be really sad if he couldn't make it back to his son.
Yeah, he was just 2 weeks from retirement.
And then he says, yeah, rich is all good and everything, but we should do something that matters, like maybe getting the cure to heart disease out into the world, or sacrificing yourself to save the whole team, It's such a good scene because it just covers everything. It's set everything up now. The whole story can take place efficiently. So, good job. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a fucking reshoot, if I'm being honest.
Do I think it's a reshoot? I'm not sure. I wonder if they felt like I could see this being part of the original film because it's a recognition. Like, well, we need our scene for characters divulging their motivations and their flaws.
Yeah, we need our obligatory slight
You're supposed
information
to do that
on
in
characters.
film. Like, he knows that, Gareth Edwards knows that that's what you're supposed to do. So he felt
He's a film
like,
veteran.
And he thought that one was enough. Would be my assumption. It's like, yep, that's good enough. We can just throw in one.
Part of why I would err on the side of reshoot is because a lot of ADR lines end up in these films that are just explicit references to what characters care about, and so that's like a full scene. So it could be either that it was always a part of it, or that it's a desperate run-in to get that in there because they were like, this actually solves all of our problems because it sets everything up and everyone wouldn't have any trouble knowing.
Let's see if the film had any reshoots at all, because that would be that I'd be curious to see.
I hadn't checked. I just assumed it did.
With ADR. I don't see any indication. I don't see any indication that there were reshoots.
That'd be crazy. I get told all the time that reshoots are totally normal for every film.
I think what I enjoy about that as a point is like, so you have to understand the actual point is that it didn't work.
Yeah.
That's the point of bringing it up. The reshoots didn't fix anything, is why people bring it up in the cases where it's bad. Yeah, it doesn't look like it because it began shooting in June of last year and it wrapped in September. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it.
Well, then maybe it was
This was
truly
what
a
he
part of the
wanted then,
original.
right from the start. Yeah, I get this whole film is what he wanted from the start, I guess.
So introducing the other half of the characters. You may find that a strange statement, but that's what we're doing. So we have a family on a boat. You have the dad, Ruben Delgado, the older daughter, Teresa Delgado, the younger daughter, Isabel Delgado, and the boyfriend, Xavier Dobbs. These are the team. They will be the dad, the kid, the daughter, whatever. It's so hard to remember the names of these people.
I didn't do names. I just did roles and or familial relations.
Dad,
Yeah.
younger and older daughter, and then boyfriend. That's the
And
team.
Boyfriend,
Yeah.
yes, that's literally it. Yes.
So this is our family. I'm often naive and I don't remember sometimes what's in the trailer. So I was blissfully thinking, this is our scene to establish monster, as in our team are heading into this area, so this is going to be our victims of the creature, and then the creature will come to our guys. This is just to keep us busy until it arrives.
That's totally different. Mine was, so this is how they're going to justify having, like, basically civilians in the situation, because something that is so reliable as a pattern now in all of the Jurassic World films, well, basically all of them at this point is, there need to be, like, kids in danger. That's, like, an important element of these films. They go out of their way to essentially enable that to be the case.
Well,
presumably the logic being that this makes the film, like, more engaging, essentially, like, oh no, they're in danger, they're in peril, even though they're obviously all safe.
the reason why I didn't expect all of that is I would have laid out why as reasons to the director / writer as to the problem with doing something like that, and then they would have said yes, and I'd have been like, huh? They'd be like, yes, those are the scenes we're doing. Oh, that's like awful. And it's like, no, that's the plan. Okay. Because in a lot of other stories like this, like I said, it just serves to have an action scene and to set up the threat and then to move on. Something that I'm reminded of when thinking about this is I think it's Pirates of the Caribbean, either 2 or 3. Can't quite. No, it's got to be 2. It can't be 3. It's when our team of heroes are setting out. We get a ship with just some guys. I don't think we recognize any of them. And then it's like a rumbling, and they think they hit a reef, I think is how it goes. And then they see like evidence that it's not a reef at all, and it's like I think they get a distant wide shot of the Kraken basically taking out the ship very quickly. You don't really see the Kraken, and that's the scene archetype I'm talking about, where you go, oh shit, so better be fucking careful because there's something out there and it's doing things, and that is almost what this is in terms of how this scene ends. But then it goes on and on and on, and it's crazy because by the time you get to the end of the movie, as a lot of people have noticed, the entire plot line with the family could have been cut and the movie would be exactly the same.
The reason it wasn't is, and the reason I didn't expect it to be just to set up a monster is that like, all this is a deracinated version of what all the other movies have had. Like the original movie, one of the strongest elements of Jurassic Park is obviously like you have the family subtext thing going on there. You got Alan Grant begins hating kids. At least that the kind of implication wants kids. By interacting with kids, Alan Grant softens towards kids, and the implication is by the end they have sort of formed a family. It's a quintessential family story, is the original Jurassic Park. The Lost World does it a little bit because you got Jeff Goldblum and his somehow daughter I never figured that one out.
I don't think, do they ever say it? Because they acknowledge the I think they say like there's not much of a family resemblance, but they never say what it is. They just say, yeah,
no, I
that's
can't remember.
daughter.
It's like an adopted daughter from an ex-relationship or something. Anyway, but
like
Jurassic Park 3 obviously has the family reunited thing coming together. Jurassic World does it to a degree. I don't think Fallen Kingdom really does it. I'm not sure actually if Dominion really does it. But the idea is that you have to have a family subplot for it to be a Jurassic movie is kind of what I'm going for there.
Yeah,
So like when they're introduced and you've got like one particular person doesn't really fit with the group, and the story is that person will come on to be with the group, and then we have a full family at the end of the movie. This happens basically at the end of their second scene, and then they remain in the movie forevermore, doing nothing. There's
oh
no
boy,
point.
do they remain.
There's nothing. They don't do anything with the characters or their familial dynamic. If anything, they seem to staunchly be against the concept of these characters doing anything or saying anything meaningful or interesting. It's kind of frustrating. I feel like you are wasting my time.
Oh boy, does it take a long time with lots of their scenes for nothing to fucking happen. It's kind of insane. They're not efficient with the character work, and the character work in total is very thin. It's like the dad cares for his family. The boyfriend is pretty lame and lazy. The daughter is just a little girl. There's not much to say on that front. And then the older daughter is a girl who's an older daughter. It's like, all right, we did it. That's the dynamic. That's like the scene until they spot the Spinosauruses and they're like, oh my god, what could that be? Ship gets turned upside down. There's a worry that the dad or the boyfriend, maybe they may or may not make it, depending on what stuff they got to do. They get a radio and they all sit atop the capsized boat, and that's the scene. And what's weird is now in retrospect when you watch it, it doesn't even make sense because the Mosasaurus flanked by Spinosaurus taking out that boat, they would then eat the family. That's the whole thing. Especially the Spinosaurus.
See him on the boat on the top.
Oh, they saw him. It was literally hunting him at one point, and he just managed to escape with the help of the editor.
Oh, maybe maybe something happened.
I do love that bit where he outswims a Mosasaurus.
It's insane. It keeps being 1 meter away from him, and then it'll cut to a different angle, and it's behind again and again and again. It's the stupidest shit.
I'm not even sure it's the stupidest bit involving them, because like you say it would obviously just eat them, which it would. But then there's a bit later where they're like, oh, the boat's going to crash. We're being chased by dinosaurs. Let's jump into the water with the dinosaurs and avoid the boat sliding onto a beach. And then the dinosaurs just forget they're there. And I think the film's explanation is, well, it's shallow water now. The Mosasaurus can't get them. The fucking Spinosaurus can, because they spend most of their time on the land. So
I have a whole thing for this. We gotta wait.
Legs.
Gotta wait. We're not there, right?
Let's do it.
But that's that scene. And then we cut back to our heroes on the boat, and Nina and Leclerc are enjoying some food. So, yeah, making sure, I know you guys want as much information.
Leclerc?
Frenchman.
Okay.
So,
just checking.
Yeah, just keeping up to date with them, adding all the information you can.
That's good.
In case something happens to them, so you know the full story, So then we get another patented character scene, and Dora explains, she has some PTSD and she probably should have taken some time off. And then he says, what are you? Like a mercenary? Way more exciting than my life. Because, I've never been shot at. That's when obviously the Jurassic Park theme kicks in, naturally. And then she says, well,
they play it in,
there's still time. And that's the scene. Really strong stuff.
I thought it was kind of awkward that she's out there thinking about whatever, and then he meets her, and then she says, "No, come on out and join me." And they talk for a minute, and then she goes inside to go to bed and leaves him out there. I'm like, "Oh, that's kind of a dick move."
That's the power of editing ranks. They were out there for an hour. We just saw the important bits.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, we did not see the important bits. So
well, we did, and the least important bits are actually way worse.
Yeah, relatively. Those were the most important things they talked about.
So,
you have to build up the relationship, They have to have a little talk together.
No.
You got to build up the relationship. Yes, you have to.
That's what amateurs
you do in these movies. No, that's what expert filmmakers do.
So Kincaid and Zora want to go and save the family who are Maydaying, and Evilman and Gunman both don't really want to do that at all. But obviously Kincaid is the captain, so he overrules, and off we go to get them. And the family are saved. We have united our plot lines. I wonder how long they will stay together.
Mhm.
Now the real film begins. That was all just set up for the film proper.
So yeah, they're all in the same room, and Captain Noel Kincaid is like, "What the hell were you doing bringing a kid out here?" And the dad says, "We were crossing from Barbados to Cape Town, and we've done it before." He says, "You should have known better." And he says, "There are 50,000 boats on the ocean right now. One was attacked by a mosasaur. What are the odds?" Which I was like, so is he saying there are 50,000 in the area that the mosasaur exists? Or is he saying there are 50,000 on Earth?
Oh,
Or in that just
no,
ocean.
I thought that he was saying, you and I got different reads on this, I guess. So my takeaway was that he said 50,000 people make this crossing on the ocean every year that they do, whether it's like sailing around or going from this spot to that spot. And he says only one has ever been attacked by a mosasaur. That's why he thought it was safe, because the chances were so low that they'd get attacked.
Which is retarded
Well, that's
because everyone's
worse,
supposed to
yeah.
know that the island is dangerous, which is why there are no government patrols, because everyone knows you'd have to
But
be an
then-
idiot to go anywhere near there. So what? I don't
Well,
know.
there's that, and
Well, I
then there's
guess he
also,
thought-
so the mosasaur chose to attack this one ship this one time. That's
Yes.
fucking weird.
Well, this is the second one. I think this is the second one, because his thought was only one boat has ever been attacked by them, so the chances of us getting attacked are astronomically low. So that's why he didn't expect it.
Because, yeah,
And as
well,
that's what I
whatever
said.
it is, whatever the fuck he is trying to say, if this was his last time with his family on a boat, why would you even want to go to the place that has the mosasaur in it as opposed to anywhere else?
Because it's a family tradition.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And listen, are you gonna let your family traditions? Are you gonna let those
Be
get
dictated by a
interrupted
mosasaur? I don't know.
by a mosasaur? Would you? I wouldn't. Sometimes you have to look. Jurassic Park thematically is about staunch, like, opposition to nature, right? To look nature in the eye and say, "Fuck you! We're gonna cross the ocean in a sailboat because this is what we do. We're humans and we have dominion over the earth, so we're gonna." So there. And then they
I
do.
just spotted, it's wild they'll nitpick Jurassic Park but not F1. Why?
I haven't seen
Sorry,
F1.
They say, because he said it's equally
F1
as shitty, but I haven't even seen F1 yet. I care a lot about
First
Jurassic
off,
Park.
I haven't even seen F1, and I'm gonna tell you it's
Sorry.
not as shitty as this movie.
I've seen
All right.
F1, and it's not as it is not as bad as this film. I've seen a lot of people saying it's great. I don't agree with that. It's fine, but that's kind of the thing. Is like, I don't know that any of us are particularly interested in doing a long form breakdown of the F1 movie. Bearing in mind that I don't even think any of us would be in a particularly good position to do that. How familiar are any of us with Formula One as a sport?
I mean,
That's what I did before
familiar
the
enough to be
podcast,
incredibly
but
bored by
that's-
it, but otherwise, no, nothing. I have no interest in sports cars at all. But dinosaurs are good.
Vroom vroom.
Yeah, it's not like we don't dislike them. Ford v Ferrari is an excellent movie, and I love it.
Yeah,
It's
Ford v
just
Ferrari
kind of the
better than
it
F1.
is the
That's-
stand-
It is.
it is like it is an exception to my general preference for movies, which doesn't involve.
Well, and we recommend the shit out of Ford v Ferrari, but like I said, I haven't seen F1, and I just don't the amount of conversations that spawn from Jurassic as a franchise that we've already been over, like the meta aspects of it, the way that the formula for writing these films has progressed over time, how they consistently make money, and that people think this is a reason to say that they should be awful scripts. There's all these different there's so many conversations to be had. Meanwhile, F1 is like, I don't even. I mean, we could talk about it from a broad aspect of just it being a story, but it feels like we're not the ones that you probably want to listen to breaking that down.
Yeah, it's not really. I just don't have enough of an interest in it, and I don't think the others do either. Not to speak for him, but yeah,
I hear people really like it, so that's nice about
yeah, it's
F1.
good. It's, if people like it, enjoy it, seems to be decent from what I hear. So yeah.
So anyway, they start to wonder, why would a mosasaur attack a boat? It's not food. Which I thought was a really stupid thing to say, because the mosasaur clearly identifies them and chased the boyfriend at one point, and nobody brings this up. It's just like it wouldn't be unprecedented for the mosasaur to have figured out that these things in the middle of the ocean, if I break them, food falls out of them. Like that's not going to be
Most
too
of
beyond an animal.
Do they think that herbivores aren't incredibly deadly? Do they think that an animal will only kill you or attack you if it intends to eat you? Hippos are
Who
the
seems
most
to think
dangerous
that
animal
when
in
it's like,
Africa.
yeah, hippos,
But it's not even
rhinoceros.
applicable. It was chasing him. It knew they were
Wild
food.
boars, yeah.
You
Or
know,
did it
like-
think it was a maybe it thought it was a competitor for territory or something?
No, they say that about the boat. I'm talking about him chasing a literal human that Mosasaur has already
Oh.
eaten several of.
Oh, I mean, hors d'oeuvres, yeah, I don't know.
It's food. It's good. It's good food. So
Yeah, those look
nonsense
like,
again, but that's fine. And like when they say maybe it thought it was a rival, as far as I'm concerned, they're trying to solve a problem that doesn't even exist. We already had reason in the moment for why the Mosasaur was doing what it was doing. In fact, so much so that the Spinosaurus should have been getting involved as well, but it just doesn't. They only swim around in the area, even though we're shown something different the next time we encounter those guys. So I guess that scene closes out with them realizing, oh my, the Mosasaurus is here with our boat now. Which I thought was pretty funny, considering, is nobody watching the tracker? Why were they surprised that the Mosasaur was right next to him? Do you remember they do this whole thing of like, wait a minute?
Given that's what they're looking for, you think that there would be one person whose sole job is to just look at that screen and tell them where it is. But no, it's a surprise. A surprise massive dinosaur that they know exactly where it is.
And so, the getting the Mosasaurus sample scene begins. Again, very video gamey in the way that everything... You know, and I'm really not trying to shit on video games. It's more so about how games often have to work to facilitate a mechanical like experience. So what I'm getting at is the Mosasaurus basically comes up about 20 meters to the right of them and just continues to swim along with them for a long time. Kind of like it would in a video game if the challenge is you've got to shoot it despite the rocky boat and the difficult job, you got to nail it. When it's just like, this wouldn't be happening. It clearly, like, it doesn't even seem to have a goal. It's only until they nearly get the shot that it then disappears and then comes back to create drama-y things.
They tried to drum up tension by having a character shout out, "We're losing it," and
Yeah.
it's still right there. It's not moving. It's you're not losing it. Just fucking pull the trigger.
And so yeah, it dives, surfaces, that ripples the whole water and like moves the ship somewhat, and as a result, Zora loses her footing and fires the weapon and misses. Because she had her finger on the trigger, just in general. It's like, damn, that's pretty stupid of you, ex-Spec Ops lady. And then the backup stupid, as far as I'm concerned, is she had that one shot, and now she needs Research Man to go and fetch her new ammo.
Yep, they
Like,
didn't have one ready.
You just didn't carry any with you.
One in your pocket.
You'd
Like,
think.
It's the Jaws thing again. You shoot one barrel, we need another one. It takes time, and it's supposed to be tense while you attach the second barrel to shoot at the shark. It's that, but with the needles. Except that needles are easily transportable and barrels aren't, so it just makes no sense.
Good job. But yeah, she eventually shoots, hits the target, it launches, they grab it, all is well. How great. Wonderful. They've done it. I don't really believe that the parachute wouldn't have just forced that thing into the water, considering how fast they were, moving. The parachute would delay the shit out of that. So, but it's whatever.
Absolutely,
It's
they go
fine.
right-
We'll
I
be
guess
fine.
they
We
hit
got
the
it. It's
brakes,
great.
They kind of saw it as lucky.
It's really low on the list of issues. So, yeah, when they grab it, they're just like celebrating, including Evilman, by the way. He's like, "Oh, you did great. That was amazing." It feels very genuine. I'm just like, I'm watching you, Evilman. I know you're evil. The film told me so.
You're up to no good, you
Yeah.
bastard.
Yeah, you've already told us, like, when they were gonna do the Mayday thing to rescue the family, the Evilman was like, "No, we gotta go get the
And
thingy.
Gunman.
We gotta do the Gunman."
Which
did
they
too.
both
Yeah,
said they'll get
Atwater.
rescued anyway, and that we're already in dangerous amount of time. We got to be fast and we got to be careful because we're in illegal places. Blah blah blah. There's an argument, but it was definitely framed as like, nah, you guys are doing the evil thing. Don't be evil. So yeah, he says as he's packaging the blood sample, "Have you ever thought that we could give the sample to the world instead of some company?" And she's like, "No, I haven't thought about that." And he's like, "Maybe you should start." And she says, "Maybe you should stop." Which, again, I thought, oh, this could be cool that she's actually going to be fully against that idea, but that is the last you'll see of that character. Again, pops up a little bit, and then basically gone. The whole money aspect does come up again, though, so don't worry. That part will return as well, but it's just...
But it's like it's so pointless. The minute that's introduced, basically from nowhere, you already know what the penultimate beat of
Yeah.
the movie is going to be. It's so telegraphed. Why even have it as dialogue? It's so inevitable, and it makes no sense. We'll get into it in more detail later, but like, what do you mean just give it to the world? You
Yeah.
can't just have people injecting themselves with dinosaur goo. That's probably dangerous.
I'm not entirely
No, it's
sure
not.
what exactly they're saying, because it's
Don't
like
worry
they've
about
got a
it.
bunch of blood samples. It's like, let's give it to the world. It's like, what are you saying? What do you mean? What? Where does it go? How does that look? And it's like, let's just give it to the world. Heart disease cure, yay. Anyway, 4 Spinosaurus arrive, and they're attacking the boat. Oh dear. And there's a wide shot, and you hear interspecies symbiosis. The Spinosaurs help the Mosasaurus hunt. They're gonna help to kill as well. Like, oh.
Like, yeah, you. Why you saying?
They help them to
coming
hunt.
for ya.
So
Well, why didn't they do that with the fucking family on the boat then? Huh?
Yeah.
They're
Well,
hyper aggressive with this boat.
Well, I guess it is funny because they'd be like, "Well, what do you mean? They saw that they were over there." It's like, yeah, but they didn't do anything.
Nope.
They just kind of hovered over by the side. They didn't attack.
In fact, it would have been better if they
Because
hadn't
then
been
they would've
spotted at
died.
all, because then we could just be like, oh, I guess it was just the Mosasaur here.
Exactly. Whereas when you show it, it's like, so they were there, they saw him, and they were trying to get him, but they just decided to leave them sitting on the boat for a while in
I
safety.
was like quite concerned when I heard that though, because I was like, well, usually if you're calling something like that out, you're trying to build a mechanic. And the last time I think we did this, it is the first Jurassic World, isn't it? Where because the Indominus Rex was made by part raptor DNA, it can talk to the raptors that they're using to hunt it. I was like, oh fuck, we're gonna do that again. Oh shit. But we don't, which actually kind of made me annoyed in a completely different direction because there was a chance where they could have done that and they didn't. So it's like you've just thrown a line in to try and make sense of your stupid action set piece. You've not thought about it. It's just there because you thought dialogue was important.
Yep. So Gunman preps his gun, as any good gunman would, at water. He is at water with his Gunman. And he starts firing at one of the Spinosaurus. He fires 6 shots, and they all miss. It's a Spinosaurus. It is about 5 meters away, and he misses every shot, and he is their gunman. I was like, well, you couldn't even give him one. There's 4 Spinosaurus. You could sacrifice one to let him look slightly competent, couldn't you? Nope. All misses. And then he moves from one side of the ship to the other, spots the Spinosaurus, starts shooting and missing and missing and missing, and then he's eaten. And that's that. I don't know if anyone wanted to say anything about his story.
well, I guess that was the only gun that they had on the whole boat because none ever pop up again.
There's a more
So he
interesting
took it with
conversation to be
him?
had about that once they're on the beach. There's one more reference. There's a line she says I'm looking for before we talk about that. But for now, that is the end of Gunman. He lived so long and so wonderfully. When he gets
The
taken
kids
away,
loved him,
yeah, I mean,
which is weird to show that like he
Introduce him that
particularly
way.
was beloved by the
and then
kids
have
of
him
the
say,
village or
"Let's
whatever.
not save the family," and then have him be eaten by dinosaurs. I don't know what they wanted me to do with any of that. There he goes, you know.
What must it be like for the actor to go from
I know.
the tremendous success of Rebel Moon Part 1 and Rebel
Yeah.
Moon Part 2 and Zack Snyder's
Well,
Rebel
this
Moon Part
movie is
1?
a tremendous success, actually. So
It is, but he's gone from a movie that was bigger than Barbie to dying in 2 seconds. It's a bit of a step down for his career.
Poor fella. Yeah. And I'm sure when he watched it in the cinema, though, he was very impressed with how they managed to piece together his journey.
yeah, when he reminisces in many decades, when he reminisces back on all the roles that he's played in his long career, he'll say, "Now Atwater, that was one that always sticks with me, one that always comes back, and I think about him and his journey and what he meant to me."
I thought it was very funny when he's getting carried away and eaten, and it shows Zora, and she's like, Bobby, no! And I was like, oh no, I guess that was his name. Well, off he goes. We hardly knew you. So the Mosasaurus rocks the boat so hard, everyone's falling around, and little girl almost falls off the boat, but the dad dives to save her, and in doing so, locks his leg up between two things of metal, and I don't know if he breaks his leg, but he does some damage to it, in theory.
It
Uh,
hurts it.
this feels like it was a hyper ADR line of like, "Oh, my leg hurts" or something like that. Just because it comes across as if they were like, "Dude, someone might miss that like his leg got messed up there. You need to throw on a line where he's like, "Ow, my leg," so that
Ouchie, ouchie.
you remember the rest of the film that his leg kind of doesn't work, even though it basically does. Doesn't really stop him.
Not really. I think it's just to justify the boat, because they do say, like, oh, with your leg, it would be much better if we get on the boat instead of walking to the place. And he's
I
like,
think that's
true.
basically it. Yeah.
So, yeah, really good Ryan again. Nice. Nice problem solved there.
Good job.
Yeah. So, during this calamity, they come up with a new plan. The captain says, we're going to go to shallow waters because then the mosasaur can't chase us, and the speed of the boat in general will outrun the Spinosaurus. So, there you go. Plan. Good stuff. None of them grabbing any of the extra guns from the case the guy had, even though if they did and actually got the shots off, that would be it. There wouldn't be any more trouble, but never mind that. We cut to Zora, who says, we hit those rocks, we're gonna wreck. Grab what you need and be ready to jump. And of course I was just like, what? I would never jump off this fucking boat. There's 4 Spinosaurus out there.
Gotta jump and then try to outswim them. Good luck.
No, just absolutely not. I will stay on this ship until it sinks. That's when I'll jump. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. So, older daughter is told by dad to call a mayday, and Evilman meets her in the room and says, you can't. They have to solve this situation themselves. Of course, they, legally speaking, they'll be in big trouble if they were to be rescued from here, I guess. Probably should have had a contingency plan with your own men to be able to get you. It makes you think, right? Like, if someone could fly in to get you, that maybe you should have flown in to get there.
Well, yeah, because they want to have that thing earlier of like, oh, well, less people know, the better. It's like, well, sure, but the less people know, the worse if anything goes wrong, which seems likely, given that you are dealing with dinosaurs.
But he gets a little too close, so she pushes him away, and the force of doing that pushes him to the ground. And you know how when you push something that's pretty strong, it can push you back? I guess the boat rocks a bit as well. Something happens, and she falls, slips, and nearly falls off the whole boat. She's hanging on, and she's like, oh my god, Evilman, help me, Evilman. And there's a bit of debate over this, but he does look at her for probably about 5 seconds and decides, it's hard to say whether or not he decides to do a thing or if he's just hesitating. This does decide whether or not certain people think certain things of this character.
My read of the expression on his face is that he's hesitating. Like, he doesn't give the impression of, I guess it's ambiguous, but my read of his face was more like, what the fuck is going on, as opposed to, now is my chance to kill a child.
I think that's fair. A lot of people interpret it as he chooses to abandon her, but I think it's, first of all, you can't make that claim, but it's just long enough for everyone to think that he's evil. Result of this, I'd say. At least that's the goal with the scene. A little bit ambiguous. But when I was watching it, I was like, oh, he's thinking about it, which is probably bad enough in and of itself, right? Like, that's enough to condemn someone. It's like, you shouldn't even be
she is incredibly annoying.
She is annoying, I'll give you that. But anyway, she falls, and so it's like, ooh, could he have gotten her up? Oh, is it his fault now? Ooh. Gradually as the ship is moving closer and closer to the beach, everyone just jumps out, including Evilman, Nina, not the Frenchman, he's down in the engine room, I think, and Kincaid is, at the helm, but, Research Man and Scarlett Johansson, they all jumped out, and of course, you must be thinking, along with the dad and the daughter who's fallen over, it's just like, man, Spinosaurus has got a feast, there's just food floating around everywhere. Nothing that they can really do about it.
Unless I got the ordering of events wrong. So the girl falls out. The first one to jump in the water is boyfriend.
Oh yeah, boyfriend goes after her
first. And I mentioned that because that is the last bit of any kind of character work we get from the family. Like, he's done that. That was it. He started off as a lazy bum. Now he has proven himself.
He is
and that's the end.
Yeah,
That's it.
he's
Yeah.
a loser on the boat who doesn't seem to want to connect with the dad in any way, who doesn't take responsibility seriously, and he's lazy, and he's just kind of a jerk. But then, yeah, you get that thing where he does jump in, and you're like, oh, he really cares for her. They have a real relationship. He's doing something heroic at the expense of his own safety. Okay, what are they going to do with this? That's it.
That's
It's
it.
normally the kind of thing you reserve for relatively late on in the thing. I'm
A
thinking
bit
like
later,
Jurassic
yeah.
Park 3 with the father, like who starts off as a snivelly, lying, mustachioed wanker, and then by the end of it, he's sort of taken a bit of initiative. He distracts the Spinosaurus while it's attacking them on the boat, and like he's become braver. That's where you'd normally put it. So you'd need a bit more beat of the kid being a dick first. But because they've done it here,
Proving-
we're only going to get now is just like, oh, hey, you're better than I thought you were. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's it. But it also
Yeah,
means
I
they
thought
should have
they-
been eaten first, right? Because they're the first two off the boat. The Spinosaurus should munch them first.
Where she jumps off is very far from the beach. Like, she would have had to have
They jump
swum
off
quite far.
way longer. Yeah.
The Spinosaurus should have eaten it, but oh well. Not allowed.
I guess I was just expecting a lot of this to mean something. The boyfriend and the family and but just doesn't ever
Yeah.
mean
No.
anything or go anywhere. It just feels like you're wasting my time.
Well, and, you know, they all of the family reunite in an area and then enter the island themselves, separated from the main team, who all reunite on the beach. Kincaid does beach the ship, and it's quite, like, all things considered, not that bad. You know, there's a bit of a bump with the rocks, but he's the safest out of everybody, and it's supposed to be sold as though him staying on there to do that was like the dangerous thing while everyone else did the safe thing by jumping off. When that is the complete opposite of the situation. I don't understand how this was conclusion from anybody.
Well, especially not because Scarlett Johansson's character introduces him as being the expert in getting people on and off of islands. So, like, of all the people, she knows that he should be able to do this. But she jumps off too, right? It's just him left in the boat.
She says, if we hit one of the rocks, we're going to wreck, and so get off now. And it's just like, what? I thought... Why do we just expect that it's going to crash? That's not his plan. But whatever. So, with the whole team stumbling back, this is what Platoon was referencing earlier. Just try and imagine it. It's a beach. Different people at different portions coming out of the water, you know, being like, oh, geez, that was tough. That was a tough swim. And in the background, you can just see Spinosaurus circling around. They're still in there. And I thought it was weird because it's like, oh, they can go on land. They don't have to be in the water. They're quite actually horrifying to deal with. Jurassic Park 3 taught us this, okay? It was a great lesson. And there's 4 of them, so it's like, holy shit. Most movies, even this movie, has them disappear, right? That's the thing you do when you want to protect your characters and you don't want the audience to think about it. It's like, they're just not there. Don't worry about it. But they very explicitly show them, and then they show everybody crawling onto the beach very slowly. So I was just like, yeah, this is just easy. So what's going to happen now? And they show us Nina, and she's trying to move a bunch of supplies. And then they show a Spinosaurus realize she's there, and then it eats her.
Bye, Nina.
That's the end of Nina.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
the first of like a couple of instances as well where like the thing gets up and then the supply crate is blocking our view of it. And because it's off the camera, that means no one can see or hear it. And then it just right
That's
behind
right.
her, she doesn't hear it splashing through the waves. It's just grabbed her, even though it starts off quite a distance away. And the movie will do this again later. And it's like, it's just incompetent. You can hear these. They make sound when they move. They're not quiet. Well, we'll get to the T-Rex.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I thought it was quite funny. She's getting torn up, dragged off underwater by this enormous dinosaur. And Kincaid is just going, Dana! Dana! And she's out there dying and splashing around and just, you know, all that. He's just like, Dana!
And the music is like, be sad. It's sad and it's not. It's just funny. I don't know who she was, and
No, nobody knew.
But the music is like, please care.
She had like less characterization than Gunman. There's nothing there. Yeah, it's like, bye. Okay. Good stuff, Nina. See you next time. Whatever the next movie you end up in, I guess. But yeah, and then they're all sort of like slowly moving around, even though there's still Spinosaurus out there that can still easily get you, but I guess there's a barrier set. Whenever a character dies, all characters know they get a 10-minute immunity. You know, dinosaurs, you have to back off now. You've had one. That's how it works. Those are the rules. So, here we go. We cut over to see the family are entering a big old jungle, and the boyfriend is like, "Oh my god, you ever feel like you're viewing your own grave?" That's that scene.
It's slightly more
Wow.
torturous than that.
It's a lot longer.
Do you think? I think that I was going to call it a joke. Is it? He says something like, "Do you think when old people buy a bed, they look at it and they think, this is my deathbed?" Long pause for laughter, because that's what I'm thinking right now. Pause for laughter. Move on.
They have a lot of jokes delivered from him, quote unquote jokes, I would say. He's very funny. He's a funny character.
To make you laugh.
Funnier
That
character
is
than
what
they've
they're
had
trying to
before. They
do.
just got to get him working, you know.
Hmm.
So, Evilman starts to re-explain what this island is, and then Zora says, "Wow, you know, there's information that they have not told us about." And I was like confused. I didn't know what he meant. And he says, "Look, the audience, they were tired of looking at the same old thing, so they made engineered entertainments here, and that's what ended up being left here." Again, it's like, I don't even understand this logic. How could you have ended up making crazy mutations just a handful of years, if that, maybe even months into the launch of Jurassic World? That's fucking nuts. Why did they screw the timeline up so far? They could have chosen any year they wanted, and they went with so soon after the initial launch that it like can't make sense. And yeah, he says all of the experiments were left here, and Research Man is like, "That's inhumane. Why didn't they euthanize them?" Which I thought was kind of funny. Like, is it more inhumane to have left them to live on their island, or to kill them all?
Essentially, I mean, I would have just left them to just live, just
5
be
minutes ago, he
animals
told
on the
me that
island.
killing dinosaurs was a sin.
This is what I mean.
And
I
if
was
you
like,
kill them,
what?
you're in the wrong place. Which character are you playing at the moment?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And so, and then of course, Evilman is like, "They're worth millions. What are you gonna do? Kill it and then tell your bank, or do you carry it forward under R&D?" Which was a baffling line. The whole fucking movie, nothing makes sense. You might want to. You can't even make this argument because, again, Lost World and other aspects of other films, they've already returned to islands to fetch their assets as a company. You can't just invent an island that has all these assets that they want to avoid because of you don't want to deal with the bank. So desperate. And again, why don't you just cut all of this? Why'd you have it? Just fucking move
I
the
guess
scene
the
on.
thought was that it does provide answers or provide
Sure.
explanations for things.
I
I don't know why, but
So Zora says, "Everyone, please stay cool. Our situation has not changed." And then Kincaid is like, "Two of our friends are dead. The situation has changed." And then she says, "No, I want money. You want money. He wants to have a better job or whatever, and this guy wants all the money. So let's go." It's a very like, what the hell? I thought it was so out of character considering what they've done so far with she's clearly interested in more than money, right? And it's like, no, it's just the money. It's like, okay, but she is still friends with Kincaid, and he's right. His friends and her friends just got eaten horribly. So what's the recognition on that? It's just like, no, we want money. And I was like, what are you doing?
It's here for us to reinforce, like, our arcs are not complete. That's essentially what this scene is a declaration of. We're not finished yet. There's more story for us
Now,
to take us to where we need to go.
And this is the line that I really wanted to be specific about. So it's pointed out we don't have any weapons, and she says, word for word, "We never did. We've lost some toys that would have made us feel better, but let's just get what we need and get out." It's like, so if I'm to interpret what she's saying, is that they never actually had any guns. They had a rifle that shot neurotoxin that could have paralyzed dinosaurs. That's what Gunman had. And that is what she's referring to as a toy. And then she said that would have made the job easier, but it made us feel better. But whatever, let's just get what we need and get out. Just amazing work. So this establishes then they did not take any guns with them.
I don't see
Either
why
that
they wouldn't
or
have taken guns with them.
well, I mean, my read of it was they did take guns, but she's saying that guns would have been useless against dinosaurs in much the same way as like we saw the gunman shoot the Spinosaurus. I think he did hit it a couple of times and it didn't do anything. So that was my read of the scene.
No, he misses. I checked. He misses all of the shots.
In both occasions, I thought because the
yeah.
first time he misses, I thought the second time when there's the one swimming away because it kind of wiggles to implicate it's been hit, to imply it's been hit.
In either case, she says we never did have guns, and I think she's referring to like live rounds firing, fucking metal as opposed to the neurotoxin, which is super useful, and she describes that as toys that they don't have anymore.
Back in the mists of time in 1997, you could put a Tyrannosaurus to sleep with 2 darts. So actually, they are quite useful.
Yeah. All of it is incredibly useful. It is absolutely batshit nuts that they didn't all get some training with, tranquilizing items of some kind. All of them should be equipped with that for this mission, especially because at any point you can be picked off and killed. They have a wealth of history to learn from with this. But no, we're going in, the whole team, including that family side of things. Nobody's got any weapons. And they just think that they're going to be able to grab samples in either nest of both of these creatures and just avoid coming across anything that would kill them, even though one encounter with a velociraptor and they're dead. There's nothing they can do.
What are they gonna do? Yeah.
But they don't have this discussion. They treat it as though it's like, it's whatever. Yeah, okay, there's carnivores, and they're enormous. The size of F-16s. Whatever.
Should we like
just-
sharpen some sticks?
Yeah,
or
I know.
something? Or like have some rocks,
Grab a
handy to
rock.
throw at them.
Maybe.
A small chance is better than no chance.
Then they have Kincaid in the background says, hey, what about the family? I say we go try and find and save the family. And he just gets completely ignored by everybody. And then she says, if I don't radio, because they moved on, and she's like, she's got a backup plan. They start talking about that, and I was just like, did nobody have any opinions on the family thing? All of those people that were just with you? No. It's like, of course not, because we have to run the B-plot. They can't be joined. That's not happening. But it's not great for their characters that no one cares. Especially Research Man, you'd think he would have had an opinion about that. But nope. Only Kincaid. And yeah, Zora says, if they don't radio within 24 hours, a team is going to be sent to fly over the island for 2 minutes and to look to pick them up. That's their window.
Yeah.
And of course...
4 hours after the last transmission.
Ticking clock. Wow.
Well, there's that, but there's also just, why the hell didn't you arrive by helicopter if that's...
That was always an option, yeah.
Because they had to
If it-
avoid
if it
the
was
Navy
that
that wasn't
easy.
there.
Oh.
Yeah, avoid it by flying over it if that's available to you.
They had
Yeah,
to-
good, but the Navy that wasn't there, that we've established isn't really around.
Listen,
You could just
kind of forgot the Iron Fleet. A classic reference. I'm unappreciated in my time. So, yeah, cut over to the family. They find pipes, and they say we can follow the pipes to the village. Boyfriend says, hey, maybe we should all have some weed. That's pretty much the scene.
Did you talk
You know-
about the old people buying bed comment that he did earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, with the Minecraft movie and the villager story, where we said,
Be very
this
careful.
is completely fucking pointless, so let's just sum it all up now and we'll never have to talk about it again. We could actually do that with the family. Because if anything, there's less to say. I don't.
I get...
Besides one
just sort of-
scene which pissed me off, I can't think of anything else.
I
that
get
they do.
the impetus to do it, but like they do eventually rejoin, and it's just in the film it acts as a buffer for the A plot. For us, it'll just act as a buffer of discussing the A plot. It's relatively chill.
It's good to get
But
a
yeah.
break.
We need it for relief. Okay.
So yeah, we begin the next scene, and they're moving through like a swamp, and it's definitely ADR. It's just said, maybe that family are gonna head for the village. I hope so. And then we carry on the actual scene as it happens because they
Good
forgot.
job. You
It's,
fixed it.
it's
You
so
saved it.
cringe.
Good
Like,
job.
See, she
Yeah,
care. They care.
They care.
They do
They so care.
They care.
even though
They asked about it.
Kincaid explicitly asked them a question about it, and they
Oh.
ignored him.
How do these things happen? How is it that you're all there on the set, shooting the scene, as it is without any acknowledgement, and then when you take it like later in post production, you're like, oh, probably should say something there. Why doesn't that come up when you're making it? You know what I mean? Like,
Dunno.
was there no one on set who was like, wait, hold on, that might be a bit awkward? Or is it literally the case it's like, oh, once you assemble it in the timeline, it's only then you're like, oh shit. Yeah, we probably
Whoops.
should have acknowledgement there. I
Because
don't
it
know
makes
how
me think it wouldn't have been in the script, or that it was and they didn't film that part of that scene somehow. You know, like,
I guess.
no, do not know. Anyway, good old research man mentions that he studied under Alan Grant. Remember him?
Oh
I
my
remember
God.
Alan Grant. He was in Jurassic World Dominion.
He was great in that. Oh my god, what a great film. And Kincaid says, I hate the jungle. I try to avoid it. You're always being stalked, and I refuse to die in the jungle. Oh ho. We'll see about that, buddy. See how that turns out. And
I feel like every time characters speak, they could be saying something else that could have been potentially mildly interesting or
True.
add something to their character, but
True.
nothing they say does any of those things.
True.
It's almost like,
Possible.
well, we're obligated to have characters sort of talking to each other in movies, so I guess they'll do that intermittently.
True. In response, Research Man says, I hope I die being buried by silt, because that's the best way to be fossilized. Which is just, it just feels like...
That's the beginning of a concept that we could explore
well-
in how he sees himself in the world, but they don't do
Yeah,
anything
maybe,
with it.
but like to me, it just felt like a surface level meme thing of, well, how would an archaeologist want to die? He'd want to be fossilized. It's almost like a
And
joke.
then he explains why, and like his place in the world, and his place where maybe they get to talking about maybe mortality, and do you really think humans will go extinct and stuff like that? And maybe one day, maybe it'd be nice if one day someone found my fossilized remains and wondered about my life, what it must be for them. The same thing we do to the dinosaurs. Wonder what their world was like, or something.
So, the other conversation that's happening is between Zora and Evilman, and he says, how did that girl fall over the rail? You were next to her. Was there nothing you could have done? And he says, what are you implying? She screamed, and when I turned around, she was gone. And I was just struck by how she has zero context to have questioned anything about that situation.
Anything.
Other than if she'd read the script, obviously. But you need it to prompt like other things and to keep the audience up to date on the fact that will be addressed. Don't you worry, audience. He's a bad man for having done that. And she says, if it turns out you did something else, then I'm going to leave you here to join the food chain. I was just like, why? It's such a weird, like, she has no reason to be saying any of this. And he says, yeah, well, I'm too smart to die. We will remember this line.
Too smart to die. That's the thing. If you want to
Ugh.
die in a movie, that's the exact line that you say. That is the narrative kill shot. That's the poison you drink narratively. If you just want your character to die, say that.
And so yeah, him saying I'm too smart to die. That's when we prompt the best discussion in the whole film. I'm sure you all agree. So
Jesus Christ.
Research Man says, intelligence is actually an overrated adaptive trait. Dinosaurs are pretty dumb, and yet they survived for over 167 million years. And yet we only have about 200,000 years so far. With our huge cranial cavities, we've already gained the capacity to wipe ourselves out. And before we discuss this, I'll do it to the end. Evilman says, but don't we rule the Earth? And he says, rule the Earth? When the Earth gets tired of us, it'll shake us off like a summer cold. Of all species that have ever existed on Earth, 99% are now extinct. Survival is a long shot.
So, here's the thing. When he first said that intelligence is an overrated adaptive trait, I was like, oh, are you going to go for the angle that intelligence is expensive as an adaptive trait, right? A big brain it costs resources essentially, and
and it's not like
by comparison,
there's not like a direct correlation really. Like for intelligence just means survival. There's a reason
Well, yeah,
why
because
the
crocodiles,
vast
you know,
majority of species that have ever existed were quite stupid. And the intelligent ones are the outliers, particularly humanity. There's
well,
something
yeah,
to
because a
talk about in
crocodile
terms of that.
that feels an
Yeah, you're right.
ecological niche that basically hasn't been changed really for what, like 80 million years or something. And crocodiles aren't super clever; they just have a really good strategy. And it's kind of like the whole point is that intelligence for humans so far has proven to be like insanely overpowered, essentially, in the way that it's appeared here. But there are plenty of other animals, like a magpie is pretty intelligent. You know, like magpies and crows are like quite intelligent. But that doesn't
Well,
necessarily mean that they're like winning, you know. They're doing pretty well for themselves. They are. But I mean, you know, whales are pretty intelligent and they're kind of not doing super great at the moment,
Well,
mainly
but
because
I
of,
like,
you
mean,
know, people, but
intelligence is the adaptive trait. So, like, when like, a crocodile is perfectly adapted to its environment, so it has had no need to change. But that environment might change in the long run, and it might be changed by other things in the long run. The thing most likely to change it is a human, funnily enough. If the crocodile's environment changes, its perfectly adapted state for its environment won't help it. Humans are like the only animal on the face of the planet that can A, adapt its own environment, and B, adapt to any environment into which it's been put and still survive. Because
yeah.
mechanically, we're pretty weak, we're not very fast, we die quite young, the body is not very robust, we can't eat a huge amount of things without tools to first access them. The only thing that makes humans as successful as we are is intelligence as an adaptive trait. And granted, we are now watching the fourth Jurassic World movie, so we might not have as much of it as we think we do, but it's worked pretty well so far.
If to,
yeah,
before we continue this conversation, because I think it's a good one to have, the first and major issue with all of this being said is that this is as far as it goes. There is no more dialogue that relates to this conversation in the whole movie. No perspectives being shared by anybody, and no events in the film that really add to the point being made or counterpoint being made to it. Even though, as has been explained already, there's lots to say that would be pretty interesting to involve in the characters, and to an extent the themes, if you cared to try and involve this in any way, shape, or form. The competition on Earth between all these different species and the different mutations leading to what trait is the dominant one, what is the most special, because it does. I can't take this seriously as a discussion unless a certain few things are acknowledged, as Platoon's just said, right? Like, oh, intelligence, is it really that good when we've only been around for 200,000 years? It's like, but that's when we got started.
That's when we started.
Like, it's not even
Yeah.
fair. Like, we haven't been around long enough to be able to look at the full race yet. But secondly, it's like, Earth will shake us off like a cold. It's like, we're the only species that's ever existed in the history of Earth that can destroy Earth. Like, at least come to a significant portion of that. The other species on Earth, the ones that are so special, like dinosaurs, one, in this universe, we resurrected them from extinction. They live at our convenience, as is the same for essentially all species on Earth. If we decided that whales needed to be extinct, we would extinct them. You know what I mean? Like, humans have the
Many of
power
them are
to,
endangered.
and it's like,
all
where
of
does
the
this power
animals that
come
become
from?
extinct
And it's like,
unintentionally.
it's the human application of intelligence has caused all of this to happen. So it's like, I need acknowledgements on all of these things and how meaningfully maybe that they're not that worthwhile. But when a comet comes for us, we actually have a chance at doing something about it. Have you seen Armageddon? Okay, there's proof right there, I'd say, scientifically. Meanwhile, dinosaurs, they just had to
We would be
accept
able
their
to
fate.
know that it's coming.
There's
We'd be
that
able
too.
to spot it coming. You know, they couldn't.
And then I think the thing that's really needing to be mentioned here, especially by that character, is so weird for him to undermine intelligence when it is because of human intelligence and emotional intelligence we're capable of more benevolence than any species that will ever be capable of such a thing on this planet. Like, we
His
can
job
care.
relies on intelligence. His job is learning about old dead
Yeah.
dinosaurs. He runs a museum. This is the problem with having an Ian Malcolm type character without a point to make or an intelligence enough to make the point is that he is coming across as a moron, and it contradicts what we're told he is. He's supposed to be the smart character. He's not supposed to be the stupid character, and yet he's being stupid because the movie has no other point beyond like vague modern movie slop about humans bad for environment kind of shit. So Ian Malcolm's point is It's not an attack on human intelligence to say that human intelligence misapplied goes wrong.
Yeah.
It's the fallacy of control that brings down Jurassic Park. The book begins with a quote. I think the quote is, "You cannot recall a new form of life because you've introduced a thing. Don't presume to say you know what it will do and that you can control what it will do, because something will go wrong." But the flaw in Jurassic Park is human, people acting intelligently all the way through, but for competing ends breaks a complex system. And we don't have enough respect for complex systems. It's not the same thing as saying, "Oh, humans think they're so smart, but being smart is useless," because it's just, that's retarded, obviously.
And personifying Earth such that it would shake us off if it had enough of us is an amusing thought, because of course Earth doesn't have intelligence to that degree, much like we actually do, and can shake off a species of Earth if we want to. You know what I mean? Like this awesome power that he's describing is essentially our antagonist if we're not careful, when we are the ones that contain that power compared to all species on Earth. There's all these different, and it's like, these are things that Evilman could be saying that could be pretty fun. It's like, you're rambling about all this bullshit that, like, we're not that successful by comparison to dinosaurs, when we're the only reason that they even survive right now. We control. You can make that argument. It's like, we do control, and then you can be like, do we? Blah blah blah. Have the back and forth.
Science guy's obvious response to that is, your most intelligent scientists created this island, and now we're the prey on it.
Yeah.
So maybe have a little bit more humility in the face of nature. That would be because, like you say, it would be an interesting debate to have, and it would be a thoughtful response from both of them. The evil man would actually have the mindset behind his desire to cure heart disease is kind of the same mindset as the one that creates Jurassic Park. We have this brilliant thing at our disposal. All we need is to control it. I know it went wrong before. This time it'll work. That's what John Hammond says in the dining room scene in the first movie. And then have him actually, like, Dr. Mann make an actually Ian Malcolm-esque point about, what do you think happened on this island to all your intelligent people? Intelligence is fine, but humility is important.
Well,
just dialogue which means something. It's not that hard to come
absolutely.
up with.
And what's even more awkward is, like, dinosaurs lived for millions and millions while we barely will be able. He says, like, I don't even think we'll make it to 1 million. It's like, as you mentioned, we're the only ones that can basically live in any area of Earth, for the most part. Obviously not all of it, but anything that's inhabitable by life, we've almost figured out a lot of how to be able to get it there. Meanwhile,
we're going to be going to different planets, man.
There's that. Yeah, well, I was actually, that was going to be my final point, space travel. But I was going to say that the narrative in this film is that all of the dinosaurs are dying because Earth doesn't support them. Like,
Yeah.
hello. Meanwhile, we could live all over Earth. It's like, so, and it's like, what's the difference? Well, I guess it's our intelligence to be able to craft changes to the environment when it doesn't suit our bodies, as opposed to evolving bodies that match the changes in environments. Like, how is that not incredibly impressive, and would obviously make our longevity potentially infinite? Obviously, it's not going to be more than likely, but it just, the conversation's right there. And then, of course, yeah, do dinosaurs have the capacity to leave Earth? Like, no. We've managed to get past Earth as a barrier. That's absolutely fucking nuts.
Yeah, kind of feels like it shouldn't go, shouldn't be ignored.
Without all of this being discussed, acknowledged, or even entertained, is it kind of gets to the point where, so what are we left with? It's like kind of a really awkward sort of shitting on intelligence.
Nothing seen, yeah.
Well, it's suitable for the movie. It's basically saying, like, intelligence is overrated, everything is stupid. It's like, yeah, I guess so. In this fucking movie, everything is stupid. Everyone's retarded.
I am reminded a little bit. It's kind of the same feeling I have watching Avatar. It's like, I feel like there is an inherent contradiction in kind of shitting on, like, intelligence and by association technology when your film entirely relies on the use of technology. Your film doesn't really exist without technology, and not even in the same way, and not even in the sense of, oh, what cameras? It's like, no, you're like to the extreme of, like, what we can even achieve essentially with technology for filmmaking. So there's a little bit of a contradiction to be like, yeah, man, intelligence and technology is pretty lame, isn't it, really? It's only paying the bills.
That's been the self-hating bullshit all the way through the Jurassic World movies. Like, they've all shat on, for example, money as a concept. It's like, well, we have to do bad shit because profit's bad. Like, we want profit, but profit is evil. It's like, you've made 4 Jurassic World movies. There's nothing to them except the fact they make lots of money. You are not the people to be complaining about this. And when
Yeah.
Science Man, and it's going to come up later, Science Man is now complaining about human intelligence. What's his solution to the moral question in the movie? Let's open source a potentially dangerous new technology and rely on people's human intelligence not to abuse it. What? Make your mind up, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's all really coherent, and this was all I could reference for what the movie was about. But it's only this scene. There's nothing else in the movie that supports this conversation. It's so random.
Feels like the obligatory, if we're making a film in Jurassic Park sequel, you gotta have something about, I don't know, hubris or man's relationship with technology and nature. Like, it's almost obligatory. You just gotta get something like that in there. You just have to do it. Even if again, in this case, it's basically purposeless and just like an incomplete conversation where the counters are not actually explored and challenged. Because again, you can make a point about this, but they don't really. It's just like, yeah, intelligence is pretty stupid, huh? Yeah,
Intelligence
sure.
is stupid.
Pretty overrated, I think. Yeah, totally bad.
Mhm.
So over to the family, and they stumble across an aqualops that eventually gets named Dolores, and boyfriend is like, let's go. And then he spots a dinosaur rumbling around. He's like, oh, let's go that way, meaning not to the dinosaur.
Funny.
That's the scene.
Funny scene. I did hate that we picked up a Grogu dinosaur as well, but luckily it actually doesn't have that much role in the script.
doesn't
So
I
do
feel like, did they
anything.
cut what was gonna be Grogu? Because like, there's barely anything of this dinosaur in here at all. Barely any cute shit, you know, like lame cute shit.
Yeah, it's just sort of around, kind of. It seems unnecessary, but not indulgent. So
Hmm.
it's the weird middle ground of it's just sort of around. When I feel like Dolores the dinosaur could have had some kind of a narrative importance. They kind of hint at it at one scene where the dad allows her to keep it with it because it kind of keeps her, I guess, more level-headed. And you could have actually played into that in a meaningful way by giving her a reason to be brave and stuff, because now she feels like she has something to protect and watch over. And so that keeps her head on straight and it keeps her, a bit vigilant and brave. But they don't really lean into that at all. It's
I'd
not
almost have
something that amounts to anything.
preferred an alternative where like she wants to do that, but he tells her no because it's a wild animal and you have to have due respect for nature, kind of thing. Like you can't
Yeah.
Yeah,
make
that's
cute. But
definitely
like
an option.
what it is, obviously, it's just Merchosaurus. This is here is a cute little thing, kid. It's held by a kid. Kids, don't you want to buy the cute little Merchosaurus thing that you can stick in your rucksack? Buy the Merchosaurus. That's basically what it's there for. But they just didn't do a massively good job of selling it because, as mentioned, it barely features at all one way or the other.
What a shame that it wasn't expanded out into something that we were gonna absolutely love. Dolores, the Aqualops, turns out to not be that substantive or entertaining, which I'd say in a film like this is quite shocking, isn't it? You'd think. With all these working parts.
Yeah, you think. Yeah, because everything's dripping with like thematics or subtext, and so it surprised me they didn't have much to say about Dolores. I agree.
What a shame. She was my favorite, though. Great character.
Unironically, maybe. Yes, I think.
Anyway.
I don't.
Maybe.
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 Actually.
So, main team. They're walking around, and Evilman hangs back a bit to fill his flask with some water, and he stumbles across a downed helicopter right above him that the others somehow didn't spot. It's just right there.
You say he stumbles across it.
The plot copter.
He stumbles a look up on it. I don't know what else. He just sort of.
It's obviously fucking there. It's
Yeah.
hanging 2 feet above his head. He fills up his water thing, and then something drips on him, and he looks up, having walked into the
Oil,
clearing,
yeah.
and he's like, "Oh shit!
Yeah,
There's
there
a
you go.
helicopter there." Who could have seen that coming?
Lucky for him, there is a pilot in there, or a soldier, whatever, with a pistol, and he pokes it with a stick.
Yep.
They drop the pistol, and now he's got a gun. Which, if
It is the
anybody's
plot
been
God.
paying attention, he's obviously going to need that when he becomes evil.
It is cartoonish how it's like,
Yeah.
oh, how do we get the bad guy a gun? Could he have just always had it concealed on? No, he stumbles across
yeah.
a skeleton just like holding it out for him.
And it just
Why?
creates you more problems. If he had a gun to begin with, you don't have the question of like, wait, a Glock in the jungle for 15 years, would that fuck with any parts of it mechanically? Got some...
Probably with this humidity, it would probably start rusting, and that might rust some of the internal
Yeah, the
mechanisms to it.
humidity would be pretty dire.
Yeah.
Actually, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
the humidity would fuck it up because it's getting rained on. It's in that humid air, so it would have a lot of rusted internal parts.
But if
I
you
think
just brought
the
one,
rounds would be
know,
okay, but yeah, if
been
you just
fine.
brought one, then yeah, there you go, boom, no issue whatsoever. Or
Oh,
maybe
well.
what? Nah.
Go back to the family. They're settling down for the night, and the boyfriend says he'll take watch, and that he doesn't even know why the daughter girl is being with him, because he's good that she doesn't know truly that he's just like a piece of shit. And then the dad's like, hey, don't talk shit about yourself. Don't need to add to everyone else doing it. And if you do it yourself, then it becomes true. The music swells.
Like it's
Okay.
swollen.
It's no. What I mean by that is the whoever's fucking controlling the music thought this part was really meaningful when the dad says, "Hey, don't talk shit about yourself." Like, okay, thank you. Little girl feeds Dolores, and boyfriend goes to pee. This is the iconic scene that Platoon mentioned, where when he's peeing, a velociraptor is about to kill him, but then a flying velociraptor, the Mutadon, kills that raptor. And I actually think it's supposed to be funny.
It is, which
Yeah,
is
because he starts peeing again.
It's
it is
just
completely retarded on every single level. So
Yep.
like, there's obviously the relatively minor point being that you've got interspecies cooperation happening. Why wouldn't it be happening with basically two forms of raptor? But like the more important one, one that really pissed me off is that we know they want the giant murder pigeons to be like the big bads of this movie because they introduced them in the first scene, and we know raptors are bad, and here they are, and they'll be bad later. But it sort of goes to how utterly empty and pointless this entire experience was. Is that like we talked about like the meaning of the first Jurassic Park and like how well written it is, but it's just fundamentally well constructed. Beginning scene tells you to fear the shit out of the raptors. You don't see them on the screen, but they kill someone. You know that everyone is going to be terrified of them. Then the minute you have them introduced in dialogue with Muldoon, he's like, they should all be destroyed. These are the most terrifying creatures. They kill each other to establish dominance. They're intelligent. You learn to fear them. And so by the time you do see them on the screen, after a few more beats where you're just told to be scared, the kitchen scene works because you've been told over and over again these are terrifying creatures, and then you see them and they are. If you want to do that, what you can't do is introduce them in a single scene, which is there for a joke. You can't have a guy pissing and then have your main villain dinosaur swoop in the background and take out a raptor, and then have him carry on pissing for a laugh.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
can't
going to
just
be
stop
scared of
pissing.
them.
It was really funny though, so it was worth it.
I guess so. It's needed, okay? How are we going to know that they're a threat if they don't kill a velociraptor, even though they are a velociraptor mixed with another dinosaur? I've never even understood that. You know when they were like, oh man, the Indominus Rex, a T-Rex mixed with a raptor. And you're like, wouldn't a T-Rex mixed... Wouldn't just a T-Rex be better? Why is a T-Rex mixed with a raptor making it more ferocious as opposed to just...
It's more intelligent because the raptors have like communication skills and sociability.
It's like
Well,
like a linear genetic scale.
funny
The more
about-
raptor it is, it directly is more terrifying.
Or intelligent. It's like so intelligent it can go invisible. You're like, wait, what? You're like, it can hide itself on thermal scanners.
Just
You're like, wait a minute. What?
the basic logic. We need a new attraction for the kids. Let's make one that we can't see. Why fucking...
You know what's funny
Look,
too, though,
that just-
about all of that logic? The whole, people get bored of T-Rexes. You see one, you see them all. It's like, so how long is this going to last? The Indominus Rex. See it once, then what? Same logic. That thing's boring after a week as well. Like, why do you think this gets away with it? And then it's like the fucking stupid Mutadons or whatever. It's like, yeah, see them once, so I guess they're boring too. Now what? I've seen
Maybe
someone
the
in chat
exciting
mention
part
that,
is that
apparently the director has actually said in an interview that people are bored of dinosaurs.
I'm
Really?
bored of him. He's a boring
How does he
guy.
I'm also
yeah,
bored of
he is,
him.
I am bored of him for sure, yeah. His filmography, man, is so lame. Godzilla 2014, probably all the bad parts of Rogue One, and then the creator in this.
Yeah, no. It's like the more people will agree with it if more people just keep saying it, but it's just not true. I will never, ever understand it's absolute nonsense, but whatever. It explains the movie. Look, a two-headed dinosaur. Now people will come to the zoo.
Oh shit! Yeah. Well, actually, it means I need to come twice as less because
Yeah, because that's like
The-
double. Yeah. Wow.
yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
It'll just eventually they'll get around to making Godzilla, and it'll all become one universe. All dinosaurs
not?
end in Godzilla.
It's gonna be because if we flash forward and you know the wizard says there's actually gonna be 10 more Jurassic films in the next 50 years or something. I don't know. And it would be like there's gonna be a different director for each one. What do you think the odds are that one of them would be good?
At this point, I mean,
5%? 3?
it's not. You see, here's the thing. It's not logically impossible, so it can't be 0. Are we thinking under, or like, are they thinking under over 5%?
Slightly under.
Because that means 1 out of every 20 might be good if it's at 5%.
Gotta roll the dice,
So,
man.
Um,
How long? Okay, better
Oh,
question.
I'm-
How long do you think before they reboot and do Jurassic Park again?
hmm.
I
It'll
guess it's as
only
soon as it
happen
stops
if
making money,
if
right?
they yeah, exactly. It'll only be once they start making less money, and it looks like that's not happening yet.
Not yet, but Rebirth 2, the rebirthening, maybe that'll make less.
Well, they do tend to make less money. I guess the interesting thing will be if this one makes $1 billion or if it makes less. Because if it makes less, then that falls short of Dominion. But
I think
the
it did,
impression I
'cause-
get is it's probably going to make more.
I don't know. I thought because we looked at some of the numbers on FNT yesterday, and I thought it had made slightly less than Dominion over a longer period of time. I could be making that up.
Well, again, it looks like it's going to open to a $300 million opening weekend. So,
But it's
I
over a
guess
long
the
holiday
compar-
weekend, right? So it's like Jurassic
yeah,
World
'cause
Dominion
it's
comes
4th
out,
of
and it's
July
just
weekend.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nevertheless, we could still probably find out. So, Jurassic World opened to, God damn it. It earned 145 million domestic, and okay. Yeah, I don't know why I can't just get like a clear number. Okay, but that's what it was, 145 million opening weekend. So I guess we'll have to see what happens with Rebirth.
Well, hey,
but
if
what
it
is the
truly makes less, that would be wonderful.
okay, so
Yeah,
apparently
but then
the 5-day domestic opening weekend estimate right now is 141 million, which is lower for more days. So yeah, okay, maybe there is something to be said for that then.
We
however,
can only
consider
fucking
that
pray.
if this movie does make less, then we're not going to hear the end of insufferable midwits saying, "No, see, it proves the fact that the interest in dinosaurs is waning."
Oh,
So actually,
God.
thematically,
No,
the
but
film
this-
was solid.
This has the mutants in it, so no.
Yeah, that's true. So that doesn't apply. But also, man. Okay, let's see. Well, man, you gotta wonder because the Superman estimate from DC and Warner Brothers is only as high as 125 million.
I would have guessed that this makes more money than Superman.
Yes,
though.
I think it's.
I would have said it's,
think
like,
safe to
guaranteed,
conclude that
but
it will make more
we'll
money
have
than Superman or Fantastic Four. I'm finding it really funny that it's really awkward, fellas. Batman v Superman made more than they are expecting that Superman will make. And that
Which,
film
by the
was
way,
not successful.
the Snyder
film was
Bros
not
are
a
gonna
success.
fucking skewer this movie
Oh,
with
they'll
that.
love that. They'll love that. But well, the reality is, it's kind of funny that is the way that it works. Batman v Superman was not successful. That film was supposed to make $1 billion and it didn't. So nobody can pretend it was a success. But it is funny how much revising success has started to go down and down over recent years for some of these projects. To where it's like, oh, Fantastic Four First Steps is going to have the biggest opening of a Fantastic Four movie. It's like, okay, so 2 of them came out in the 2000s, and 1 of them was a notable failure. Why would you say this? And it's like, oh yeah, Superman's going to make more money than the other ones. It's like, again, most of them came out a long time ago, so I don't know. Like, these are not wins. The only wins that matter is relative to how much money you spend. That's it. Sorry, look, all right, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The cope is not going to start, or alternatively, it could be that the films end up doing pretty well. But that's still a week away at least.
I'd be curious to check. I'm assuming Jurassic films tend to have solid legs. I don't know, like the.
I think they do, and pretty good international performance as well. Because, funnily enough, people actually really like dinosaurs.
Yeah, just everywhere around the world. Well, yeah, that is a relevant factor as well. Is that, and then the reality is that Jurassic World doesn't actually suffer from the same. There aren't really any other movies that technically like you've seen shit movies like Jurassic World Rebirth a lot, but you can't like group it in a superficial way like you can do with superhero movies. There aren't any other prominent dinosaur movies really. Whereas superhero films have the baggage of all the other ones, on top of that, their specific franchises problems as well. So, it's a safe assumption this will be the most successful one.
From Guy Ray just now, the way you talk about the movie, it sounds like it would make a pretty good video game. Explore an island, fend off mutant dinos, and take down 3 big bosses. Why the fuck wasn't it one? I've said a couple of times, this feels very video gamey in structure. It's like it's.
They have like.
There is going to be the Jurassic World Evolution 3 is coming out, but I don't know. I don't know how much it'll have to do with this.
Talking about is more like a single-player action-adventure game, I suppose, right?
Absolutely. I'm saying that they are making Jurassic games, but not like that. Not like an actual...
Yeah, they're not first-person survival crafting games.
Well, the Evolution games do well, from what I gather. I really like the first one. Less fond of the second.
That's the park management, right?
Yeah, it's considering we're in an era of those sorts of games being a little lesser than their ancestors when it comes to video game development and stuff. I thought the first one was actually kind of fun, just indulgent in, the challenges you give you and the different options for dinosaurs and stuff. It's all pretty good. From what I gather, it's not as good as the older versions of park management for Jurassic sort of stuff, but hopefully the third one is some fun as well. JPOG, yeah. This could. I don't even know how. I don't know the viability of a Jurassic World Rebirth video game where you do all of that. If it were good, obviously it would be awesome. I don't know. I guess it does seem like a franchise that's teetering on mass success in all media, but they're not sure about it. It's kind of amazing how long it's been fucking going and how much money it's been making, and yet kind of is just tolerated in the background, There it goes, another dinosaur movie. Because we got 65. Remember that? Yeah.
Million years ago. Yeah.
I don't think it made that much money.
Everyone saw it. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Look, chat's fucking lighting up over 65.
That's right.
That's right. I remember hearing that 65 was described.
Yeah. Anyway.
Interesting.
So, the Titanosaurus is they should be right across this valley, is what they say, and they're heading in. But an empty area, all long grass. You might say is about 1.5 meters in height. Now, the Titanosaurus is the biggest dinosaur ever in all of history, so pretty hard to miss, you'd say, right?
It'd be strange to, yeah.
But yeah, potentially, yeah.
Well,
sometimes a thing can get so big and is so still that you almost don't even recognize that it's a thing in maybe particular lighting or against a particular backdrop, but you have to really establish that is the case.
So the Jurassic franchise is a bit of a problem, and some people say it starts with Jurassic Park, and what they would cite is right at the end, when the Velociraptors are on the verge of killing all of our main characters, a T-Rex comes in from the side and eats one of them, and people say like, "Hey, that was like a ninja T-Rex. There was no pounding the ground as he came in, and he sort of just ninjas in on screen." I think that's an easy fix in terms of having that in the mix, having the boom, boom. You know, like if you just have that, you'd be fine. But as the films go on, the T-Rexes and assorted other dinosaurs get really ninja-y, like crazy ninja modes for all of them. They are, despite their immense size, they just come in off screen like they teleport in. It's fucking crazy. But I would say this movie takes the cake. It's achieved the most. We have a herd, and I mean potentially as much as 100 Titanosauruses.
Titanosauri?
I don't really.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Titanosaurs, isn't it? You say saws when it's.
Oh
saurs.
yeah.
I-
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
I
yeah.
don't know if you could just add an S to the end of a word and make it plural, but I mean, you do you.
In any case, there's a lot of them. Many, you might even say. Countless for some people. The people who watch this movie, but like they are just there. You see the tails come up out of the long grass, and then their bodies rise up, and then the legs, and you're like, wait a minute, what are you doing? Being the fucking Star Destroyers on Exegol or something here, coming out of the ground? How's this? And yeah, they were all just hiding in 1.5 meters of long grass. These unfathomably enormous creatures. In fact, this trailer has plenty of shots that kind of cover this. They were hiding.
I was so disappointed as well when that happened because, you know, it's sort of drummed into my brain, don't go into the long grass because there's raptors in there. So I was watching this thinking, oh, thank fuck, they're going to die. And then these giant fucking hairless dildos pop up and it's like, no.
Just to be clear, that's all dildos.
Hairless dildo.
Just to be clear, I don't know what you're using back there, but
I did get it. I got
normally...
it from Temu. Okay, it's a weird. I wasn't sure.
It's like it's a Furby. Oh my goodness! Carry on with your weird English ways.
Yes, they just appear out of fucking nowhere, and there's this many of them, by the way.
I know. See, this shot as well. How big is this island?
I know, right? How could it sustain this kind of life?
Well, that was going to be my question. Is like you kind of need it to be a believable number for the island to believably support the population. If these are the biggest dinosaurs in the world, and like the book I think makes mention of how much one of these fucking things eats, and I think the film mentioned it as well, like how much they burn through every day. You can't have a small island with this. This is impossible. All these trees would have been eaten.
Star Wars.
Yes, very much is. But yeah. So and then we do our standard very large herbivore appreciation scene that they do in every single movie because
every single one.
They just know they have to have it. They don't know why it matters or how to build up to it or what the characters should feel and how they should feel other than just herbivore.
It really is like so crazy that they're like, yeah, herbivores. That means that they won't hurt you. It's like, dude, rhinos are herbivores.
The Stegosaurus nearly fucked up Julianne Moore in The Lost World. They seem to remember that.
What a stupid sort of attitude.
The stampede,
to have,
and yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, some people are vegans.
Like, yeah, it's just funny. Like, oh yeah, herbivores. They're like the peaceful animals, not like. It's like, dude, this is like propaganda from Zootopia. Yes,
Propaganda.
Well, no, pretty much. Yeah, it's like, see, yeah, you don't got to watch out for the evil sheep lady. You got to watch out for the fox because the fox is bad.
It gets worse in this scene though, because like, so science guy goes and stands just underneath one, and while he's standing underneath it, they shoot it with the dart. It's like if that thing had reacted in any way, he would be dead.
But
because like, it's a herbivore, it's nice.
I'm gonna kick you. And he goes
well,
flying.
you know, like
something's.
It's down to the actors to show us like how they're feeling. You have Research Man and Kincaid and Evilman. They're all doing their different expressions, but then Evilman's like, "Wow, you don't see that every day," and then Kincaid goes, "Yeah, or ever." I'm just like, did you need those lines?
You were all bored of dinosaurs. What
those are important.
You do.
I do think this scene can't exist in your stupid universe where no one cares about dinosaurs anymore. It doesn't really work, does it? Even
The
Evilman
scene
is like,
specifically-
whoa.
The Evilman should have gone, I used to care, but my interest in dinosaurs has waned.
It
as of
truly
late.
has. Nobody cares about
In
anything
fact-
anymore. Even if you saw an elephant, you'd be bored because elephants have existed for ages. No one cares. No one cares.
Sense.
But yeah, we do get a
Nobody
couple of
cares
shots
about-
of Zora being like, "Oh my god, they're so pretty and wonderful. Oh my god, dinosaurs.
they?
Maybe I
Those
do care about more
dinos.
than the money."
I am
well, that
on
explains
the
why
journey.
in-
My arc is
My
nearing
journey. Oh my
completion.
god.
Oh, so that's why, because right after this in the scene, after they get the blood sample, she walks up to the dinosaur and touches him on the leg and says, "You have taught me to love."
Yes,
And I was curious as to what that was referring to, but I suppose that kind of explains it.
it does. Yeah, it's really good stuff. And they make sure to just show Research Man go, "Woo, ha 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 ha, woo, yeah, woo."
Yeah, we're having fun here.
They truly are. I think they're just sad that they can't even capture a fraction of the power of the original scene that they are obviously copying and copy every single time, and it gets worse every single fucking time. There's
It gets
it's-
longer every single time somehow.
does.
We're blessed to say.
And what bugs me is that people will watch this one and be like, "Yeah, it just does." We've seen it before. That's why it's not working. We've seen, they did it all the way back in '93, and to do it again, it doesn't work. It's like, it's seriously about the way that it's filmed, about how much we care about the characters, about what this means for the world. It's like the films are designed to convince people that we are bored of dinosaurs because they're so shit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't care about
Yeah.
this. Like, yeah, but not for the reasons you're saying.
It's like if you compare, like, take a look at the original one, and like so much of it, obviously, it is the wonder of seeing this Brachiosaur, but it's so interesting to see how each of the different characters reacts to it because it tells you
Yeah.
a huge amount about them. Like Alan Grant is kind of overwhelmed and doesn't really know what to make of it. You've got the lawyer who's obviously seeing dollar signs.
Mhm.
Ellie Sattler is sort of overwhelmed as well, but more enthusiastic because she will have the line later about how she did buy into like the power of all of this. Ian Malcolm is like, "Fuck, you did it." And John Hammond is like an excited kid who wants them to see the next
Yeah.
toy. And all of that is so important to how they will interact with these things going forward. And then like similar scene is when you have the Triceratops that's pregnant as well. You see the different interactions. That scene is supposed to be doing multiple things. It's part of a mystery thing. It's tied into the birth question. And it's also showing you Alan Grant becoming more enraptured by what's going on. None of the same scenes, because they did the Triceratops scene kind of in the first Jurassic World where they come across the dead, whatever the fuck it was. And that scene is designed to tell you it's sad. And that's it. And this scene is designed to tell you, isn't it impressive? Everyone likes it.
Sure
Do you
is.
remember liking it? Yeah. Good-o. Moving
Oh,
on.
I remember.
I'm sure when they wrap filming on that scene, they were like, "Yes, we have done the big herbivore scene. Nice one, guys. That's nailed it. We've done one of the major things to get done. May as well film another one while we're here, so we can pop that into the next movie. Just get the work sorted." So
I thought it was a bit unusual when the evil businessman goes up to the dinosaur and touches it and he says, "The power of dinosaur in the palm of my hand." I was like, "Oh, that's a."
and then there was that pause, and then he
Interesting
said,
idea.
"You've taught me to love," and he has his arc about not caring about the money. It's crazy, yeah.
You have taught me to
Oh,
love.
so good. So back to the family. They make sure to mention to us again that Dad's leg is not okay. And then the boyfriend falls down because he lost his footing, and then the whole family fall down. It's kind of weird, but they're all okay. And then they realize, oh my, there's a river and there's a boat. Let's get on the boat, on the river, and that should be able to sort out our whole adventure. So begins.
scene.
Yeah, so begins what could be considered the worst scene in the whole film if you want to. I have heard people advocate that they really like the T-Rex scene, so
Oh, they're wrong.
incorrect. Your feelings are wrong. Pretty remarkable, I would say, in terms of just being absolute shit. And what's lucky for us is they released a lot of the scene as the form of a clip online. So a lot of this can be visualized for people as we discuss it. Now,
Oh, did they? They voluntarily showed people this before
It's
the
a
movie
T-Rex,
came out in
Rags.
hopes that they would
T-Rex.
want to see more.
It's the T-Rex.
You love the
and they're
T-Rex.
Probably, they were right, Rags, because I saw somebody thrilled on Twitter about the Houdini sort of magic trick that happens in this scene.
yeah, I don't
That's
know what
weird,
the fuck
because I
that's
have
about.
ways.
People love it.
Yeah,
people
I
have
got a
praised
specific
it.
note
Yes.
about how stupid it is, but
This,
Yep.
I'm just so out
no,
of
this
touch.
is,
I'm just so out of
I would
touch.
say that this is essentially the film Twitter like brain rot that can happen, where you're like so obsessed with like film Twitter and everything, and that sort of analysis of films that can actually lead you to saying like pretty insane and ridiculous things.
So, she
Hey, maybe I'm wrong.
heads over to the boat. She's, I guess, the best suited for it because the boyfriend just lets that happen, which I don't think matches the character they wanted us to think that he had.
He
He
has
jumped
two
into the
traits.
water without thinking, you know.
Yeah, like
really
I
gonna
don't
be
really get it. It's like, oh well, the dad's injured, so of course it'll be the daughter. It's like, no, he'll be the boyfriend. Okay,
Oh, it's
whatever.
that guy right there.
I wonder if it's as cynical as like it would be more scary if it's the girl because girls are more frail than boys, and therefore
Yeah, girls are shit, so it makes
whatever. So she heads over, and we slowly realize that a Dilophosaurus is gonna get her. Oh no. And it seems to be preparing to attack, but then it runs off in fear because, oh no, turns out there is a T-Rex sleeping right next to both them in this situation. It was just, it hadn't rolled over, so the long grass was covering it. It's ninja sleep. I guess we'll give them that one. You know what? It's okay. Fine. Sure. Yeah, it was
That's
perfectly sleeping, so you
fine.
couldn't see it. Fine. Fine.
Yeah.
So, she decides...
Tense though. It's a tense scene.
You decide, well, there's definitely a scene to work here of a sleeping T-Rex. That's totally something that's workable.
Absolutely. The
Um,
concept
Fine,
is solid.
sure.
So she's like, I'm gonna commit to get in the boat because it's super important, even knowing the T-Rex is sleeping here. It's like, oh man, okay. So she gets into this boat thing. I forget what the actual structure is, but she finds an inflatable boat and needs to drag it out to the river. And so I was thinking at this point, like, you probably want to get it as far away from the T-Rex as possible and then open it up, right? Like,
Oh yeah, you want to like drag it far down river.
Get it
because
away
you
from
can't
it.
float it because it sinks when it
yes.
well, before it's inflated. So I'll just drag it down the beach past everything and just away from the T-Rex. Yeah, because I don't want to make noise. That's the big thing here.
She essentially puts it right in front of the T-Rex and then activates it. Not the best idea, IMO.
Well, after she drags it loudly and clumsily across the dock, the wooden dock.
Which does make a hell of a lot of noise, and then activating it makes a hell of a lot of noise, and then it wakes the T-Rex up, and you have this remarkable moment, as you can see on your screens right now, where the T-Rex, this is the most ninja a dinosaur has ever ninjaed. Just obviously impossible. But people like this for some reason.
Why? Why do people like this?
I think
Anyone?
people like the meme. I think that the more that this has happened of like stealth massive dinosaurs, the more often that it happens, the more that it's become like a meme that they associate with like, I don't know, the history of cinema that they actually view
Filmmaking or
favorably.
whatever.
Yeah, basically like, oh yeah, that's kind of insane. That's what makes it cool. Like this is impossible. That's cool. I think that's what's happened. It's like this weird I don't even know how to describe it really as a thing because I don't know. It feels like it's that kind of thing that belongs to the kind of person who says this is great is the kind of person who says that CinemaSins ruin like media analysis forever, right? Like it's that kind of person. Which now, of course, CinemaSins is quite bad at what he does in
But
terms of breaking
sometimes
down
he is
stuff.
correct. He is
He can
very
be
This
correct.
idea of like, oh man, you know what's ruined movies lately? It's those fuckers who are like really concerned about whether things make sense or not realizing it's all fiction. It's movies. Like that kind of person thinks this scene is cool.
Yeah, the person I hate. Yeah.
But like, nothing about this is half as tense as the scene in the first Jurassic Park when you know something's coming. Just seeing the water and hearing the footsteps is like, shit, this is going to be big and it's going to be bad. That's how you do tense. Liz, if you look at the actual thing there, it doesn't even make visual sense because you see the line of the T-Rex's back above the boat. The T-Rex is getting up, so obviously the line of its back is going up.
Yeah.
Until they need to hide it, so they think actually it's shrink. It takes Pym particles and it just goes down for like 2 seconds in order to sneak away silently.
It would have to be fully aware that it was trying to specifically do this for a camera, and even then, it would be very difficult, if not impossible.
No, of course not.
The way it would disrupt the environment around it to very fast rush off screen is like it would be chaos, and we'd see it.
Well,
Obviously.
yeah, and if it was rolling around, you'd be hearing big thuds and everything. It can't happen.
Well, and the family
stealthily.
would see exactly what it did because of their angle.
Yeah.
And I think almost to explain to that kind of person, it's like, so what is actually the problem that you're getting at? As if it even needs to be explained. It's like, do you understand that when I see shit happen in a film that isn't like a fucking magic movie where magic bullshit can happen, where it's trying to convince me that the things I'm watching are happening in a real world, that when stuff happens that is actually like just implausible, then it kind of takes me out of it a little bit. You know?
Yeah,
Can
it
it
ruins
just be that simple?
immersion.
It kind of makes me realize, oh yeah, I'm watching a movie, not like a story about characters that are in a situation that I can kind of buy into in the way that good stories do. Where good stories make you feel sad about when a character dies or happy when a character prevails, even though you know this is shit that they're reading off a script and that they are actors on a set with cameras around them. Even though that's the case, you're trying to be absorbed in the experience. And these things kind of take you out of it, don't they? Can it just be that simple?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean-
despite the movie doing its best to try and seemingly want to ruin my immersion, you guys are defending it, and I'd really rather you guys not defend this shit.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't want to see one roll over like a sleepy dog. They're not supposed to be cute, fun animals. It's the T-Rex, and
I'm
it's
okay
like,
with it rolling over in its sleep. It seems
I understand that it would roll
animalistic
over in
enough.
its sleep. I just don't think it's the great way to introduce it as like the thing it really is. It makes it look like a cute dog, which it isn't. And then it only really gets worse because then you find out the apex predator of the Jurassic period can't fish. Like
Well, it is a
the
retard
number of
throughout this
times it
whole
should have
sequence,
got
yeah.
them, it just and it can't walk over rocks, and it's really slow, and it's like slower than a dirigible when it's on the water. It's awful. Everything is awful. They nicked it from the book because there's a raft scene in the book as well where they just about managed to escape it. But like that seems relatively tense, and they take it relatively seriously. Whereas this just seems like, well, we need a T-Rex here, but it's not really going to be the object of fear in this movie. It's not the big bad guy, so we can kind of just play it almost comedically.
Well, maybe they don't want to damage the T-Rex's reputation too much because he is the hero often.
But they
you know?
did.
Well, obviously, what I'm saying is that they might want to avoid doing certain things because, like, making him roll over is like, yeah, we kind of like the T-Rex. We don't like the D-Rex or the Indominus Rex or the Indoraptor. Those are the evil dinosaurs, remember? And the two in Dominion, whatever they. What was the big mean one in Dominion? I forget the name of it, but that was also a bad guy dinosaur.
The Giganotosaurus, I think was.
I think
like,
so, yeah.
Say it.
So, T-Rex, ever since the first movie, they decided that we should like him or her, whichever. It's T-Rex is kind of cool. So even though it's an antagonistic force, obviously in this scene, it didn't do anything too bad, so we can still like it. So still. The Velociraptors they're unsure of, because of Blue. It's like Blue's a hero. Like, oh, but Velociraptors are scary. Let's make flying ones so that it's less ambiguous. Yeah.
It
so
also means that we've now got. I think we're roughly 2/3 through the movie, right? Because we've got 2/3 of the.
There's not a lot of movie left, honestly.
No, and basically nothing has
Thank
happened,
God.
which is always what you want. But like you've got 2/3 into the movie, and there's not a character dinosaur in the way that like all the way through Jurassic Park, you know that the big bad is the T-Rex, but also the thing you wouldn't necessarily expect to be the big bad, which is actually worse, is the raptors. And you know that from the beginning of the film, basically. They talk about it, they establish them, and then they are the principal threats. Whereas here, we've sort of just cycled through dinosaur after dinosaur after dinosaur, one scene each, discarded very quickly, mostly in the context of a joke. And we haven't mentioned the Retardosaurus yet, and that's going to come back later. But like, I'm not feeling any threat or menace from any of them because
no,
we don't
I
talk
think you're right.
about
Like they did their very generously referred to as work to get to this island, and now we're just sort of phasing through dinosaur scenes. Even the like the Mosasaurus and Spinosaurus one. It's like we did that's the water one. We haven't done the air one yet. We're gonna get that soon, but we've done the herbivore one. We're doing the T-Rex one. It's like, yeah, just get them all, and the raptor one is coming. and then the retarded one is coming, Retardosaurus. So it's like we just got to get them all done. They're all retarded.
Retardosaurus is just it verges just on the breadth, the hair's breadth away from being a scientific name that it's for a split second believable.
So, the T-Rex, chases. You can see it all in these clips. He's just chasing them throughout this whole sequence and failing to get them constantly because, of course, if he did get them, that would be the end of their plot line. We can't have that.
It would be the end of the.
But it has
so much
trouble at one point with an inflatable boat. As you can see, it can't chew through it, can't bite through it, to the point where they are able to use that raft a little later because it magically fucking goes under the water and reappears right in front of them.
Well, there's a beat where like it munches down on it, and like the little girl's in it, and so we're supposed to think, oh no, she might have been eaten. She's not, and then but then it just like then she swims through the gap, and the T-Rex gets its head stuck in a rock because it's a moron, and then the boat just goes blop, and it's like, so this was all just a bit. This was just a bit, is what we've watched.
Yeah, it's just a waste time.
A good one.
Yeah, it's weird, especially considering that the imagery of the T-Rex pushing down on the raft is like, well, that's something, but it doesn't make any sense how you get that piece of imagery, so I can't connect with it in any way.
Are we seriously pretending that a T-Rex can't just bite through an inflatable raft?
Yeah, it's not like it's a flat
T-Rex
surface.
has to be strong enough to eat other dinosaurs, but it can't bite through an inflatable raft?
There's a bit in Jurassic Park where it punctures car tires when it bites them, and you hear the air going out. Like we know it can bite through rubber.
Quite a powerful mouth. Yaw. Oh well, I mean, I don't know if there's anything else. That scene.
Do we believe that like a hyena wouldn't be able to bite through it, or a crocodile, the two animals with the strongest bite force, like currently alive, and the T-Rex undoubtedly has a stronger bite force? There's no way it doesn't.
No, it's just retarded.
Yeah, I don't know. It's how do we have the exciting, exhilarating T-Rex scene while not caring in any way how it could possibly make sense and undermining the danger that a T-Rex possesses?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it, by the way. I got nothing else for this scene. It's all very pointless. Just they get their raft. Nothing else of note really happens because the T-Rex isn't. He isn't really there. What's actually there is just an annoying thing that slightly annoys them, and then that's that.
Yeah, all my other notes just basically are everyone in this scene is an idiot, T-Rex and humans included. There's no tension at all because they're obviously not going to kill the little girl. But like, how does the raft suddenly appear at the end and stuff like that? It's just a really stupid sequence.
Great stuff. We love it. Love to see it. Thank goodness we got that scene. Anyway, on to the air one. So they need to rappel down from all cliffside to get to the Quetzalcoatlus nest. Get a sample of fluid from one of its eggs. That is the mission. The nest is in like a carved out little temple-y thing in the side of a mountain. Don't know exactly how that got there, and they don't bother to say anything otherwise about it. I guess humans were once anciently here and
worshipping dinosaurs?
I don't know. I actually don't have anything for this. I don't know.
I thought,
they even mention it's like a temple, but like, I don't know what are we supposed? Is it supposed to be like, oh, actually, like dinosaurs lived here on Earth longer than we thought they did because the climate was good and nobody just noticed them, so they overlapped with humans. Humans made a temple and worship dinosaurs, and they just throw this in as a line and then forget to do anything with it.
To the point where I've seen people after the fact asking, did they ever explain the weird like stone temple on the cliff?
Sequel bait?
Trailer fodder?
So, they head down. Research man is like a bit scared about doing it, and then you get like this sort of bait of whether or not it's actually going to work, but they get down there. It's whatever. You got Frenchman, Scarlett Johansson, and Research Man are all at the nest. Meanwhile, Evilman and Kincaid are at the top, just making sure the ropes are all good. And it struck me as a bit fascinating that, once again, they don't have any weapons and they are going to the nest of the largest, like, flying carnivore you could deal with. What are you going to do if it shows up?
Well, you just sort of hope for the best, you
On
know?
the shoe. Go away. Get out
Oh,
of here.
yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so.
And they don't
Go
talk
on,
about it
get,
either, which makes them
get,
seem stupid.
Go on, get.
get out, get.
And then like Science Guy as well, who has that line about that he did a postdoc placement or something with Alan Grant,
Yeah.
and like Alan Grant had a film which kind of featured carnivores getting pretty angry when you fuck with their eggs. He might have mentioned that at some
Maybe
point.
wrote a book about it, yeah.
They just have said, "Hey guys, remember when Chris Pratt? Remember when that guy found a way to calm dinosaurs by standing there and holding out his hand and doing the thing that he does?" And there was like, "Yeah, I remember that. That was really good. How we
was
do that. I
iconic.
remember seeing that. It was iconic.
They
yeah.
had Alan Grant do it. It was so iconic.
Yeah.
So they have a little chat. She says, "What's the alternative to handing this to Parker Genetics? Parkergenics, I think it is." And he says, "Open source. Everyone creates anything and everything. No patents. Tens of millions would get saved." And then she's like, "But I don't get any money if we do that." And he says, "Haha, nope. You'd be broke as hell." Like, see, she's coming around. But we've already gone over like what are you talking about? Like uploading the blood to the internet or something? I don't know what he means.
That mean. Sorry.
So whatever, just it's the nice ending is what he's advocating for. Great. Oh, the theme plays again, by the way, at that point, because of course.
They might even,
Open
just thinking
source,
about it, they might
dinosaur
even
blood.
still get fucked over because these dinosaurs are themselves patented, right? Like InGen owned the rights to the things it made. So I wouldn't be entirely. I mean, obviously, trying to figure out how the lore works in Jurassic World is impossible. But like, I don't think you can just say open source something which is a derivative of a patented product, and everyone can have it, and no one will get sued, and everyone will be saved. I think, like InGen or whoever bought the rights to it would still be able to say, no, that's actually ours, and we were planning on distributing that anyway. By the way.
Yeah, with the material they've gotten on a mission that was organized by it was Parker Genetics and they own all of InGen. There's gonna be it's whatever. Nothing makes any sense anyway. Shut up. Why are you thinking? There's no point. Intelligence is an overrated adaptive trait.
So I've been told.
So the Quetzalcoatlus heads in and starts to try and kill them, because of course that was always a worry, and that's just happening now. And they're panicking. They're trying to stay alive, getting some snap, and they're just like, oh god, what are we gonna do? Oh geez. And so the French dude, who is currently trying to, I think, secure their way back up, he was hammering in some like climbing
Pitons?
Yeah,
Pitons? Pitons?
And so he has a hammer in his hand, and he cycles down low enough to see that they're under attack, and does a fucking next level legendary side throw that gets the hammer right into the face of the dinosaur, which obviously pisses it off, and so it starts coming after him. And so he's like, holy shit, pull me back up, pull me back up. And Evilman and Kincaid stop pulling on the rope, and up he goes, but it's chasing him. And, unfortunately, they're not able to pull him up fast enough, and he gets fucking chewed on quite excessively until swallowed, I think, whole, which means he's very likely just in a stomach melting.
Just strange decisions. Of all the places you want to attack a flying dinosaur, maybe being stuck on the side of a cliff isn't really my first choice.
I'll give you that, but he was trying to save him.
He's been heroic to save his, because he's a good one. He's a hero.
This was my number one Eddie death in this film. The people he saved the lives of don't actually acknowledge this at all.
The captain sits down for about 2 seconds on the staircase later.
Yeah, so the two people whose lives he saved don't acknowledge him at all.
Nope. Never mentions it. No one asks him about it.
It's actually fucking insane.
Didn't say anything.
Kincaid should obviously, even though he wouldn't have known, which is annoying. Because that's the way they built this. But yes, you need the part where they say, "Holy shit, whatever the hell that guy's name was, Frenchman. He did something pretty amazing and died horribly in order to save our lives." But no, nothing. Because the writer doesn't care about him. He was always designed to just die. We got one death on the Mosasaur primary encounter, one death when they reach the beach, and you get what could be considered the Spinosaur encounter. The next death is then him, right? I guess in the avian encounter, and that knocks out the 3 crewmates. So now we're only down to what could be considered important characters, but as was mentioned, family's off limits. Main character's still got arc to do, so she can't die. Obviously, Research Man's immune. It's like, so we're really running low here. I guess Evilman's next. He's on the list, because who else can die? But, yeah, I thought that was a little bit harsh. He got a really nasty death in exchange for trying to help people, and then the film doesn't really care about him. The classic.
Never mentioned. No one cares.
So yeah, Research Man prevents the sample from being destroyed, but he falls. And he was told if he was to fall, he'd just definitively be dead. And she even says, like, oh, you don't need to tell him that. He does fall, but his fall gets stopped significantly by falling into a bunch of leaves and then water. It's very, I think that happens in Avatar 1, right? Like, exact same thing.
Remember.
Almost certain.
He gets Galadriel'd there at the end, yeah.
What's awkward about it to me is that he like, oh god, gets out of the water and he's like, I guess I made it, and then the sample drops right next to him, and then all the other guys see him on the other end of the little pool, and it's treated kind of like, phew, like, no,
we made it.
That guy just died.
Yeah.
Okay. Just whatever, fine, we'll move on.
Happened, was a very unfortunate occurrence.
But now we got to do a family scene. So the family, they've managed to find the village. All right, that's enough with the family scene. We're moving back. Time for the team. They spot footprints near the same very facility that they've gotten to, and they hope the family survived. Back over to the family, and they're like,
hold up, doesn't Zora, doesn't she see a footprint?
You mean the footprints I just said they saw?
Oh, yeah.
No, a different footprint.
Oh, different footprints. Well, there's several of them, so it's good that you've mentioned a few. I've mentioned a few,
Yeah, she saw one and then another.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a lone foot falling from Earth, falling from the sky and then disappearing.
So, back to the family, and they're like, oh, gee, where are you guys? And finally, they hook up, and we got the full team together after all this time. Woo! It's crazy, yeah. It feels very like, we've come so far.
Film's been really building towards this.
And immediately, the daughter is like, that guy let me fall. I'm gonna kill him. And he says, settle down, and pulls out his gun. Says, she's lying. And then they go, well, why do you have a gun? He says, because she's hysterical. Now let's all just wait. We can get on the helicopter.
Does she say, let me fall? Because I might have just headcanoned this. I thought she accused him of pushing her out of the boat. Because I remember thinking,
oh, no, you're right.
Did that yourself.
I think, that is true. I think she does accuse him of having pushed her out, which if anything, she pushed herself out.
Say that when he didn't. So I also enjoy how what Scarlett Johansson says, like, then why do you have a gun? It's like, that's not like the actual question is, why do you have one?
Well, remember we did this before. WandaVision.
How'd you get that?
I'm not the one holding the gun, director. It's like, well, that's actually not relevant.
Dude,
holding the gun just makes you wrong, regardless of context.
Yeah.
It was also like a non sequitur. It's like, why would you be holding a gun unless what she's saying is true? A more apt question would be, why would she make that up? What reason? What does she have to gain from making that up? Why would this is an oddly specific thing to accuse this guy of? When if it wasn't,
because everyone read the script, they all know he's evil.
Yeah, and again, it's like, then why do you have a gun? It's like, in response to her accusation. Again, it should be, how do you have that? We don't have any. Where did you get?
Where the fuck did you get a gun? Yeah, that should be
the whole time, and you didn't save us with it or use it for something.
Yeah, like, what the hell?
Well,
man?
to be honest with you, probably should have instinctually pulled it out when the Catalyst thing appeared over the side, eating the friend. Right? That probably should have been him drawing it there.
That would have been the time. Yeah. The only reason he wouldn't do it is because he knew that guy didn't matter and there was still a third act.
It's because he read the script and it says, you don't pull out the gun here. And he's like, oh, right, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, the Mutadons arrive because the film...
Oh my goodness.
You could actually... The film was literally like, this is boring. Dinosaurs, please. It's like, okay, sure, bring them in. They can fly, so boom, boom, boom. Here they are. and everyone splits up and runs, and nobody has any way to defend themselves except, of course, Evilman, who has a pistol, and you know that he is going to miss every single fucking shot, because what would be the point otherwise?
They even like to call attention to the fact that he misses every
Yes,
single
they
shot.
do.
Yeah, she says it. Because I would think that this would be like, I mean, the gun offers you so much narrative potential and what could be done with it. Who knows how the gun payoff will be? It's probably going to be incredible and dramatic and.
This kind of there's about 10 minutes of film left. It's actually kind of crazy how they cram all of this so quickly. So, Kincaid and Research Man run into the nearby facility and then realize that the tunnels all connect down into the dock where there is a boat, and so they head into the sewer. That is their storyline, their B plot, so to speak. Also, they see the D-Rex. He's wandering, so it's like, there you go. He's finally in the film now, somewhat. You see his legs, anyway.
He's so slow.
Yeah.
He's plodding along, but he's never going to catch anyone. He can't move.
The family go to a grocery store, and after shenanigans in there, which, to be honest with you, I don't find any of it really worth commenting on. It's not interesting. It's all extremely lucky. The Mutadon just, it's always a selective retardation in order to let the family escape, and they end up in the sewer as well. That's basically it.
I mean, and this whole scene just it's just a remix.
It's just a shit copy of the one from the original, which is goated as hell. The Velociraptor scene in that is great.
And it kind of makes you wonder, did they only give them wings so they could claim the scene was different? Because
I think they would give them wings to spawn them in. But then again, you could spawn them in without wings, so whatever.
Exactly. But the fact they can fly, I don't remember ever being relevant to anything. They don't
literally
use it. There's one scene where they attack that Velociraptor and fly off, but they never use it in a plot-relevant moment. So...
No. Them being able to fly doesn't really matter. It's because they, like you said, they arrive.
Because they put them in a scenario where they can't fly.
Pretty much.
Flying is meaningless.
Yeah. So Zora and Evilman hide under a car, and Evilman gets grabbed because his briefcase is like just outside with all the samples. But then it lets him go and doesn't do anything with him and walks off. It is weird as hell.
Yeah. It grabs the thing and he gets pulled up and you're like, oh, is this where he dies? No, he's fine.
I think, again, the Mutadon read the script and it's like, you can't kill him yet. And it's like, ugh. Fuck.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
He has to get an even dumber death later.
Yeah. Can't be this smart. This is way too smart.
No.
Okay? So Evilman gets in the car that I guess still works and has the fuel to go. The key was in there and the fuel hasn't like depreciated, I guess. And off he goes, which is another sort of moment of she was using it for cover and he drove off without offering anything. So it like that's another example of like look how selfish he is. But
but he's got to go and cure heart disease and save 20% of the human population.
There's that, but there's also just he's fucking panicking and he could die at any moment. Yeah, it does suck that by him trying to save himself, it's going to cause you to be exposed. But as evil actions go, it's not that bad, Might want to crank it up a bit.
I was still waiting for the big twist where he reveals what the plan really is. Like, so we know he's actually evil. That should have happened probably in the scene where he took the case at the latest. Because you can't really get to this scene and then have it in the middle of an action scene when, like you say, he might just be panicking. There are lots of amoral reasons for his actions. He's not technically evil. And yet he's going to be killed as though he is and treated as though he is.
Oh, Zora sees...
To me, I'm just kind of wondering in terms of like with the bad guy, it's just like the fact that he wants to make money off of this cure.
That's it.
Like, all right, that's
the film thinks that's true. Yeah,
yeah.
That's it. That's enough. Which, like I said, truly he shouldn't even be here if he's that kind of person that they want us to believe he is. Strictly about the numbers. Like, all of you, go risk your lives and get me the thing that makes me money. Go do it. That's it. That's all it should be. He shouldn't be here.
They need him here because then otherwise it would be impossible for him to get eaten. And
exactly.
there is no Jurassic Park or World. Wow, it's not Jurassic Park is not. There's no sequel because it's literally all the sequels where the bad guy doesn't get eaten by. In Jurassic Park, yeah.
People say the lawyer,
they gotta get eaten. Yeah, they gotta get eaten. That's what has to happen. You gotta get munched on, ripped in half, or if not, then I mean, what's the point? Jesus.
So Zora sees the Mutadon go down into the sewer, and so she follows in a different hole, I guess, to try and because she assumes it's following the family. I don't know. That's what's happening there. The helicopter team arrive, and so Research Man is gonna flare them down to be like, "Hey, you could save us, woohoo!" And there's this shot. I know it's in one of these trailers if I can find it, but the Distortus Rex, the D-Rex, is kind of wandering very close by to Research Man, and there's a bunch of smoke, and you see him, and it's supposed to be one of those cinematic shots of like, oh, that's so cool that you know, like he's just by, he's right there, and he doesn't even know. It's very ninja-y again. Have they forgotten like the whole aspect? It is a mutated T-Rex, right? Bigger than the T-Rex, but it makes no sound. How'd you pull that off? When it's like iconic about the T-Rex that it makes sound when it moves.
It's so it makes sound. The ground shudders. The
there it
water
is.
shakes, ripples.
Is this moment here where he's trying to get the attention of the old helicopter, and it's that close and you can't hear a thing.
Like,
but it's so dramatic, though.
How are you not hearing it? There's nothing going on. It's
But
an
it's
island with nobody
scary.
on it.
It's so scary because he's so quiet.
Just God, man.
I also like the way
So
that because the helicopter turns up and then it can't see them, so it starts flying away. So like the only way they can signal it back is with a flare. And then I was thinking, well, that's not. You don't have those. You don't have anything. So how is that going to work? He climbs up a ladder, and it's where the flare box is. There's
Yep.
just a box of them because we need them now. So then he shoots it, and then Ninja Giantsaurus fucking kills the helicopter.
I guess it's relatively understandable why you'd have signal flares near a helicopter landing.
It's better than
pad.
nothing.
That's a reason for it.
I would have to, because I'm just not familiar enough with helipads if they have flare boxes near them. If that's common, then fair enough.
I don't know either. It just seems like it. I guess that makes sense.
Like I said, it's more of a reason than nothing.
Yeah, it did kind of remind me of how when they were getting the raft out of that like raft enclosure, and it was full of gadgets and doodads and tools and everything. She didn't spend a single second to do anything except grab a flashlight instantly. That still
Well, why
worked.
bother, Ags?
And
She only needs the
not
raft.
at one point. Yeah, I guess I'm sure there's no other tools in there that could be in any way useful for you and your family's survival.
There's like a T-Rex distraction ball just in there. It's like, oh shit.
There's probably like
They're taking that.
survival axes, ropes, knives,
Useless.
all kinds of use. Okay.
Oh, especially
enough.
any weapons. Ugh. You know very well at this
wouldn't-
point. You don't want weapons.
Yeah, they just give you a false sense of hope that you
Exactly.
might be able to
You
defend
might-
yourself.
You might
Yeah.
feel the need to use it, and it would get you in trouble. So it's better to not have them.
Yeah. Better to not have it at all. Yeah.
But yeah, down goes the helicopter. Things are seeming pretty dire now. What in the world can they possibly do? Oh dear. And so they all regroup in the sewer and make a plan. The plan is go to the dock and get to the boat. Like, well, yeah.
This is different from their original plan in that
We'll go to the helicopter, but yeah, I guess go to the boat now.
yeah,
I just thought it was funny because it feels like an act break almost. And it's like, okay, so let's regroup, let's reorganize. What have we got? It's like the same plan as what you already pointed out before we knew the helicopter was here. It's like, oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I better beat swimming.
And Evilman is also driving toward the dock. And then as they're moving, they see Zora, and they're like, yay! And then she raises her gun and starts shooting. It's like, oh my god, she's become evil and killed all of us. But no, she's shooting. She's shooting a Mutadon on the other side.
There he goes.
Nice and shocking. But yeah, she uses the last of her ammo to take out the Mutadon. So there you go, done and done. I thought it was quite notable that in front of all of them, she does execute it. It's, you know, you see a lot of red blood just pouring out of its neck as it struggles and dies in the corner, and then they all leave. And I was like, is this not the actual, like, you know, this is the representation of that conversation they were having in the first act? Or even second act, probably, where they talked about the difference between the life here and that she chose using a weapon to end the life of a dinosaur to save, among others, Research Man. What does he have to say? Nothing.
No. Basically, like if the
Well-
dinosaur starts attacking him, it's just like, oh, that's an evil one.
But
so
that's-
we can write it off.
Do you remember? I think. Well, yeah, it is a Buffy reference. It's not too much of a spoiler. Forgive this is you see if your memory serves on this. Pangs is the episode. It's in season 4, and there's a character who is very upset about the treatment of the spirit of the Native American that's come back to do damage, and she says like, "There's no reason that we should be trying to stop him. He's got some vengeance. He's got to sort out. He's got reasons to be angry." And then the second she's actually attacked, she uses violence back, and then she says like, "Man, like so much for my principles. Basically, they shattered in the second that my life was threatened." There's like a thought to be had in that moment of exactly what you think you believe versus how it plays out in reality.
That's reminding me of a kind of a different. It was in Archer. It was the one where they have like Archer and Lana have to do like a mission where they have to go like to the south and they gotta they gotta guard something. And there's this whole conversation about preserving the environment, and then an alligator just leaps out of the water, and then she's like, "Shoot it!" She's like, "Oh, what happened to the environment, Lana?"
Yeah. It's that. But that
she's not.
There's funny versions of that. There's half and half versions, like in Buffy, like in terms of the drama, but also the comedy of it. And then in this, you could have had the serious version, which is he advocates throughout that they shouldn't take any of the lives of the dinosaurs. They're here to do blah blah blah. And this is that. But then there's a point where maybe he sees the gun on the ground. It's still got a few shots left, and Scarlett Johansson's about to be eaten by a mutodon, and he does it.
Yes, he needs to be the one to do it to save someone else.
And
if
then
they really
he's
played into his conservationist nature, that would have been a really cool payoff where he decides, her life is more important than that of the beast.
Nope.
That would be. But again,
that would be
it's
something.
Like, you wonder why they brought it up, because the reality is that the series as a whole it doesn't really like, as much as they want to like, oh, look at the dinosaurs, aren't they neat? They're alive. You should care about them. Basically, like as soon as the dinosaur like attacks them or is in any way presented as hostile, they do basically write it off. Include and it's not just the genetic experimentations, which even then, the Indominus Rex is alive. Right, it's as alive as any of the other ones, but like they're not really, as they want to play with like have some sympathy for the dinosaurs, except for these ones, they're the monsters. Fuck them.
Well, it's
they
crazy,
deserve
right?
Nothing.
It would have cost.
It's a really weird thing.
It would have cost Gareth Edwards about 5 seconds to, as they all leave out of the sewer, you have research man stop and look at the body of the mutodon as it's basically like letting out its last breath, blood's all over the place, and just show his face, like this is so fucked up, because it didn't, and we could actually talk about how there's something there, because it's a life form that wasn't even supposed to exist. It got created, it did what its nature determined, and then it got brutally killed.
Like you're here, and you knew what it meant. You knew that it was inviting this circumstance.
But we didn't even get that.
Something with it, but no, because it's something that it's. In terms of it was something that's worth talking about, right? With the whole conversation of humans, we're not that good, are we? With the storyline that they're trying to build of this idea of sharing the blood, it's like, well, if you want to do the thing that was mentioned in that conversation we had about it, where you could talk about, sure, like humans are the only animals that wage war. But we're also the only ones that like found charities and do conservation effort. Like it's the duality of man, right? It's like human beings are capable of great benevolence as well as malevolence. And that maybe there's an angle to be explored there. It's like, well, the important part of human intelligence is that it's guided in pursuit of essentially, ideals that are for the benefit of all mankind, right? Like, if they planted that seed there, then you could tie in as well, like we can give the blood away, and we can help the world and try and tie that together. But it's almost like, well, no, we can have like the scene where we introduce the idea, we can have it pop up, but we don't need to connect them together. Like, that's not necessary. The work has been done simply because the scene is there, ignoring that the important part of storytelling is building on it. You got to build on it. Like, what's the point of introducing something if you don't take it anywhere?
It's because they I think, probably think if you did that, the only character you could really express that through is the
Oh yeah,
evil
sorry,
man,
and
right? And
plays war
so
as well.
There
I
are
saw
yeah,
it
there are
pointed out,
instances of war in nature,
yeah.
but not quite.
Ants and chimpanzees, basically. That's
Well, and
those are the
I'm sure everyone
two.
agree, not quite the same as the way humans do it, but like still, it does exist. There's a couple of interesting aspects. This is the conversation they could be having in the fucking film, by the way. Lots of aspects of animal nature that is reflected in humanity, and that a lot of what is supposed to bring us down as like, oh, look how uniquely evil you are. It's like, well, let's not rule out some of the worst shit you can get in nature, shall we?
Well, it's kind of the thing, right? Is that animals aren't necessarily. Well, I guess it depends on what your perception is of like animals, but the nature of how they would define morality. It's like, are animals moral agents? It's like, well, I think the reality is it probably is complicated the more that you start to get to the smart ones. You know, you're the smart boys like elephants and stuff and dolphins. But when you're talking about an ant, it's like ants have morality. It's like it just seems silly.
Well, as
Well,
was
essentially,
mentioned,
like,
ants absolutely do
programmed
drone
intuition.
strikes. Can you imagine?
They
Drone
do have like
strike?
lots of
Oh,
them
I
have
thought you were gonna
programmed
say
social
bees do
intuition
drone strikes.
Well, but
in the
also,
sense an ant would. There's the concept like sacrificing for the social whole, which isn't. It's not what humans would consider to be morality in the sense that it's not necessarily a conscious application of like ethical thought. But so like monkeys get very upset if you treat them unfairly with rewards, which I've always found particularly sort of instructive when looking at the origins of human moral behavior. But like they have behaviors that they're kind of moralist. We would probably make an analogy to morality to explain them.
I thought drone strike was funny
I mean,
because it's kind of like a play on words. They might have ant drones.
because drones.
Technically,
That's
they
yeah.
are all drone strikes. That is the point.
Well, I guess the thing is that it feels like it's always going to be complicated looking at it because whenever you see animals doing something, I think I mentioned it at some. It was probably last step. No, it was saw a video. It was like an anteater that let his wife and his kid essentially jump on his back, and then he carried them around. You know, he did all of the work of moving them around the place, and people look. It's like, yeah, look at that anteater. What a good dad he is. It's like, well, you know, if how much do we want to say that anything that an animal is doing that appears altruistic is truly altruistic? It's like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure what we give pigeons like medals, right, when they're in war. It's like they're just kind of doing what they do. It's like, yeah, but come on, give them the medal.
Is that more? That's yeah. It's like it's for us, really. But because it's not like the other pigeons will look at it. It's for us, but it means something to us, and it's part of our personification of animals, and it does make us feel good, and it
Yeah, and we
does
do.
in its
I
own
think
way. Like you do want to, even if it's in an animal, you want to celebrate heroism. You know.
And with dogs, right? We do try to balance as much as they get medals as well. That rewards that they understand that they've done something good, as in food, love, care, sort of thing.
And like when a service dog or like a bomb sniffing dog or like a service animal needs to be put down, it's like given salutes and everything. Stuff like that is it's meaningful to us, and I like those sorts of things.
Yeah, same. Give the D-Rex a medal. He lived a whole while on that island.
Yeah, show some respect to these animals. They might not have understood fully the capacity of what and why they were doing, but they did it.
Well, yeah, it's like the pigeon that got like shot and then flew the rest of the way and like delivered the communication and saved lives. It's like, yeah, man, there's some even if you're like, yeah, but the pigeons still want to sell. It's like, dude, his leg is like barely even attached to him, and he still flew all the way over there. Like, come on,
the tragedy
man.
really is that pigeon doesn't have the capacity to understand
He
what
doesn't know
hero
the amount of
it
lives that he
is.
saved.
Yeah.
He doesn't recognize how much good he's done.
So there's a gate that's preventing all of our heroes from getting out, but the bars are slim enough that the little girl can slip through and get to the controls. And as she unlocks it, the reality is that we've got the D-Rex in front and the Mutadon at the back. So looks like it's all over. It's all
Well,
gonna...
can we just like analyze for what is going on here with this gate that opens up electronically but it's like a sewer gate, and it swings open at the top, and there's over there outside, like it's a video game, there's a switch out there that you have to send Nyx to so that
Yeah.
he can interact with the object to hit the lever to what
It says
is
this film has got
What are
loads
we
of video game
doing?
shit in it. Where Gareth Edwards
Oh
is
yeah,
a
it's
gamer.
like it's
It's
okay.
weird.
I
But
prefer it to
you
the
could
gate
just
though in like is it Fallen Kingdom, which the gate that has to be connected to the internet to function, and then like because it gets interrupted midway through
well,
that.
that's
Isn't that how
just
the
a
mosasaur escapes?
that's
Oh
just
yeah.
commentary on a dystopian future.
hmm
Is it has
You
it's like
cannot turn off
the
your computer. It is not connected to the internet. You're like, what?
it's like the airbags on cars. You have to pay a subscription for them or some bullshit like that. It's just
Oh
social
god.
commentary. I don't know.
Perfect future. But yeah, so it's all looking pretty bad. Possibly even over. But then suddenly, almost like a hero's entrance, Evilman is driving up on the right side, and somehow he gets to be like a meter away from the D-Rex before realizing it's there. He's like jump scared by it, even though he's heading toward it the entire time. He's just like, whoa, there it is. Crashes. And the D-Rex is like, whoa, hey, bud. And picks him up off the car and eats him.
Which again, like tonally, because the car is making all those alarm noises all the way through, and he's nearly crashing, and it keeps like whenever a dinosaur gets in the way, it blares at him and says "pedestrian in the
Yeah.
way." Which is why are there pedestrians on a top secret InGen facility? Is my first question. But then also, what tone are you going for, having this comedic beat all the way, only for him to crash into it and die? Because are we supposed to be tense that he might escape with the heart cure medication, or are we supposed to be laughing that this is a really funny scene? Are we supposed to be sad that he's died in this way, or
This is
laughing
really
that he
good.
died in this way? I don't get it.
It's really good technology from the like 90s or whenever this facility was invented too. That you have specific pedestrian sensing cars and whatnot. Seems a bit odd, but
All very strange. Well, I guess it was a facility that was destroyed in 2007, so it was built in 2004, presumably?
thereabouts.
Don't know, yeah, something like that. But, yes, this is the character who said he's too smart to die. He drove into the enormous monster and it ate him.
Mhm.
Don't
And
really...
that's the villain.
Well, and just to be honest, sorry, but like even the other films kind of, differing results. Some of them get this better than others. There are some really evil pieces of shit, like the Dominion guy and the Fallen Kingdom guy. They're
Dominion,
both pretty
yeah.
horrible people. So watching them get eaten by dinosaurs, you're like, I get why you're doing that. Yeah, sure. Like from a
'Cause
movie's point of
his-
view. But this guy, like,
This made more sense.
a bit awkward. This guy, he's not quite evil
He
enough.
just
I
sort of
don't think.
drives into his death.
Well, and just watching him get eaten, and they clearly want you to have the sense of, well, that's what you get, Mr. Evilman. Like, get for what though? Like, yeah, he hesitated to grab the girl, and he drove off with the car
Which is
that
something
she was
most
hiding
people
under.
in the audience would probably do.
This is what I mean. It's just like
Like, would
you
you go
needed.
out there and grab her when there's no rails and death might be a punishment?
Well,
like,
it's what
would you-
Platoon said,
Mm.
right? It's like, was there some other twist that didn't get included? Like, were you going to tell us something else? Was there anything else to this?
He didn't want to answer the Mayday.
Sorry.
He didn't want the girl calling for Mayday. He was kind of
But
what
that
else
one
am I
doesn't. I don't
missing
think that
here?
counts because that's putting himself in danger too. He just doesn't want the
And
legal
other-
results on the
Yeah.
second Mayday,
Yeah,
and the first
And
one
and
to an
also
extent.
yeah, especially for the first because he would get everybody else in trouble too.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
The
Like,
kind
they're
of
a bit more
retarded twist I was
ambiguous.
expecting would be like he reveals that like, he wants the Distortus Rex for the army. Like that kind of
Oh,
thing is what I
God.
expect from Jurassic World movies.
Yeah.
We didn't even get that, so I'm just left with the idea
Well,
that
and Burke, right, locks the door such that the entire team might just get eaten by or killed by aliens. Like that's a huge moment of like, wow, you up's a piece of shit. Obviously, after planting 2 face huggers onto Ripley and Newt as well. Like
Yeah.
he is unequivocally like you almost, I think, is it Hicks that suggests like fucking killing him? Because I remember when you watch that film, you're kind of like, yeah, maybe. Like, I think we should just execute him. He's too fucking unreliable and he might just kill any of us. That sort of evil versus guy who's really just trying to live. And it doesn't help when he had the gun and everyone hated him and he said, okay, everyone just calm down, wait, and we can all get out of here on the helicopter. Like, you expect maybe that he would do something more evil, but it's not really that evil. But lots of corporate assholes in the Jurassic lore, and this one I felt a bit awkward about in terms of like, oh, I think the film hates him a lot more than I do.
Yeah, because money, which is ironic because the cure is coming from dinosaurs that were created because of the profit motive. So it's like you can't really escape it. Even if you open source it, the only reason you have this cure is because people wanted to make the
I would
dinosaurs
love-
for money.
I'd love a movie that like realistically explores how people would like engage with this topic.
Yeah.
Oh well. Dinosaurs.
So he's dead, and they all take that chance to run and get to the boat, but the D-Rex is obviously catching up, and it's like, what are we gonna do? And as anyone would have figured out, there's only one character that can make the sacrifice move, and it ain't gonna be the family, and it ain't gonna be the dad, because like safe now, and obviously
It's become
Research
so
Man
clear
is
that he's
safe.
safe.
There's just
Yeah.
an obvious pick, and so Kincaid is like, hey, follow me. There you go. It's in the trailer. It just came on screen as I was saying it. He's like, oh my god, I'll distract it. You guys run. You get out of here. You save those kids, damn it. You save those kids. It's like, ah, look at him. Such a hero. Be very sad if he died. And so off he swims, and the D-Rex is very slowly chasing him to the point where it's obviously delayed, because if it wanted to kill him, it could very well easily do it. But no, it gotta be nice and slow. But yeah, really, really sad. Guess he's dead. They cut away, and as the flare goes out. In fact, that is actually the shot. Look at that. There's so much in the trailer, sometimes you don't realize.
Crazy.
He's right there.
And see,
and
you might be like, oh, they cut away because it'd be awkward in a heroic sacrifice. Like, haha, I got you.
But this is it, guys. Like, that's Kincaid. That's the D-Rex. This is the scene they cut away from. Just like, oh, well, he's gone. Sad, I guess. Oh,
Yeah.
well. And the whole team get onto the boat, and the music is very sad, and they're all just so sad. Everyone's sad. They're looking at each other about how sad it is that Kincaid is gone. What a legend. So sad. And yeah, you know, we're heading back, and then it's like, man, it sucks. And I think she starts calling his name just in case he made it. You know, could he be anywhere? And then they're like, oh my god, look! And a flare is launched. And then they look in the distance, and there he is, swimming. And he's like, hey,
With another flare.
I'm
He's
alive.
got another flare
yeah,
with him.
he had, I guess, 3 in total. Nice. Good for him. He picked them all up, I guess. And
Yeah.
like, yeah,
I mean, I
come get
would've
me.
liked
And
both,
then
yeah.
they go get him, and he gets on the boat with them, and they're so happy. Kincaid made it. And, well, that's it, actually. They decide
That's
to...
the movie.
Basically, the
Yeah.
end of the movie.
They have
yeah.
well, they do the thing where as they're exiting whatever location they're in, they have the little pensive piano music
Yep.
kind of
That's
playing.
right.
Like, wow, we did it, you know?
Yep, it's the end of a Jurassic movie.
It's worth talking about. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Like, you obviously wrote the whole story for him to die. And I mean, it's just basic storytelling, right? It's like, yeah, you're meant to like him, and when he dies, it's meant to make you sad, and these are the ups and downs of filmmaking. But at some point, somewhere, whether it was during writing or shooting, at some point they were like, nah.
Maybe they filmed
Let's
both
not.
Well,
versions and then they
'cause
tested them. I don't
I
know.
tested
Now-
it, yeah.
Maybe I just have a terrible memory or I missed a note or something. Because when he gets off the boat, the SS Shipwreck, he grabs specifically the photo of his kid.
Yeah.
That's a scene that it focuses on.
Mm-hmm.
Does that
Mhm.
ever come up ever again
Well,
in
you-
any way?
I guess
all
the- I
that is,
guess
as
the
far as I could tell,
conclusion-
he's a guy who really likes family, he cares about them kids, and that's when he at the end when he's like, save those kids to Zora.
Yeah.
I thought that's
He has a
what all
couple
of
of
that
beats.
was, is that he's a family dude, he's a dad, he cares about children, he'll sacrifice himself
Because-
to make sure children
Well, you
live.
know,
It
like,
explains why he goes back
no-
for the civilians kind of thing. He's just a caring guy.
But the
But-
specific usage of him physically taking the photograph of his son with him, that almost always that photo's going to come back. It's going to get dropped. It's going to be something he has to go back to get. It's going to
Or
be
that he'd pull,
if-
he'd pull the photo out like after he's lured the dinosaur away.
Looks at it
just
one
looks
last
at it
time.
as he
time.
dies.
But
Yeah,
the thing
yeah.
is, and it's funny because someone listening to this would be like, well, that sounds pretty cliche. It's like, sure, but
Well,
I
that's
would
what this
prefer
is.
cliche over nothing.
We yeah
over. No, we're not doing that. We're just gonna have him be alive. So we fake out. We try to evoke the feelings in you, but then we just undo it. This is the clearest example of having your cake and eating it too. You give him the heroic sacrifice without him having to actually sacrifice himself.
For no reason too. There's nothing. The D-Rex gets right to him and then just stops and turns around.
I guess the conclusion
Because
is
you
maybe
can-
like, oh, the flare went out like right when it got to him, and for some reason that is like what it takes to die. Even though the
It already
Evilman
took
didn't
the-
have like a flare, he didn't. You know, he just saw him and ate him
I wonder
Well, yeah,
whether
because he
they
drove
want...
a truck into it, but I mean,
like a
it wasn't
retard,
too
yeah.
subtle. The dinosaur was like, "Oh, he wants to die. All right, I shall oblige. I shall oblige you. Very well, strange
Oh.
mammal."
Could it be
Not
that
that I
they
know what
want
that
him
is,
back
but-
and they want like Scarlett Johansson and the Ali to
Maybe.
be like the Chris Pratt and what's the name of this franchise? Like, they
Salad
will be
Salad.
the anchoring characters for the next two.
You can have
I have
a
seen,
story where it is meaningful that a
some-
character is willing to sacrifice
Somebody
themselves.
in the
Yeah.
Hmm?
Hello.
Fringy?
Hello, Fringy. You might have to swap to Singapore. You have to
I went
switch the
for it.
region
Hold
to Isla Nubile.
Nubile?
Nubile Island. It's a young
Nubile, ew.
Singapore.
Singing with the paw.
All right, go ahead, Fringy. Go for it. We can hear you now. I hope.
You do it, Fringy.
Fringy.
Mhm.
Damn.
It's
We
so
lost a good
tragic.
man.
Minutes away from retirement. Oh, we lost him.
Oh God, he's just gone.
Oh
Fringy's
no,
back.
like Kincaid, he's come back. We
Oh my
haven't
God.
lost him.
Fringy, yeah,
He got the
your
payoff of the
sacrifice was streamed.
sacrifice, but he also had the payoff of
Yeah,
coming
that's
back.
right. Fringy, are you there?
Don't you lie to us, Fringy.
Well, anyway, I guess while he's figuring that out, but you can have a scene or a meaningful character moment where you have a character willing to sacrifice themselves, but they survive, and it still is able to actually execute on some sort of a thematic idea. Godzilla -1, Shikishima is able to the main character, the protagonist. He is able to prove to someone else that he is willing to give his life, but that has been accounted for by the guy, and it means something to him. So that is a meaningful thing for him to be able to get kind of both of those things. But here, it's just like it doesn't. It's just like it comes across as just not being committal. Like, oh, we can't have him die because he's a good guy, and we implied that he has a kid and a divorce. Wouldn't it be sad? We don't want you to be sad or have anything like that.
Well, like that they built it to be
So-
sad, and then they were like, "Wow, gee, this is sad."
Oh, that would be sad. We regret
We
our
made it
decision
too sad.
immensely. He lives.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Ringy, we can hear you. Hello.
Fucking hell, I can't even remember what I was gonna say.
You're talking about Isla Nubile.
Well, yeah.
Oh, wait, what was I? What was I?
I don't know. We heard your voice briefly, but the region we needed to change regions, and we
I
didn't get
can't
anything
believe
about what you
that.
said.
I've actually forgotten. It was a point
Well,
of
here.
some kind.
Take a moment. Because we were talking about Captain Man's sacrifice that wasn't a sacrifice. That's what we were talking about
Yes,
with
that's
the
what we were
flares and
talking
him.
about. That's true.
Well, you could take a moment to think about it, because there's one more thing in this movie we have to talk about,
What's that?
which is, remember when they're driving away in the boat, Black Widow asks who are they going to give the samples to the company or to open source it, and the doctor says you decide, and then Black Widow says they'll give it to everyone.
Who could have
So that
seen
wraps that up.
Wow, that was a good arc.
Yeah.
And then they
So
all get
that's-
eaten by the mosasaurs, which are still surrounding the fucking
Yeah.
island. So no one will get
No,
it.
no. That wouldn't be possible because not
wrapped that
even
up.
as much as the Mosasaurus might have the best bite force of all animals of all time, it can't get through the fucking raft.
It might have been something to do with test screening. I was saying that somebody in chat said that apparently they did test him dying, and that audiences didn't like it.
Oh, is that known?
which,
Is that like a true thing? Because that's what we guessed.
Well, that's what someone said, so that could not be true. Because it'd be interesting how that is something that could be known when the film has just come out. But I could believe that.
I could totally
a lot
believe
of the
it.
time when a choice is perplexing, an answer is that it was a test screen. Did you hear the recent thing? Apparently in Superman, Crypto was going to get punched
Yeah, I heard about
But
this.
because it provoked gasps in the audience, they decided to cut it. When it's like, aren't the gasps like good? Doesn't that mean that
So,
you're getting a
well, so this is
reaction
the
out of
thing.
them? Like,
What I don't get about it is that if someone said, like, if someone showed me that, I'd be like, right, you know what, you've obviously put that in, you know what that's going to do. People aren't going to like it in the sense that that's fucked up that you hit the dog. So as long as you know the baddies that do it get their comeuppance and that the dog is shown to be okay because he's a super dog, it's like as long as you know what you're buying with an emotional experience of that, right? So the fact that they would be surprised that people took the dog getting hurt that way, I'd be like, yeah, that's how that works. That's how audiences work. How do you not know this?
I mean, yeah, like these reactions are the idea that it does seem like there's this weird thing that's like infected the way that movies are made, where it's like, well, if they have an emotion that's negative, like if you could class it as being a negative emotion, whether that's sadness or anger, if that exists, you've messed up. It's like, well, no. Enjoying a movie doesn't mean that you like everything that's happening and it makes you happy all the time. Like that's not what it means to have enjoyed something. Maybe like enjoying is not the right word, but have gotten the experience that you were looking for, right? There, you're meant to you feel the highs and lows, the ups and downs, the triumphs and the falls and getting back up and everything. But I mean, we've talked about it a bunch. Like a big problem that a lot of movies have is that they won't let you linger with a feeling that could be described as negative for too long.
Yeah.
If you feel sad or concerned or scared or angry, it's like, no, that can't
Or
last. We gotta get back to
uncomfortable.
fun. Yeah. Like when you're watching The Incredibles and Bob thinks his whole family's being killed, like
It's rough.
you're meant to feel bad for him. Like you're meant to feel negative emotions based on that. It's not meant to make you happy. The film is not trying to make you happy all the time because that's a weird way to tell a story. And I don't know, it makes you wonder.
Well,
And
I'll
stuff
have
like
you
this. It's like,
know,
oh, but that's sad. I kind of liked him. It's like, yeah, that's. I mean, if the film's doing its job, that's meant to make you feel bad.
we did run this episode with test audiences, and you didn't come back, and they didn't like that, so we changed the ending, and now you've come back.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So the audience are apparently a bit happier on that front. But we did set up that you'd be leaving, and it just didn't work out. There was a couple of clues, a little bit of subtext, but yeah, it just hit too bad.
But yeah, this movie is pretty awful. Which is not even a surprise because the Jurassic Park series as a whole is just so grim.
Yeah, ranking them, worst is Dominion, then Fallen Kingdom, then it gets a little tougher because it's between this and World. Probably this. Yeah, probably this, then World, then 2, then 3, then 1. And 1 is a chasm away from the rest in terms of being. The fact that 1 is even in a list to connect to these things is wrong. It's like
you want to
not
separate
right.
them out. They're just not the same franchise at all.
It gets an honorable unmention.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Because it just seems silly to even put it in the same category. You're talking about like an actual
legendary
one of the best
movie
movies of all time, and then just a whole bunch of slop. It's something to be said for it again is that there is a difference between what 2 and 3 are compared to the rest. But I mean, it's all just it's all just not good.
I think it's just because I'm not even confident. I don't know where to put this one. Because I almost hate it as much as the others, just for a different reason. Because with Dominion, I hate it because the story is just absolutely fucked, and what they do to the characters is fucked, and the world makes no sense. Like it's a ludicrous Rise of Skywalker level film. With this one, though, they don't even try to give you a character, and they don't even try to give you a story. It's so empty. I don't think Dominion is as empty as this film. And I almost, some part of me, I think, hates it more for that reason. It's just, this is what they have become. They've tried doing stuff, they were no good at it, so now they won't even try to do stuff, and it will still make stupid amounts of money. I think, I don't know. I hate this
I get the
quite
thought process
significantly.
there. I think I hate Dominion more. I think do,
so. It plays more on the nostalgia with the actors and
as
some of the stuff like that.
That's something that they have that this film doesn't have as much, even though it's still, it's still the same.
Yeah.
Still the same thing, right? Of essentially plundering Jurassic Park forever. Also, I just saw this, which is pretty funny. So apparently, this is something that Gareth Edwards said, joking about how he's had it too good in Hollywood. He got sent a meme which said Gareth Edwards doing Godzilla, Star Wars, and Jurassic is the kind of greedy they warned us about in the Bible. I feel like I've had it too good, and I should just step away and let someone else have a crack at this stuff.
Please, yes, do that.
Oh, it's just funny. It's just highlighting us like you are profoundly lucky given the films that you've made.
Out of that selection, Godzilla 20, 16?
That's his best film, probably.
It is
yeah.
Easily. It's not even close because all the others are kind of just crap.
Well, again, you haven't seen The Creator, but like the Creator is a 2 out of 10. It's grim.
I was also going to say, like, I don't feel comfortable even attributing what works about Rogue One to him. I'd be like, that's Gilroy.
No, I think it's safe to conclude. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just safe to conclude that based on what he has proceeded to make.
But then, yeah, the Godzilla movie, all I remember about it is Bryan Cranston was carrying it hard. And then
once he's gone, it becomes a much less interesting movie.
Yeah.
There's some cool shots in there. This film doesn't really have any particularly interesting shots. It's all very conventional and bland. So, I don't know what to make of that. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, isn't it unfortunate that it's just like oh, new Jurassic movie? It's going to be bad, right? Who's directing it? Doesn't matter. It's going to be bad. And then when you find out who's directing it, you're like, oh, so yeah, okay, that doesn't assuage my concerns in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's so lame that this series has been accepted to just, it's going to be bad forever. And like, there's not even really anything wrong with that because people just want to see dinosaurs. It's like, yeah, but why can't it also be a good movie? Why are these mutually exclusive?
Well, but there was a kid in the audience behind me who loved it.
Yeah, but like, that kid would love Jurassic Park. And then like,
dude, we were those kids that love Jurassic Park. It's like
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
it's like,
that's right. When I watched it as a kid,
watch it and like it. I don't like the idea that if it was a better movie, it would be less liked. What? Why would that be the case? That film has the dinosaurs doing the cool dinosaur stuff, but it's also got a story. So it's the kind of movie that when you grow up, you can actually watch it again and go, "Oh wow, this is great." Why? What is the point of making art that essentially you accept you're going to age out of in terms of your ability to enjoy it, instead of it actually being timeless?
And what, it'll be what,
easy money.
3-4 years, and Rebirth 2 will be out.
3-4 years until the next one, yeah, because Universal knows their formula as well. And for some reason, Universal seems to get away with it more. Disney gets all this shit. Meanwhile, Universal, that at this point is definitely A-okay with plundering and just making sequels over and like, I mean, there's the Despicable Me movies and all of the Illumination movies. Now they're going on to live action remakes of DreamWorks films. I mean, and Fast and Furious is Universal too. They do the same thing and make like as much money, if not more, but like never get any flack for it. I find it funny how that's the case.
It's a relatively subtle approach. Disney does a lot of remakes, and so Disney is able to trample on more people's childhood memories. And Disney's also got a bit of a reputation for being quite overt with, thematic message changes that it makes to its films, which are kind of unavoidable. It very much was putting them in your face for a good few years. Universal will probably get the, well, it's not woke and it doesn't hate me, therefore it's good defense, which is my least favorite of the things that currently does the rounds. It still hates you. It just thinks you're a moron. And all it has to do is feed you slop. And then you will say, well, at least it isn't Disney.
Actually, the problem is that they're vindicated.
Well, apparently, yes.
Like, hey, Platoon, at least it's not rainbow slop, okay? Like, all right, then.
Well, I wonder how much of it is just that every other studio that isn't Disney doesn't have a strong of an identity to people. Everybody's heard of the major studios, but like people don't. If you ask people, what do you think of when you think of Columbia? You might even have to prompt them to, it's like, what, Sony? It's like, yeah, and it's like, well, if you don't care about superhero films, you probably don't have an opinion on Sony. And if you care about superhero films, your opinion on Sony is strictly through the lens of the superhero movies they make rather than everything else they make. Fox, at this point, I mean, what even are they anymore? Paramount, people probably don't have any opinions on Paramount at all. At Warner Brothers, now at this point, Warner Brothers, I'd say, has a fairly negative reputation as of the last few years. And then you've got Universal, who kind of just get to exist as like you recognize them, but you don't really think of the things that they own in the same way that you do with Disney. That they own Jurassic, that they own DreamWorks and Illumination, that they own like Fast and Furious. It feels like Disney, whereas Disney, it's like, oh, everybody knows what Disney is. Everybody has a strong opinion, like an awareness of what Disney is supposed to be, or what they're trying to be, or what it is that they're trying to do. And that almost earns them benefits for that because of the brand recognition, but also its own problems. Whereas in Universal, they just get to essentially coast on all of these things that they've accumulated and make a lot of money, as they're going to do here. And yep, there'll be another one in a few years, and it will definitely be awful. And people will say, yeah, but nobody cares because it's just, you know, dinosaur movie. Doesn't need to be good. Who cares? It's funny, people are listing things that these studios make that are bad. All of them have made stuff that's not good, but like nobody really associates it with those studios in a way that causes them any real long-term damage in the way that it has for some of Disney's failures. You know, where it's really cost them.
Well, Jurassic World Rebirth. How about that?
Yeah, it's so super empty. I mean, odd as it seems, I wasn't miserable while watching this. I felt mostly just mentally tuned out. I feel like
Same
being
here.
angry at it almost gives it some kind of I'm not going to give it that kind of power over me in a way. It's just I was so apathetic to watching it, and there was so little of value here that I just couldn't be fucked to care enough to feel that emotionally strong about it. It's just, oh, this is terrible. I recognize it's like clinical. I recognize that it's terrible. I recognize this is awful. It's worthless. I will watch this and then I will talk about it, and then I will go on with my life and be sad that it will make $1 gajillion.
I think that
I
might even be
mean,
why I would put it below Dominion. I laughed all the way through Dominion. Dominion was
Dominion was more
hilarious. It was like
enjoyable.
it was just
Definitely
so
more enjoyable.
ridiculous that like obviously like it was absurd and stupid, and yes, it made loads of money. Like, all the same complaints roughly as with this one, but at least it was funny. This one has some funny bits in it, but like to my mind, anything that makes you think coldly and clinically that is god awful, and I just don't care is probably the worst thing. But that's very much like a personal preference, I guess. But it's just like this it might also be recency bias. I think I hate this one the most just because I want to feel something toward it, and hate's good enough.
I
I
think
feel like Fallen Kingdom was very bad in a very entertaining way. Like you could just laugh at how ridiculously terrible it was. But that's not a quote unquote quality that this film even had.
I still think it's more coherent than Dominion, which might be playing into why it's funnier.
So fair.
I think I would agree.
But like,
that
you
it's
know,
more coherent,
what value
relatively
comes out of the
simple.
coherence in this movie is like nothing. There's almost nothing that just, other than watching humans move from place to place, they managed to nail that for the most part.
For the most part.
So probably safe to say we don't recommend this one, if anybody was wondering. You know.
This gets
just-
a
just-
yeah, not
You know,
a
if you
no
haven't watched
recommendation
Jurassic
from
Park
me.
in a while, now's a good time to go rewatch
Easily
it. You know?
rewatchable, so good. And that's the thing, when thinking, you know what, time to check out the Jurassic franchise, watch Jurassic Park, and then you can stop. Great.
Yeah, there is no franchise. It's just the one movie.
No need to watch anymore. In fact, just watch it twice. You'll appreciate it even more.
Yep. You know, it's funny, right? Everybody's grouped these movies together. Do you think that given how bad this film is, even though it was kind of expected, what do you think it's going to sit in terms of the quality of these three movies?
What are you saying,
in
like,
terms of
if there's an upcoming trilogy?
Jurassic,
Fantastic
Superman,
Four.
Fantastic.
Oh,
No.
oh.
Jurassic, Superman, Fantastic Four.
Ooh.
Do you think this is the worst, middle, or the best? What do you think it will be?
I'm gonna guess that Superman will be the best, but that is not by anything. I would never put money on that wager. I would not. I don't say this in confidence. I say it as tepidly as can be.
It's-
If I had to guess which one was best, I would guess that it would be
By
Superman.
process of elimination,
That's-
it would be the victor.
My assumption, I also agree. Superman will probably be the best one. probably.
This is by
But
no
what
means an
that means,
endorsement.
what
of
that
Superman.
means, we don't know what that means. But the reality is that James Gunn is like a filmmaker, if essentially, right? Like even though obviously, as you know here, we are not big fans of his recent output. But like there is a level of unpredictability that works in favor of that film. But it could also work in the other direction. I believe that it stands to be the film that might make me the most annoyed, depending on how it all turns out.
It's
And
the
my
one I have the
assumption is
most investment in.
it's definitely the one I'm most invested in. Yeah, I'm the most interested in it. And I suppose what's funny is you'd be like, what about Fantastic Four? It's like it's probably going to be worse than this. I'll be honest. Marvel movies we have seen the average score is like a 2, which is what this is. This is probably a 2. This movie, but like Marvel movies generally average 2, and more than a few of them have been 1. Particularly when they deal with time and space, and like Fantastic Four's got Galactus in it, all right? So, you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I don't know, man.
We'll
It's probably going to be the
see.
worst. We'll see about that. We will see. But, yeah. What an exciting month this is, fellas.
I mean, yeah, this is the first of the Juggernauts. It was pretty fucking terrible. I will say, there's always a chance, right, watching these films that it'll surprise you with something that's worthwhile. But the Snickers thing, once that happened, I was like, oh, wow, we're fucked. Like, there's just no way that the person who let that happen...
First scene.
It's
And it
just-
is
First
the
scene, and I
scene,
already know this film will be worthless.
Yeah.
Jeez, thanks for killing my hope just right off the bat.
Even
so it
my
doesn't linger around.
killing any sense that I could delude myself. It's like, you wouldn't let me. I was like, nope. Out of
Thanks
that,
for-
you're like, all right.
And that'll
Yeah,
be the
thanks
thing
for
with the other
bringing me
two.
to
'Cause, like,
reality.
I could see the other two doing more damage to themselves and doing more damage to things around them. Like Superman could do a lot of damage to the prospects of the DCU.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic Four could do a load of damage to itself as well as to the MCU. I still think at the end of July, I will find this the most contemptible of all three of them.
Well,
No matter how
you'll
bad
find
the
it
other ones
even
are.
more contemptible if it does the
Really?
opposite of those two examples, where it actually is a boon to Jurassic as a franchise, and they encourage more, and people celebrate the film. You'd be like, holy fuck.
Yeah, which that may well
Hmm.
happen. No reason to conclude that
Yeah,
you know, that's an impossibility.
I feel different. I think that in terms of the capacity to feel contempt for one of these three, it would be Superman because of the potential for it to actually start something that might have good things in it.
Yeah, like I've written
It
off
is kind of
Jurassic
uniquely
as a series.
poised. Oh
I
yeah,
think.
yeah.
Like
But Superman's
Jurassic is
uniquely
done.
poised to be the beginning of a new, essentially extended universe or expanded universe. So if that does bad, the potential for what that could have been in terms of its opportunity, I will feel a lot of contempt for it in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for like, what does it mean to get an opportunity to make a Jurassic movie? It's like, well, that could mean greatness. It could, but it basically won't. But like, oh, you get to like make a Superman movie and be in charge of DC. It's like, dude, that's like the best opportunity like ever, basically, like in the film industry. And like, if it gets squandered, it's going to be like unreal, essentially. And if it gets squandered by really dumb, stupid choices that obviously shouldn't have been made, that's going to be. Whereas Fantastic Four, it's like, dude, it's Marvel. It's Marvel. It's going to be bad. Like, that's a series that I'm close to writing off. But the difference is that, like, there's more Marvel stuff that I can at least point to that I enjoyed compared to in Jurassic, where it's one movie. I like one movie in this series.
Something notable as well is with these tag or subtitles, right? Like Dominion, Fallen Kingdom, blah blah blah. My mum was asking me like with this new Jurassic movie, what's which one is it? And before I answered, she said, "Is it the third one?" And I was like, "Holy fuck, no! Like, not even close."
Like
the
double that
7th
and
movie.
keep adding. Yeah. Double that and keep adding.
Just like it is crazy because that's to their benefit, I would assume. Because if this were called Jurassic Park 7, it would be like, ugh, you know, bit awkward there. But constantly refreshing to the point where some people will be like, "Ah, yes, the third one." Like, yeah, sure, whatever. The franchise is still that young. We're doing great. Rebirth, you know. This is
Yeah,
the beginning,
What does that
guys.
names,
mean?
aren't they?
Well, what does that mean?
it's-
What is it referring
The
to?
reason why it's called that is because it's kind of like a standalone sequel, kind of like new era, new trilogy sort of thing. They're trying to distance,
All right.
and it's basically what you do if you want to do that, like Rebirth, or Rebirth feels like it's getting pretty close to like Requiem in terms of being like the
Yeah.
lamest thing that you can have as like a subtitle
Awakening.
for
I think it
Awakening.
sounds
Yeah,
I
better than
wouldn't-
Fantastic Four: The First Steps, though.
Yeah, it's
the
pretty
First
awkward.
Steps is pretty bad.
yeah,
Like a
agreed.
baby.
First step.
Where's your baby? So
Yeah,
great.
but it's just like I don't know. It's I will say James Gunn made the right decision getting rid of the subtitles for Superman Legacy. It's like, yeah, why would you call it that? Just call it Superman.
Yeah.
Why? And it's the same for Supergirl. I think that it's been dropped as well. It's like, yep, that's a good idea. Short names. So the Brave and the Bold is probably a terrible idea for a name. But you know, whatever. Clearly, my mind is on all the DC stuff, as you can tell. I'm like, all right, Jurassic's done. That's what's going to be the interesting
I
thing
saw
next week.
the
This week,
Distortus
actually.
Rex described as part of a unique group of antagonist dinosaurs that made it through the film, because that rarely happens. It actually described that the antagonist of Jurassic Park wasn't the T-Rex, it was the Velociraptors, and they didn't make it. It was just like, you know. But then Lost World, the T-Rex technically made it, but got tranked at the end, and is probably not going to have, you know, it goes back to the island, whatever. But the Spinosaurus definitely made it, and then the Indominus Rex got killed the fuck out. The Indoraptor got killed the fuck out. The Giganta, whatever thing, that died. It's like the orc monster in this one, it survived. So maybe it'll be its trilogy. The D-Rex will get 3 movies, and it'll die in the third
Oh
one.
god, yeah, we'll come back to it, won't we? Because then we'll have
Probably.
more use for the flying Mega Raptor things.
I've seen the sentiment that the biggest problem this film has is not enough D-Rex. I was like, oh my gosh.
Get me out of here.
Oh god.
Get me out of this place. Jeez. Can't stand it.
Well, I mean, on that note, is there anything else anyone wants to say about Jurassic World Rebirth?
No, it's awful. Don't see
Fuck
it.
it.
Terrible.
That film.
Yeah, terrible. Don't waste your time. Watch
Awful movie.
Failure.
since it's on my mind, I don't know if you guys saw it. Random Film Talk did a video I watched the other day about the differences between the Alien director's cut and theatrical.
You mean Alien
Cut.
3?
And no, Alien, the first one.
I thought he did it on Alien 3.
He did not do it on Alien, unless he's got another one I wasn't aware of. But he's talking about the Alien one. This is very much an Alien video, and it was quite good. So, see Alien, everybody. They just reminding me how great that movie is. Here I'm
Take
talking
a
about the two
look.
things.
Oh yeah, I must
Let
have
me
misread
see.
it, my bad. I thought I saw people sharing it in the Discord, I thought it was on Alien 3.
He's got some Alien 3 clips in there, but yeah. So watch Jurassic Park and Alien, and
Well,
don't
hey, we
watch
can,
Rebirth.
You know, it was
if Random
mentioned
wants
before, but
to,
I mean, like,
we can get him for the Alien
Yeah.
Earth when that comes out. That'd be great.
oh,
Woohoo.
Alien Earth.
I mean, if you
Oh
want to
man,
go watch a movie in theaters, like if you really want to go watch a movie in theaters, you'll probably like F1. You know, you probably will. Like that's an easier recommendation than this. Well, clearly, as evidenced by this whole conversation. You know, like if you really want to go see a movie for your 4th of July weekend, or go watch that, or just rewatch Jurassic Park.
I watched Phoenician Scheme, and if you like Wes Anderson's style, I would say it's on the upper end rather than lower. Not quite as good as Life Aquatic or
Fantastic Mr. Fox.
no, yeah, that would also be one of the higher tier ones. Why am I blanking on the something hotel? Why am I
Grand
Grand
Budapest
Budapest
Hotel.
Hotel.
Grand Budapest Hotel? That's one. I think if I was to rewatch them, I could probably decide. But I love the Grand Budapest Hotel, and Phoenician Scheme has some DNA from that. I wish it had a bit more of the, I guess, comedic elements and heart of like some of the others. But I still enjoyed it. It's going to be on the upper end of the results of this year. I've also seen The Life of Chuck, which
Don't say anything.
well,
I haven't seen it yet.
well, there you go, guys. I've seen it. That's about all I can say. But
Alright.
well, obviously, worth as a conversation piece at the very least. That's what I'll say in seeing it, considering what it's about. It's definitely a conversation starter. Who knows whether people will like it broadly? Maybe we'll talk a bit about it some other time. But yes, 2025. You got, and as Peter mentioned earlier, F1 is out, and loads of people like that. So there you go. There's some movies.
If you want to
floating
go
around.
watch a movie in theaters, go see that. You'll enjoy it.
Um,
I'd be surprised if most of you didn't like it.
Warfare is also just an easy recommendation for 2025.
That's number one this year. Yeah, so far.
Yeah, well, you know what? I guess that does sort of bring us around to the end of this particular episode. But before we go, fellas, Fringy Rags Platoon, what are you guys up to? What do you want to maybe mention before we head out?
Well,
I stuck
I
a little.
mean, go ahead.
After you. Oh, I stuck a little video up before the stream as an Iron. I was going to say Iron Man. Jesus Christ, and that was an Iron Heart video.
Oh boy. Oh, that's how they get
and
you.
it was supposed to be out like the beginning of the week, and it has been in copyright fuckery since then, which might change my plans for how and if I cover the rest of it. But otherwise it'll be Jurassic. Yeah, this movie will get a video at some point as well.
It's a good one.
Well, tomorrow. Yeah, it's exciting things going on.
I'm just working. That's what I'm doing. I'm just working.
When you
No
say
big deal.
tomorrow, you mean EFAP? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Why do you be more specific?
Oh,
Dad.
well, yeah, but
Well, I mean, we're gonna be talking about Ironheart, a little show that came out.
Yeah, because I've seen
Little,
people asking,
little,
are we covering it? Yes, and we're gonna have to do it tomorrow, weirdly, because next week is Superman. So it's kind of like this is where it's gonna have to fit. If you have any awareness of this show, it's special in its very own way, and we're gonna have to have a little chat about it. And then yeah, like I said, next week would be Superman, and the week after that it's the gap, and then Fantastic Four.
there is a break, and then it will be Fantastic Four.
Yeah, this has been a really awkward end of this year in terms of being able to space out episodes because a bunch of stuff came out all the same time and then doesn't.
Squid Game.
Oh yeah, of course, Squid Game
came out.
That
about a
has been
week
really
ago.
annoying because I probably would have watched that day one. I've not had the time. I truly haven't. It's been impossible to fucking fit shit in.
Likewise.
Getting all the
There's a
Jurassic
lot
prep
of,
done,
Mhm.
and then
Ironheart now getting those 6 episodes in.
yeah.
There's Superman prep. There's movies to be watching for
But
Superman.
we do plan to see Squid Game out. It feels appropriate that
Yes.
we would do that. So it's just going to be late,
That will be
fellas.
sometime from now. Yeah, you just have to wait. We will
and
get
yeah,
around to it.
so that I think describes all of the remaining episodes actually before the anniversary.
Yes, for the year. Yeah, that's right.
Obviously, we'll let you know more the more we know. But what were you saying? For yourself, you're continuing with work. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm just working away.
Beautiful.
That's what I'm doing.
On my front, I suppose I can give an update. I will rule out another game franchise, and it seems to be the one that people consider most likely, but it ain't the answer, which is The Last of Us. A lot of people thought I would either do like a 1 and 2 retrospective comparison or a breakdown or something, but no, it is not The Last of Us that I'm working on. And with that and God of War wiped from the potentials, there's hardly any options left before everyone should be able to just guess very obviously what it is, which as more time goes on, maybe I'll confirm. But the other thing I can say is, yes, it is indeed going to be longer than 9, like I said last week. And it's also going to be longer than 10.
Oh my god!
That's getting all teetering there in terms of an insane length, but this is just true, and it's why it has taken me a very, 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 very long time to make. I know it's getting to the point now where it's scary. It's like maybe it's getting too long. Can you guys handle that kind of length? I guess we'll find. But it's not necessarily the longest it's gonna get. When will it cut off? Who knows? Yeah, in any way, case, I guess that's that. Thank you all for watching. We appreciate it, and we will see you tomorrow at the regular time to do Ironheart, because that is a great show that deserves a little breakdown and a discussion on how the MCU is doing before we hit Fantastic Four as well.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yay.
Alrighty. Good night and goodbye. To the pip. Mwah.
Nighty night.
Bye.